On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss, the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
Hello and welcome into the Armed Forces Dungeon League WinterClash seeding event. What a mouthful. I'm Sean and I'm here with my man Driss, who spent all day yesterday playing in this event. Driss, what is it like being on the other side of the camera?
Hello, yes, enjoy the opportunities I have to get on the desk and get to cast over all this amazing stuff. Running the dungeons can be pretty stressful. Kind of take that breath. Then I pause to kind of see how the other teams are doing. Competing, you don't really get to enjoy watching everybody else run dungeons. So I'm very excited, kind of what the other teams have in store. And just yesterday we just really hard. So excited to see what everyone has today.
Cool. It was a lot of fun watching you yesterday, that's for sure. Quick breakdown of our standings, and then I'll tell you how the event works if today is your first time here. But it's a seeding event for 10 teams. We have had 7 of those teams go through, and right now we're currently looking at the Ukraine WoW team in first place, with Air Force Gaming, Driss's team in second, Coast Guard Gaming in third, the New Zealand Defense Force coming in fourth currently. That rounds out our Group A. In Group B, we have Marine Corps Gaming, the French Army of Air and Space, and United XP to round out Group B, with 3 more teams coming up today in U.S. Army Esports, Warrior Gamer, and Goats and Glory. We're really excited to see where they end up and how this seeding ends up shaking out once the whole event is done. But as I mentioned, if this is your first time tuning into the AFDL WinterClash, let me give you just a quick breakdown of how the tournament is working. Teams have 5 hours to run keys. Keys begin at a +5 level, and it's a push-style event. There are 3 dungeons in the pool right now, and those are Mists of Tyrna Scythe, Dawnbreaker, and City of Echoes. And we have put our own custom affixes on these dungeons to sort of shake things up and give our teams a little bit of a challenge that they can't practice on live. So when you run Mist of Tyrna Scythe, you're going to start with Ascendant, that's Zaltas Bargain Ascendant, and then Tyrannical. In Dawnbreaker, you'll have Voidbound and Fortified, and in City of Echoes, you'll have Oblivion and Fortified. Once you hit level 10, each of those keys is going to have the opposite added. So you'll have, if you had Tyrannical, you'll have Fortified added, and vice versa. And you keep Ascendant and Voidbound throughout. What we've done to mix things up is we have no inclusion at all of Challenger's Peril or Xal'atath's Guile. So once you hit rank 10, those keys of what they're at is what you'll see through the end. We've had a lot of people talking about whether or not the lack of Guile and the lack of Challenger's Peril makes it easier or more difficult. Driss, you played this. What do you think?
I think it's just dependent on which of the affixes you use for each of the keys. I will say that not having Guile or the larger penalty on deaths definitely creates a bigger opportunity for players who may not normally get into a higher key range to experience it. It doesn't penalize individuals as hard and die in either a missed kick or falling off the bridge in Arakara. It creates a little bit more of a safety net. However, some of these Xal'atath affixes can make some of the fights a little harder, especially ones where the orbs will be coming in. You have to navigate that around. You have a bunch of mechanics going on that normally in a 12 or higher you could ignore, or especially in Dawnbreaker having the individual Xalatath affix that can kind of take longer to kill the ads in those higher ranges. Definitely balance out. I don't know that I would necessarily say that one is harder or easier, but it does create just a different challenge that, as you had said, it's just that we can really practice on live because of it's the way we do things on live.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. It's been fun watching it play out, and I think it's nice that the event itself has its own spin on the affix system, and maybe Blizzard can take some notes heading into season 2. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not people are happy with the way it is. But talking about being happy, we're happy right now to dive right into the action. We have our 3 teams on screen right now in front of us. If you're watching at home, I guess this is the only spot you could be watching. Maybe you're on the road. Don't drive and watch Twitch. But on the top left corner of the screen, we have Goats and Glory. That is a Navy team, U.S. Navy team. They spent a lot of time yesterday themselves on the desk talking up a big game, so we're excited to see where they land. In our bottom left corner, we have potential day favorites, U.S. Army Esports, who are currently working their way through a +5 Mists of Tyranid Scythe. And then in the top 5 corner, we have the Warrior Gamer Foundation, also working through a +5 Mists. And we're excited to see how they do it as well. And lastly, if you're looking in the bottom right corner, you might be wondering, hey, is that team just waiting? That's not a team. That's our Kaboom Cam and our Hype Man Extreme. Kaboom is ready to go with fireworks for all the teams as they come out of their keys. It's interesting that 2 of these teams opted to start in Mist of Tyranid Scythe, which is a key this weekend that has given a lot of teams trouble. And we're in there right now. Driss, what is your opinion? Which of the 3 dungeons did you find was the most challenging yesterday?
Well, to it, I know therefore we were a little bit hesitant around Mist from our experiences with the back in Shadow, especially in the way that keys used to be. The 12s or the keys were bad.
We are going to give Driss a second here to sort out his mic issues. We're going to continue on with the Mist of Tyranid Scythe. So we're seeing these teams now pulling on Mist of Tyranid Scythe. The Warrior Gamer Foundation already has Droman down and Ingram Maylock down and are heading into the maze. We've gotten past that first pack in the maze, and they're starting their way through it. And the U.S. Army Esports team has just matched. Both of these teams are going to be putting on quite a show here. We expect these +5s to go extremely fast. We're on the tournament realm, and a lot of teams are able to use whatever weak auras they want. You can see the Warrior Gamer Foundation is using the weak aura to help solve the maze where you select the pictures that you see, and then it tells you which one is the good one. I don't see a weak aura on the U.S. Army Esports team yet because they're not officially in the maze, so it may just have not been turned on yet. Or maybe they're going to do it natty, which would be a wild choice, especially in a timed tournament. Something else that I noticed here, the Warrior Gaming Foundation opted to not pull any trash through the wall, but I think I just saw the U.S. Army Esports team. Yes, they did. They pulled trash through that wall, and they're pulling it into the second pack here, which is a move you see a lot of higher end teams do. Instead of pulling them onto that 3-pack at the beginning, you bring them into this second pack. You can pool cooldowns here for this, and then you can help burn these down a lot faster. And this helps to make this pack die a little bit faster, which can then propel you forward through the maze. As we see both of these teams working through. Driss, it sounds like you're back with us.
I've been fortunately just the internet likes to stop working, after you're done competing. So hopefully that won't have any more issues. My end, of course, it working now. I'm hoping.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it didn't happen at mid-key yesterday. That would have been horrible. Yeah, and your team is probably quite glad of that as well. We're in here in Mist of Tyranid Scythe with U.S. Army Esports and the Warrior Gaming Foundation working our way through the maze. And we're seeing here the U.S. Army Esports has pulled more trash through the wall onto this George Goulet fight, which is dangerous to do. I don't like to pull trash onto this mini boss. What are your thoughts? They had no problem with it. It's a +5. But what are your thoughts on pulling extra trash onto the Frog Boy?
So that was a lot of what we were doing through yesterday until we got to our 15. The biggest thing about it is it can be a kind of a tricky key. It creates this kind of false sense of security in the beginning, especially you feel like you're going very quickly. A lot of teams will often elect to lust the first because you're not really dealing with a lot of trash packs prior to it. And then you make the maze is the only part of this dungeon that just hard stops you. You can't enter into the different parts of the maze until you have dropped combat, and especially with the affix, that sometimes creates a little bit of a delay. So be elected to do, and what we'll probably see teams all throughout today, you can kind of make up the difference by pulling through the walls, essentially taking a class that has a pet and you're able to send them through the mist wall, and then they can bring everything back. It's a good way to save time on the back end, where you don't have to worry about going after Turdova, which has been the boss that has given a lot of teams a lot of difficulty throughout the competition on higher levels. And it's just a really good way to save time. It can get a little dangerous, especially if you're pulling a lot of defenders and guardians, and it can just be a lot of tank. But for the most part, it's going to be something we'll likely be seeing all day, well into the 15 ranges, should the teams today get above and beyond that as well.
Yeah, hopefully we see some 15s today. We saw a few yesterday. We saw some 16s attempted. We have not seen a 16 timed yet. So that's the goal, I think, is to get a 16 timed. If we can see that today, that would be really exciting stuff. So we're hoping to catch that. As we pull Mistcaller here, we have the Warrior Gaming Foundation already on the boss with those Ascendant Orbs popping out. And we see that U.S. Army Esports has just engaged her. That Evoker waited an awfully long time to dodge that orb. That made me quite nervous.
Yes, it is not uncommon for the Evokers to utilize a lot of their mobility to make the healers sweat and everybody else. And on this fight, it can be so crucial on just so you don't get tapped at the last second. Those orbs are always set based on where people are, or I guess where they were. And so it can be very easy to think your day and going right into the other teams. So it's all about how the rest of the mates can, so that the Evoker could fly around the battlefield how they want to.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. You can see those lines perfectly fine as long as Mistcaller is kept in the middle of the platform. But if you go to the edges where that water is around the edges, if Mistcaller happens to be in the water when she starts to summon these orbs, you actually lose visibility on some of those arrows, and then it becomes sort of a guessing game. So I think we're going to see most of the tanks keeping her towards the center of the platform and out of that water to avoid that problem. But just keep that in mind. If you're yourself in a key in retail and the orbs are coming up and Mistcaller's in the water and you think you're safe, double check, because you might not be. It might not be safe to go in the water yet.
Mm-hmm. And it's looking like, at least as what we can see, the Warrior Gamer team has completed Mistcaller. There is that little bit of the delay when you're looking at the clocks. Warrior Gamer has about 9 minutes on the clock as they're about to go down. Whereas Army actually is 8:30. Looks like, even though as far as broadcast is concerned, Warrior Gamer is a little bit further ahead, Army is making a decent bit more time advantage in this key in comparison, but they are definitely blasting through this 5.
Yeah, they're not just ahead on time either. U.S. Army Esports also has almost 20% more count. They're at like 17% more count because of all of those mobs pulled through the walls. So they're in a really, really good spot in comparison to Warrior Gamer Foundation. And it is going to show, we knew coming into today that U.S. Army Esports was a well-practiced and experienced team. And I feel like, and I hope that they're gonna put on a show for us today over the course of this 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and between the two teams that we have currently on broadcast with Army and Warrior Gamer, they have been past event winners. The U.S. Army has won a number of AFDL events in the past. Warrior Gamer has also won, and so we know they have the capability of pulling out some pretty crazy things, especially when it comes to the push type format. Both teams have been very accomplished in getting those higher key levels. It'll just be a matter of how they manage their time. all of us in previous iterations of this competition, as far as the pushing style has been concerned, we kind of go into it planning for those 3 days. Well, this one was different where we only have the 5 hours. So how they'll address what keys they push, how far they want to push them, whether they're doubling or tripling, if they want to try and create those advantages. Those will all be things that are part of the strategies that these champions are going to have to do to put the one leg up over each other.
Can you give us a little peek behind the curtain? I don't want you to go, like, we don't want to hear any secrets divulged. Obviously, Air Force Gaming's tech is Air Force Gaming's tech. But could you give us a little bit of the methodology between deciding when to stick with one dungeon and when to change to a dungeon, or when to 2 chest or when to 3 chest?
So a lot of that can kind of come down to comfortability. A lot of the time when you go into the dungeons, some people will elect, since they've already been running the 5 or the 8, or they've already been warming up, that those teams will just take the dungeon as high as they can go. And for some teams, that works. Air Force side, we've always been a little bit more of a fan of, we would always say, like, get it to the 21, or get it to that 11, where you triple, 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 and then get it to that level right before things really start amping up in the difficulty range, to kind of get a good spread and then dedicate that time to go in other places. I know the Army historically has chosen to sometimes spend a lot of time in a dungeon, getting it as high up as they can, and then going back. We saw some of the teams over Friday and Saturday do the same thing, picking a dungeon, getting it up into that higher range, and then going around. It's primarily the difference of, do you want to spend a majority of your time at the end of the day doing the hard pushes and kind of spend most of the day there? Or do you want to give yourself a little bit of that breather, being able to, after pushing and pushing a 15, 16, even maybe a 17, and then having a 5 to go back into to just kind of unwind and de-stress a little bit?
It's great. I love it. That level of strategy that comes into play, and the teams having to do what works best for them. It's what makes the great push style-esque event really exciting, because it's that extra level. With an MDI style event, it's basically like, hey, we just got to go fast. We're all Sonic the Hedgehog. We just got to go fast. But with this style here that we have for our WinterClash seating event, it adds that extra layer of complexity, and I think everybody really enjoys seeing how the teams work that out. As we are looking at a clear of the +5 Mist of Tyranid sites for the U.S. Army Esports, and Goats and Glory had already cleared their +5 Arakara with an easy 3 chest for them. They're now working on the 8, and Warrior Gaming is working on Tredova now. It looks like they have count sorted, so once Tredova dies here in about 15 seconds, then they'll be able to move on to their +8 in Mists of Tyranid Scythe. It's a good spread here. I'm wondering if going into Arakara first for Goats and Glory belies where they think their strengths are, or maybe this is the dungeon that they think they're going to have the easiest time with, and that's why they're there. I'm very curious as to what prompted them to start there.
Mm-hmm. Well, Arakara has definitely been one of the dungeons this season that's very forgiving in the lower brackets. It's a very forgiving timer. The trash in that sub 11 area isn't particularly brutal. And as far as sizing go, there's a really good pacing kind of going between boss to boss to boss, pulling trash to trash to trash. It's very likely with Goats and Glory that they're wanting to kind of utilize that easier key to kind of go in, warm the buttons up, just kind of get everything going, see how the day's events are flowing before they may go into some of the at least for the purposes of the event, the harder keys, so to speak, between Mist of Tyranid Scythe and Dawnbreaker, which might present a little bit more of a challenge or have different strategies, or as Dr. Jones has already mentioned, how I like to say, they're different tech that you might have to utilize differently than in Arakara, which is relatively simple and straightforward.
We're a fan of the word tech, so you can use that as many times as you want to today, sir.
Well, I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
All tech, all the time. As we see Goats and Glory here on Avanox. Yesterday, I think I dubbed United as the best name in the tournament. I'm going to have to give best team logo to Goats and Glory, though. Air Force is a very close second. I really like your fighter pilot helmet logo, but this Goats and Glory logo is putting in some work, and I'm here for it.
Yes, it did. it definitely is not. When I was first introduced into kind of the armed forces esports world, it was not the logo that I would have thought that the Navy would have used, but it's definitely very fitting, I think, as we can see even with their warrior right now, just kind of full ramming into these mobs, so to speak. And to be completely honest with you, I'm very excited to see how Goats and Glory performs. I know when they made their first kind of introduction into not only AFDL, but just kind of World of Warcraft esports in general, it was a little bit more perceived as kind of a bit of an underdog. The Army had been competing in previous MDIs and just kind of other WoW type events, and the Air Force team and the Marines and Coast Guard had different levels, and so they were kind of the underdog coming into these events. Now, every competition that Goats and Glory has been a part of, they've just been getting better and better and better. And as a competitor, I love seeing that, especially since they're one of our sister brother services. So how they approach this competition today, I am going to actually tip my hat in the ring that I think they have a pretty good chance of getting high up there in the rankings. They're already showing that they're doing a really good job in this lower bracket and just full steam ahead. So I think today we're looking forward to having a wide variety. I think all of these teams are going to be able to get up to those higher ranges, and it'll just be a matter of which teams are able to deal with the stress and some of the nuances that appear in that 15 plus key range.
I actually want to ask a question now because I'm new to the AFDL and how it works. When a service is looking to set up a team, so U.S. Army Esports is looking to put a team together, Air Force is looking to put a team together. Is it like open tryouts? Are you recruited in because they already know? Like, were you pushing beforehand? Were you in another esports playing another esport and branched into Warcraft? How does that process look for you joining the team?
So each of the services do things a little bit differently. So I can't speak on behalf of the Navy or the Army or their esports teams. But as far as how my experience with the Air Force team had went, was the Air Force Gaming is the community that we have. It's kind of our big global gaming community of airmen and guardians. Though the Space Force does have its own kind of community. But at least when I was joining in, it was it was a big old Discord, and there was lots of gaming going on, and they had a World of Warcraft kind of part of the Discord. And I just remember one day the original kind of team captain of the Air Force gaming team, Hothead, who has also been a large part of AFDL, AFDC in the past, was looking for members. I filled out an application. I was selected. And then from there, it was just a matter of kind of continuing and playing. Eventually, I took the reins. And a lot of it is that application process and kind of being in the know. But the most important part is having that Air Force or Space Force affiliation. So all of our members are comprised of either currently active duty or veteran Air Force members. And so as far as with AFDL events are concerned, we are a mix of veteran and currently serving members. Some of the teams, they might only have currently serving members, or some are entirely made up of veterans. It really does kind of depend. But it's a pretty great thing. Like we kind of got together from that Air Force gaming community, and then from there we have just kind of looking for people. A lot of it is just like one of us may know somebody who is also serving or has served, and then we get them in, and it's that kind of creating those networking. So a lot of getting into it was just networking and utilizing the Air Force Gaming Discord community.
Love it. That's great. I'm glad it exists. I'm glad it happened. I'm glad you joined it, because watching you yesterday was a treat, and having you on the desk, I feel like I could just sit back and just have this be the Driss show. I'm not going to lie. I'll do my best to stay part of the broadcast, though. I do want to give a special shout out to Hot Shank. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Enjoy your commercial-free viewing of today's AFDL Winter Clash. Anybody else who wants to get this commercial-free, if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, and I think everybody has one now. They issue them at birth, basically. If you haven't used it yet, you can go ahead and throw that on for a quick sub to the channel and dodge all the commercials as we watch these teams push their way through these dungeons. And we are working down through Arikara now with Goats and Glory in the top left corner. It's a +8, and then we have a +8 mists for both U.S. Army Esports and Warrior Gaming foundation.
Yeah, and this is what we'll likely see a lot. These teams, if I had to take a guess, are going to kind of stick into these dungeons, at least until we start seeing the 11s. At least kind of how the feeling of the way that, especially since the keys have all been squished in levels, compared to the old like 15s to 30 range. The 11 seems to kind of be the old school 21, or that kind of break in to go from like, hey, we can just kind of press W, pull everything, not care about kicks or really anything. And that's where you have to have that kind of mind shift into, okay, now we actually need to make sure that we're kicking appropriately, that we're using our kits more. We need to really not be pulling extra and kind of stick to the routes, or be prepared to send certain defensives and everywhere. Where all the teams go after these dungeons, I would be interested. If I had to take a guess, I would guess that Goats and Glory would go to Dawnbreaker next. And the Warrior Gamer and Army may decide to go either also into Dawnbreaker or maybe Arakara. I don't know. I feel like leaving Mist to the end is a good call for Navy to do, just because it is like a pretty solid key where you can just kind of go through, and then if you've already mapped out the maze, it's just a nice way to kind of wind yourself into the push and just go right into pushing it. But I'll be honest, I'm not as sure about what the other teams have up their sleeves for this competition. Everyone's been pretty good at kind of doing things off on their own. And so I'm kind of excited to see if they pull anything out that maybe we didn't think of using or were unfamiliar with.
If that happens, if you see one of these teams who like pops a tech that you guys didn't use but you could have used, are you going to be devastated?
Oh, I don't know if I would say devastated. I think it's one of those things to have, I would say normally in the pocket, but given the next time we would be all competing together, it's going to be in Season 2 and an entirely different array of dungeons. But at least as far as doing things on live is concerned, I know that I'll be keeping that in the back of my mind for any of my live keys, or if when the Air Force team, if we're doing stuff on live to kind of have to test out for, who knows if these dungeons come back in the pool, we'll kind of have that in the back of our minds.
Yeah, that's true. These could cycle back around in a Season 4 if we get one of those later down the road. So having that tech in the back pocket is always good to have. We have our beautiful Dungeon Complete graphic showing up here for Goats and Glory as they knock out a 3 chest on that +8 Arakara. And I just want to highlight exactly what just happened here. So Goats and Glory just ended that +8 Arakara, and we saw them teleport out to Dornegal, almost called it Valdraken. We don't live there anymore. They ported out to Dornegal, but they're immediately right into another key. And you're probably wondering, how the heck? How did that happen? Well, with AFDL this season, we've given all of the teams the option to have a roster of 10 players. And what Goats and Glory has done, speaking of tech, is they've taken that full roster of 10, built 2 teams, and they have one team sitting in Dornegal, keys ready to go so that they can start it as soon as the key ends for the other team. They're hoping that this saves them somewhere in the range of 40 minutes on the day. And if you break it down, we've seen teams complete somewhere around 12 keys a day, 12 dungeons a day is where we're at, which is about 3 minutes and 33 seconds in between each key that they can shave off by doing this and having these 2 full teams ready to go. I am nervous that this might have them lose some of that consistency with one team playing all day long. But if they can save 40 minutes, that's 2 whole dungeons almost. What do you think of that, Driss?
It's definitely one of those things, if you have the roster for it, it is a very clever way to kind of work within the rule set. Now, I am always a fan of being able to kind of find the loopholes, or maybe utilize a rule in a way that it may not have originally been intended. But I truthfully hope that this is something that does not change going forward. I know this event is a little bit of a special case, but I do like that idea. You're able to utilize the full roster. Now, a lot of times with teams, sometimes it's difficult to have the full 10, or in some cases, we've had in the past members get called on deployments or have certain mission requirements that come up that, at the end of the day, we love playing WoW, but we're all service members first. So that can sometimes create problems, but it is in and of itself a strategy that can be used, because you can kind of set up essentially those two teams. Now, a lot of the times with WoW players, you're going to have people that are really, really good at that MDI style. Like maybe just you're able to just do really big pulls really quickly in that lower key bracket. And that might be the play style that you're a little bit better at, or you play a class or spec that does better in that range, especially like with a rep paladin being able to do lots of AoE damage in those lower brackets, and they're pretty much unkillable. Sometimes you have players that are a little bit more suited for the push style, where they can get into those 16s and 17s, and they have the class knowledge and the reaction time to be able to handle a lot of those mechanics. Ghosts and Glory is now able to utilize that by having their roster of 10 being split up into those that could potentially be better suited to do the lower ranges and get them done faster. And at the same time, it allows the team that might go into those higher ranges that breather. The biggest thing, which will be interesting to see once they get into that push range, is are they going to keep the two teams? Are they going to intermingle the members into a single team? And are they going to deviate between key to key? Having that kind of two teams in one lets those members, if they get to that 15 at bricks and they're just getting a little tilted, they have the roster to have the entire team be able to step away while they can push elsewhere or do other things. Hopefully this works out for them. Hopefully it doesn't create any potential issues. But I am very impressed that they were able to think of this, and I am very excited that the admins were okay with them doing it. I think this will be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff, because they also, we saw it in the MDI just recently, but there are some group comps that are just better for some dungeons. With two full teams, if your two tanks are playing different classes, now you can have a prop paladin that steps in when you need one. You can have a prop warrior that steps in when you need one. Or in this case, we're looking at a Vengeance Demon Hunter. I have to ask, though, I spent a decade and a half in the Royal Canadian Navy, and there were plenty of deployments that we had service members who were on the hockey team miss to go to those tournaments. Are you telling me that for AFDL tournaments, you don't get to skip a deployment as a member of the esports team?
No, not quite. A lot of it, at least with the Air Force side, a lot of ours is kind of an extracurricular in a way. We have our own duties and our own assignments, but at the end of the day, we are what we are trained to be, and then this is what we can do in our downtime and off time. Now, on occasion, we might get the go-ahead kind of on a commander by commander basis of whether they will be willing to kind of release us from kind of give us the day to go and compete in an event, or sometimes we have to use our own personal leave. But the different branches handle how they do their esports teams differently. I know, at least with the Air Force side, as far as the WoW team is concerned, if a deployment comes up, we got to fulfill our deployment capabilities. And we've had members in the past try to still play from downrange, and if you think my connection is bad on broadcast, you can only imagine what it's like downrange trying to get in and do a plus 20 or a plus 25 of whatever.
Yeah, nobody can use a sat phone today. We have a tournament.
Exactly.
I love it. We are coming up to Miss Caller Tradova here in this +5 Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. We're expecting that Goats and Glory is going to make quick work of her as she spawns those first set of orbs, and everybody takes a nice little sidestep to dodge them. I notice here they don't have a DK on here. A lot of the teams were running DKs yesterday, and on this fight in particular, it's really important that you are careful when you send Grippy Hands, your Abomination Limb, and be deadly on this key.
Yes, that was something we were joking about a lot yesterday, being so grateful that we don't have a key into comms, because every time we were on this fight, our Death Knight Venom, who traditionally is a tank for our team, but is a Heritage Frost DK, so he got to play what he loves. But every time we would come up, we would see the fox appear, and we saw the arm swinging around him, and then that would just be kind of the cue for myself and then Drokor, our shaman. We would just kind of step away from Mistcaller because we knew inevitably that there was going to be that icicle detonation. I think, especially with the comp that the Navy team is running in this right now, that is not a stress that they will have to worry about. And I am particularly happy because I am a feral main in heart. So seeing a feral druid in the competition, it makes me really excited. And I just hope that it works out for them as they're going through these key levels.
Yeah, feral druids are like really good because the people that play feral are feral about their class choice. And they're usually quite good because they have to be 10 times better than everyone else to justify being a cat. You're like, I'm not changing off cat, so I'm going to be the best damn cat I can be. And Newbie is out here putting in the work, and we're loving it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's normally very common for the cats to get essentially bullied onto a chicken in a lot of cases, especially in this season. But power to Newbie sticking in with the feral. There's a lot of having a druid in Mists of Turnescythe especially is just a really nice thing because they're able to open up all the doors. You don't have to use herbalism to get the seeds or the doors. They can stealth ahead and kind of do all that kit. So it'll just be the matter of having that extra melee slot. So we're like, one of the things we were dealing with, especially in our low keys, was having the full melee DPS range, and right here specifically having just all the poisons, all the swirls, everything can just make it really cluttered. But as we can see with them on the top of the meter, they're just able to kind of literally shred everything away and kind of take care of it pretty well. So it'll be interesting to see if they'll elect to keep the feral druid as the keys get higher. Will the druid swap to Boomy in the higher keys, or will they swap the druid out entirely in favor of a different class or a different spec just to kind of free up the melee range?
What do you think the over-under is on number of cat puns we're able to make in our 2 hours left of the broadcast?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I'm really bad at thinking of it on the spot now that I'm wanting to make one. But I'm sure by the end of it, I'm sure we're going to figure out a couple of them that I am certain.
Yeah, by the end of our broadcast, we'll just be purring along with those cat puns. I'm certain of it. We're seeing Goats and Glory pull some trash here into Tredova to try and wrap this dungeon up. This should give them enough count. It'll put them at over 100% once it's down. And then Tredova as well will be the lock-in on the +3 on this dungeon. And, I mean, as we know right now, the Goats and Glory has another team, like, queued up. They've got Key in the block, and they're ready to go. I can't wait to find out where we go next.
Yeah, they're really pouncing on the opportunity to pull trash on Tredova, which is one of those things that if you can pull it off and you get the kicks established on the Staghorns, it just makes it a lot easier to deal with, especially in these little keys. With the Feral Druid, having any bit of cleave or funnel that they can put their bleeds on to get extra fresh spites is really well. But like you said, yeah, we're fully expecting this team will be done and then immediately starting up the next. Where they're going to go, if I had to guess based on how we saw them do their Arakaras, I'm sure the Team 2 is, or Team 1.5 is in Mist with that 8 ready to go. But we may even be surprised and they might be jumping in and doing the 11 Arakara instead. It really will just kind of depend on how the Navy has kind of divided up their assets and in what direction they choose to sail.
That was, man, you slipped in a Navy punt. This is great. You're really good at this.
I appreciate it.
I dig it. So there goes Mists of Turnescythe down. They 3 chest that +5 easily. And as we can see, we have Warrior Gaming Foundation also completing an 11 Mists of Turnescythe. Do they all just complete at the exact same time?
It does look like it.
Okay, cool. So we had 2 completions off screen, and now we have Warrior Gaming Foundation and U.S. Army Esports both in a Mists 11. They're hitting that 21 mark as it was mentioned earlier by Driss. Like once they get there, then we'll maybe see them shift up their dungeons. And as you predicted, Goats and Glory right back into that Arakara +11 and off to the races. I was skeptical. When I heard what their plan was to save time, I was like, there's no way that's going to save them that much time. Chris, I'm able to say when I'm wrong, as my partner will attest, and I am definitely wrong here. They're saving a ton of time with this tech.
Yes, they and I am very excited that this is working out for them. And it does look like this other team has a little bit more of a traditionally, I guess you could say, kind of a meta class lineup, having the Prot Warrior, and then we were seeing a lot of Resto Druid in MDI, especially. They have the Dev Evoker, their Frost DK, and then the Ret Paladin, which does really well here. And it looks like they are able to just kind of pull everything in and just devastate it. I not even trying to make the pun there. They are doing a very good job of kind of cleaning and clearing. And then that allows the other team we just saw get done with Mist of Turn of Scythe. Now they have all that time to kind of make sure they have their buffs. They can take their break if they want it. And within the next, 15 minutes, by the time this Arakara is done, then they can be slamming either that 8 Mist, or they could jump in and do the 5 Dawnbreaker. Now looking at Warrior Gamer and Army, they are in that 11. They have been kind of pledging on and through with the Mist of Turn of Sight this morning. Looks like Warrior Gamer is on Ingra Malak, that first boss, which can sometimes take a very long time in old Tyrannicals. But throughout the competition, we've been seeing, like, even in those 11s and even in the 13, normally taking it out in 1 to 2 phases. Army is already past that point, getting ready to go through the Mist. Now, one of the things that we noticed that I believe some of the day one broadcast may have had some issues, but we were having the same Mist maze every time. So what I imagine the Army and the other teams have been doing, but we were able to, in practice, map out what the maze was. And then the morning of, especially after we heard there may have been some issues, we double checked that it was still the same. And we were able to just, without even ever doing the puzzle, we just had it routed and memorized and just went door to door to door going through. So being able to kind of pair that with pulling through the wall, can definitely save the teams a bunch of time and not risk potential setbacks from going through the wrong door, or kind of setting yourself up for failure in those ways. But I wouldn't even know if I would say that the Army and Warrior Gamer are necessarily ahead right now, because, like, even though we're seeing this 11-hour card, Goats and Glory has been in 2 dungeons already. So their strategy is so far seeming to be pulling off very well for them.
Yeah, like it's not a full dungeon, but they're like half a dungeon ahead at this point, right? Everybody is currently working on their first plus 11, but Goats and Glory also has a 3 chest 5 already in the bank. This is good. Now, good tech early on will push them out fast, which is great. But then the question comes down, are they going to be able to execute in those higher keys as it gets more difficult? And hopefully we are. I had heard that the highest key level they had practiced this week was a plus 13. And based on the scoreboard, we know they have to get 15s in the bank in order to hit those top seeds. So it'll be interesting to see if they can go above what they practiced. Andres, you can attest, there's a huge jump in difficulty from a 13 to a 15 or even just a 14, right?
Oh, absolutely. And with especially with the way that this tournament, or not really tournament, but the seeding, this competition that we have this weekend, not having Guile kind of almost set us up for a false sense of security. I will be the first to admit that not having that affix, I went into thinking that, oh, well, like, these keys are probably going to be easier just because there is less damage. They have less health. It's not going to be as crazy. And at least from the Air Force side of the house, going through those 11s and doing the 13, we pretty much felt that. It may have led, especially one particular pool in an 11 Mist of Turn of Scythe, to be a little bit more hectic than we had intended it to be. But it kind of lulled us into that sense of, okay, it's not horrible. As soon as we got into that 15, and especially with those 16s we were messing with by the end of the day, that difficulty spikes very drastically, on top of having to try and manage the affixes that are in the keys that aren't at that level on live. I will say, I think practicing those 13s is probably a good call, and they'll be able to get in. And if they're expecting to double chest the 11s, they'll already be prepared to put the 13s on the board. But like you said, between all the teams that have already timed the 15s and have 14s or double-chested 14s on there, if they're wanting to get into a higher seed, they are going to need to make sure that they can put a 14 and 15s on that board. And hopefully the strategy, if they're thinking that they're saving 40 minutes, will be that difference of giving them that wiggle room to push into those key ranges that they may not have practiced prior to today's event.
Gotcha. Chat actually is giving us some inside tech that says they didn't even practice a 13. I find that the two members said it yesterday on stream. There's no way that was wrong. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out as they work their way through this Arakara. And we are just living in mists with U.S. Army Esports and Warrior Gaming. And we're fighting George Goulet here on one. We're both working through the maze. These two teams there's about a 30-second gap between them, it seems like, in their speed through the maze, but they're both really close, and they're both performing well. I wonder if that closeness in their speed will carry through into the other dungeons, or if it's just a product of mists.
Yeah, we will have to see. I know at the very least, when it comes through in these ranges, we're expecting Warrior Gamer and Army to be in a good spot, hopefully to triple these 11s. I know a lot of the teams were having that double-chested timer on the 11 Mr. Turn Aside, because like I said, it can be a dungeon that is punishing in a way that you wouldn't expect it to be. The beginning goes so quickly, and then the maze just seems to force everything to a grinding halt. I know as a DPS main who was playing tank, all I wanted to do was just keep pulling, and then having to physically wait until combat drops to then go to the next part of the maze. It just drags, and then that almost creates that like itchy feeling once you get out of the maze to just want to go all the way down to Tadrova. So in our case, that may have just hurt us a little bit, where we didn't guarantee the triple chest, but we were still able to go back and do the 15. That's something that Warrior Game and Army are going to have to come out. Do they want to triple the 11, do the 14, and have the 16? Or do they want to just do the double, have the 13, do the 15, and then it sets them in to kind of progress out there further? The biggest places that you can make or break the timer in Mist are all after Mistcaller. So depending on how they want to do their pulls as they go, and hopefully not failing the maze like we just saw with Warrior Gamer, it will put them back. Like, you can't afford to mess up the mazes, because that easily adds 20 plus seconds just running back and getting to where you need to go.
Yeah, we heaped a lot of praise on Goats and Glory for their two-team tech and how it gave them an advantage, but we just saw that they had to reset this plus 11, but I'm not sure I didn't catch what happened. I don't know if there was a team wipe or if maybe they just weren't happy with the speed they were going, but they have reset this 11 and essentially lost that lead that they had gained in time by doing so. I don't know if that's something they practiced on the weekend, but hopefully they don't have to reset it again, or maybe call in the other team. Let's get Newbie in there on the Feral Druid. That's probably what we're missing. That will be the key. That's crazy to me. I have to know what happened. We'll have to ask them after the broadcast.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that can get very it's one of those on-the-fly decisions that you need to make when you're in the middle of the competition of, is it worth dropping out and resetting and losing all of that time to try and guarantee a triple? Or do you just have to push through, finish the key, and then just do what it creates next? That is something that hopefully doesn't come back and bite them in the butt. However, we will kind of see it as things go along. Now, with what we have on screen right now, we see in this 11 that Warrior Gamer has that about 11:50 on the clock, going right into Mistcaller, very close, getting that 80% mark. We look down into the right, that's 14, almost 15 minutes in, and they are just about done with Mistcaller. That, depending on how fast that Warrior Gamer can actually defeat Mistcaller, even with that hiccup, that does put them at a faster pace in this Mist of Turnescythe than the Army is currently. With the way that the timer works, it's going to be very tight to even get the triple. It looks like they'll probably try and play it safer to just guarantee the double chest instead of risking it and handing a nasty wipe and maybe even single chesting it. But this key is, it was one of my favorite keys from Shadowlands. I was very excited to see it come back, but it is not an easy key in that higher range to try and get multiple chests on.
No, definitely not. We saw in day one, we saw Ukraine Gaming. They were, or Ukraine Warcraft. They were doing +2s on their 11s, rolling those into 13s, +2ing their 13s, and then timing a 15 to give them those 15s on the board. I almost wonder if this is a strategy from US Army Esports to purposely not 3-chest this 11, because if you 2-chest it and then 2-chest a 13, that happens in less total time than 3-chesting an 11 and 2-chesting a 14. And then you also have the option to run those 15s, because the 16s, I wouldn't be surprised to see teams try to avoid 16s until the last minute, because it just feels like a lot of extra effort and a lot of potential for mistake for so much fewer points when you can put 15s up, like 3 15s on the board right now. If any team had that, they'd be in first place.
Yeah, it'll really just come down to how they want to get the points that they do. I know from the side of Air Force, our big thing was we wanted to try and triple all of the 11s to get the 14s. And we do see that wipe from Army. It looked like in a very familiar spot. That can get very tricky, that pulling all of the beetles. There's just a lot of things that come out, and you need to make sure the kicks are on point and everything else. But it does come down to that strategy. I know for us, we wanted to get as many 14s timed to potentially go into those 16s, or just, even if anything, if we saw that we were having trouble in the 14, then we would have a 15. And it ended up working out for us because we were able to go through those keys faster. And we will have to see how it goes. And it does look like there may have been an acorn mishap there. And we are seeing the Army, they zoned out and are zoning back in. That could be, as far as timing is concerned, that could be quite devastating.
Wow. They basically just threw 16, I think we're at 17 minutes in the timer. They just threw 17 minutes away. They just reached into their bucket of time and said, you know what? We don't need these 17 minutes. That's unfortunate. That is really hard luck. You have to make sure you get those acorns. The first acorn after Ingra, Maylock, anybody can click that. But that acorn after Mistcaller has to be your Druid, Night Elf, Tauren, High Mountain Tauren, or Herbalist +25 in order to tag that. And if you don't have somebody tag that, then you're resetting back to the start of the maze if you die down there. That is really unlucky for them to have to do that. Does this mean Warrior Gaming is in the lead right now? And before you answer that, chat, we have a prediction up right now. Oh, we may have missed it. We had a prediction up to see who was going to go to Dawnbreaker first. If you didn't have a chance to throw in the prediction, write it in the chat. Let us know what you think. But does this mean, like, as with the 2 resets now, is Warrior Gamer in like the slight advantage here?
I would say, as far as with pacing goes, that puts them up. We did see the Ghosts and Glory in their 11 hour card had to get out, reset. Army had that little bit of a mishap, had to get out, reset. Warrior Gamer, so long as they keep this pace and they get that double chest in this 11, that will put them as the only team that did not have to get out and reset. And when you're in a competition that you only have 5 hours to push 3 keys as high as you can, that extra time, whether that's the 15 minutes or even 10 minutes that you didn't have to take to get out and reset in this lower key range, could be the difference on whether you can get that one extra try at the end of the day in a key that does matter. Now, we did see the missed kick coming out in the Warrior Gamer side. However, they do have a priest in the group, which they can utilize the Master Spell to get rid of that shield that goes out on all of the grouping there. That is kind of a bad luck protection, so to speak, on the side of keeping that priest in these dungeons. I know we utilized Master Spell a lot yesterday, but that does put Warrior Gamer in kind of that advantageous position right now. Though as far as the leaderboard for today's teamings go, it does, the Goats and Glory, they do have that extra dungeon. But if Warrior Gamer is able to be the first ones to actually time the 11 and either put work into the 13 or go into the next dungeon, that will slowly start putting them ahead of the other groupings, or the other 2 teams that we have today as well.
it's exciting stuff watching it play out, and I love the intricacies of it. It's been a great 2 days so far here in the AFDL WinterClash, and Sunday is shaping up to be another banger. This is exciting stuff. I do need Goats and Glory though to finish this 11 so we can get Newbie back on the screen. I need my feral action. This is you're killing me with this Resto. At least the Resto Druid's going into cat form, so we have that at least.
That is true. They are kind of finishing up. They were able to do Avanox. They have 0 deaths on the board, so they are in a good spot as they go into Noob Zect. Now, this is one of those bosses that we can see right there. They're doing the kind of warrior tech, or what can be used with an evoker as well, being able to just jump over the ledge, and then it gets rid of the mobs right before the boss, and they're just kind of able to seamlessly go from a pull that can kind of waste a lot of time with taking out the 2 sentries and then the web mage, but they're able to just kind of go right into boss, rolling with their cooldowns, and just go with it. Now, that is something that, as far as I'm aware, the warriors can heroic leap over it, or you can use the evoker to rescue someone over that ledge. And it is just a little bit of a time save, especially if you either pulled more in the beginning or you plan on pulling more things kind of after this. But this boss can be pretty dangerous. In the higher tyrannical side of things, there's just so much damage that goes out that the healer really needs to stay on their toes. And with their Resto Druid in this 11 at the very least is keeping everyone quite healthy during these more dangerous portions of the fight. Now, we are seeing Warrior Gamer in the top right. They're kind of in that last part of Tredova, dealing with the final shield consumption phase, making sure to dodge everything. And though things are getting a little low, they are able to get out of the phase and are dealing with that. And then Army is finding themselves right back at first boss, just a little bit over that 3-minute mark. So they are making a pretty good time playing catch up, but that still doesn't change the fact that they are a little bit behind because this is their second iteration of the 11.
Yeah, if Warrior Gaming pulls this out and then adds on the last 3.45% that they need, they will be the first team today to time an 11 and the only team that would have done it without resetting it first, which is hopefully not a trend that we see carry on with other 11s in the future. Goats and Glory making quick work now of the boss and getting ready to head into the last room in their plus 11 Arakara. They are well on pace to 3-chest this, which they seem confident on. I question whether or not it's a mistake to 3-chest those 11s. I just worry that it makes it a lot harder later down the road, but it feels good in the moment. So if it feels good, do it.
I definitely agree. Now, of course, if the highest that they practiced was a 13, despite other slanderous claims, that 14 will be a bit of a wake-up call, but having that triple-chested 11 still counts. If there are other teams throughout that, it could come down to what team timed what dungeon faster. Sometimes this strategy is just to time the easier key faster, especially if you're unsure that you would be able to time its higher variance. So Goats and Glory could be setting themselves up to have that 14 later in the day so that they can spend some time on it, that they're gaining from their 10-man strategy, or they could be banking on having just a really fast 11 that can help seed them in a different part of the kind of the competition for next season.
We did just see a death.
Yes, it did see the death. They were able to get the quick res, it looks like. And this pull can be kind of dangerous. There's just a lot of those little ads can do a lot of damage. And then having the massive slam from the giant beetle can sometimes set you up for some pretty scary parts of the dungeon, but they are dealing with it pretty quickly and they'll kind of continue onward. It does look like the army is back in the maze. We see the evoker is going around to each of the pedestals to figure out the puzzle, but Warrior Gamer in the top right is going into the 13. So they have elected to just stay in Mist. We're still 5 minutes left of the first hour, and they've just dedicated this whole first time into Mist to turn aside. Now, one of the things we did see here, and due to playing Prop Paladin, I was able to kind of tell what's going on. So they're going out, Warrior Gamer right now, they're going out for the reset. And why that is, one of the pulls that happens there that a lot of the teams have been doing is taking those little Drust spike claws, taking the 5 of them, and then going to the 3-pack that is right at the entrance. However, if a prop paladin throws Avenger's Shield at any of the spike claws on the left, it will chain into that left pack of mobs. So the paladin there on the side of Warrior Gamer threw out the Avenger's Shield. It went into the pack that they did not want to grab in with that 13. So they decided, you know what, we're not going to waste time. We're just going to get out, reset, and then they're going to just have to be a little bit more patient. But then they're going to go in and do that 13 again. It can be a little tedious, but hopefully that will be something going forward that they'll have in the mind to just throw a judgment or just wait that little bit extra seconds to just body pull everything that they need into the pack that is required.
Yeah, it's the Avengers Shield sometimes seems to have a mind of its own. You have to be very precise with what mobs you're tagging and when, based on their range. It's almost as dangerous as Chain Lightning. Shout out to all my Elemental Shaman mains. I know there's a couple of you watching. You just got to be careful when you're using those abilities that can randomly jump to other packs and try to use them, safely if you can. Luckily for them, it was the first pull of the dungeon, and they can get this quick reset in. But if they had a second team ready to go, they would have saved 3 minutes.
Yeah, but they are going ahead and they're just jumping right back into that 13. We'll have to keep a little bit of an eye to see if the paladin elects to just throw a hammer instead of a shield. But they should have no particular issues going in. Yep, they just waited, threw the consecration down, and are chaining into the next pack. So that we'll get to see them kind of go through, and they'll be able to deal with this with relative ease. On the sides of Ghost and Glory, they are about 35% left of the last boss. It's 11 with 3 minutes left on the clock. They are looking to be in a very healthy range for the 3 chest in this 11 Arakara, and it'll be interesting to see where Goat Team 6 is located to carry on for the next bracket, and then the army is down there in the bottom left, finishing out this maze. It looks like they may have, if they're not on their last door, they probably have just one more left before they can go right into Mistcaller.
Yeah, it's we still haven't seen a Dawnbreaker yet, so maybe Goat Team 6, which is what we're calling that other team from now on, maybe they're positioned in the Arathi dungeon, ready to go, or maybe they're looking at another Mr. Tyrannosaurus +8 to get that pushed up a little bit. We're going to find out very shortly, because this is their whole bag this weekend, as we see the dungeon complete on their 11 3-chested Arakara. That 14 is going to be a tall order. They are in mists, ready to go. The key is in. 3, 2, 1, rocking and rolling, and we are going to see them tear through this Mists of Tyrannosaurus +8. I love this tech. This is a very clever use of tournament rules, and I'm here for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they are pulling all of this.
Yes, in a key range like this, sometimes it's just easier, instead of waiting, to just pull everything together at one, let the enhancement shaman do what it does best, and just have everybody else come out. We see that wonderful, beautiful orange color up there with lots of numbers next to it, doing great work. We're going to probably see them get through this pretty quickly. We did see Warrior Gamer have another reset, so they're getting ready to do another take at their 13 Mist. But with Goat Team 6 on the screen right now, they're just powering through. They have not only do they have the Demon Hunter, but they do have the Priest, so they're able to do the skip there, not having to worry about pulling any extra. They have that beautiful Druid being able to go in there, clear the roots to be able to get those mushrooms. The green ones giving the main stat, the purple ones giving some extra health, and then they'll be able to just kind of go in and pull the rest here. The Demon Hunter going in, pulling the Bow Breakers down to the 4-pack, and they just will probably make quick work. We do see the Skull Marker out, but in this range they have so much cleave that it is very likely that it is just all going to go down all at the same time, and it's just going to be a furry mess. It's going to be great.
Yeah, with those 2 pulls, the extra large pull at the beginning and this pull here, they have taken a ferocious bite out of the enemy forces that they need so far in this Mr. Tyrannosaurus, and are easily on pace for a 3-chest in this +8.
Yeah, now there is a lot of AoE damage going out. Everyone's getting really, really low. The priests doing what they can to keep everybody kind of together, and they are able to manage. We do see that purplish hue around the bow breakers, so some of the affix did go off to empower those mobs, but they are bringing it down, able to still deal with it with 0 deaths on the board as they can go into Ingra. They still have a Lust at their ready, so they'll be able to use that to one phase. Ret Paladins don't have cooldowns, so that Ret will be able to just Divine Storm their way through this boss fight, as everyone else can just kind of peel away at this. They are set up to have a pretty quick clear. It'll just be the matter of being able to get the triple chest, not pulling too greedily at the end there, so that they can get ready to go into their Dawnbreaker and provide the other team that opportunity to go into the 11 Mist.
Yeah, we had a fun talk. We're working on some Queen Ansarek prog on my team. We were having a talk about we're prioritizing cooldowns in P2 for running down ad sets. And our Ret Paladin, when we got to him, he was like, I don't know, every 30 seconds. So, yeah, it's sort of crazy. They're just on-demand coolies, it seems like, for Rets. And we're going to see it here as they pop off into this damage amp phase on Ingram Maylock. The Ret Paladin shoots to the top, and then Snorky comes up top as well, the Enhanced Shaman. I've seen Enhancement Shamans burst up to 15 million in pulls, especially that first pull in Necrotic Wake. That class is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And Newbie as well, putting in work. And obviously they one-phase this boss on a +8. There was never any doubt of that as we head into the maze. Goats and Glory, rocking and rolling. And let's have a look at everybody else. We're back on the big board.
Yeah, we still have, with the army, 0 deaths in their 11, finishing up Mistcaller. They're in the final phase. Just got done with the guessing game, and they'll be able to peel away the last % of health and go into this last chunk. Now, they do have 4.5 minutes on the board, so there's always a chance, but they are less likely to get the triple chest. They'll probably go in for that secured double chest so that they can go in and do the 13. But it does look like Warrior Gamer has been having some difficulties with the 13. This is not the first time that we've been seeing them kind of phase out and go in. If I was in their side, I would start wondering now, is it worth still trying to get the 13 done? Or do we maybe need to take a break and go somewhere differently? They're hovering over that Mist Eternal Scythe. We'll have to see. Maybe they choose to go somewhere differently, and they go to Arakara. So they're going to take a step away from that 13, give them a chance to cool off, and then they can go into this Arakara, get some points on the board, and they can just blow through the 5, blow through the 8, and then they can elect to either double or triple chest the 11, depending on how they want to kind of handle the rest of the day.
Yeah, sometimes the best way to handle a key you're struggling with is just to walk away from it. And this, I think, is definitely the right play for Warrior Gamer. They get to refresh, reset on a couple of easy gimme keys in the +5 and the +8, and then buckle back in for some more challenging content. Speaking of challenging content, we have U.S. Army Esports wrapping up the big double pull here after Mistcaller as they work their way down with those birds. And I know you're going to tell me they're not birds. If they fly, they're birds. It's how it works. They pull those birds into the second pack with the Staghorn, and they're getting ready to work their way down to Ingra. This looks like they're in range. I don't think a 3 chests on the board with 246 to go, and still a bit of trash, it looks like. Quite a bit of trash, and then the boss. But I think this is a 2 chest easily.
Oh, absolutely. It'll just be the matter of how they want to deal with the remainder of their trash count. If they need that little bit of extra, are they going to elect to pull onto Shadova? If they already know that they're going to be going for the double chest, they may elect to just not worry until after boss. They may go before boss. We can see there's not an exhaustion on the debuff of the Devastation bird, so since it flies, it is a bird. So we'll be able to kind of see them go right into boss. It's looking like they are going to drag that double pull into boss, and then that would be a perfect use of Lust and just being able to burst everything down. We can see Goats and Glory is in the maze, still kind of trekking along with that, dealing with all of those kind of ghostly looking Night Fae. while in Arakara, Warrior Gamer is finishing up that first mini boss and then going into the kind of second platform before the first boss.
That was I don't know if I'm allowed to pick favorite casters at the AFDL here, but I'm picking you. That was the Devastation Bird. That was it. That ruined me. We can shut her down now, folks. The stream is over. Not really. Don't go anywhere. The stream's not done. We have many more hours of entertainment to go as we watch U.S. Army Esports put in work here on Tredova to finish up this plus 11. They haven't left Mists of Tyr Scythe yet, and no team yet has gone to the Dawnbreaker, which is, I don't know, the easiest key. Maybe they're saving it for last because of that reason. Would you say Dawnbreaker? I mean, you played it. You were in these yesterday. Where would you put Dawnbreaker on the difficulty scale?
So I would personally say it is definitely one of the easier keys. One of the interesting things with this AFDL event this weekend is we actually have what I would consider the easiest keys of the season as the keys that we're running. In the past, we normally will always get at least one, sometimes more, of the keys that are considered to be the problem children of the season. So out of the three of them, I would say all of them are considered easy. Dawnbreaker, I would say, is probably easier than Mr. Scythe. Maybe not easier than Arakara, but the biggest issue that Dawnbreaker has is it's not very dense. So there are a lot of places after first boss that you can do really massive pulls, but you're really kind of stuck behind. There are things that you have to do. Once you get to a certain point, you have to kill that first double pack before you can get on the boat, and then you have to clear each boat, and then you have to clear each mini boss. There's a set number of pulls that you have to do in that dungeon. So I think a lot of the teams are probably wanting to put that off purely so that they can just press W and they can just go. They don't have to worry about where they're going to fly to. It's kind of the Nakud of this expansion, the utilizing that dragon flying or the dynamic flying. It's just one of those things where it just can feel like it takes a lot longer, whereas with Arakara, you can just keep going. In Mr. Scythe, you really only have the maze that slows you down. But we are seeing the army kind of finish up this last pack after Tredova, dealing with the Gorger and the Staghorn, and then that should be the percent that they need to get this double-chested 11, and then we'll just have to see if they choose to go into the 13, or if they'll elect to kind of get the 11s across the board.
Yeah, and there it is. U.S. Army Esports wrapping up that 11 after a reset they had to do on it, but they're back in, done with it now. We want to take this opportunity as we jump back to the big board to give a giant thank you to Chill Wookie for the gifted subs. Thank you so much, Wookie. If you are somebody who just received a gifted sub from Chill Wookie, show them some love in the chat. Put some arms up for the Wookie. Don't make him angry. He'll tear them off. And enjoy your commercial-free viewing here on AFDL. Yeah, and we're back into it here. We're looking at the +8. Mists of Tyr Scythe, Goats and Glory, doing quite well as we expected. They're well on pace to 3-chest this as they pull all the trash down towards Tredova. And we see Warrior Gaming taking that reset, taking that beat, and they are working their way through this +5 Arakara and are just getting ready to pull the second boss here. It looks like Anub Zekt as they work their way towards him. Still no Dawnbreaker. U.S. Army Esports going into Arakara. Feel like everybody's afraid of Dawnbreaker. I want to see some flying boat action before we have to go away here.
Yeah, I don't blame the teams. I know for us yesterday, we did elect to do Dawnbreaker before Mr. Scythe. We felt pretty confident with the route that we had. It was kind of just something we wanted to take care of prior. But I definitely don't blame the teams for leaving it for later. It can just be a long dungeon, even though it is short and you can do it very quickly. It can just sometimes feel longer than the other two. Now we are seeing Warrior Gamer, like you mentioned, they're making their way towards a new Zekt. They are kind of finishing off the trash. They chose to go left at the fork in the road after the bridge, which does have substantially more casters in it than going right. But when you are just trying to do massive pulls, it can be, there's just everything's more clumped and there's a little bit more percent on the left than on the right. So it's just sometimes easier to do all that together. We see Goats and Glory taking out that last bit of percent that they need before going right into Trudova, it looks like, while Army is kind of getting themselves set up to get into this Arakara. Now, it does look like they do have the Ret Paladin in there, which I'm a huge fan of in these lower key ranges. I got to play Ret for our 5s and 8s. And I think it is just one of the perfect specs to bring into those lower keys. You just have 30-second cooldowns, and you can do massive burst while the other DPS can take care of the bosses. And it'll set them up perfectly to get those triple chests where they need the triple chest.
Yeah, and especially in Arakara, having they have a prop paladin and a rep paladin, it just gives them those two cleanses at the last boss make such a huge difference in clearing that poison. The DK can pre-AMS every other cast of it. And then the Enhanced Shaman most likely is running Poison Cleansing Totem to hit every other cast that the AMS isn't hitting. So they should have very few of the green slime to deal with, which is good. And especially when your comp is melee heavy, you don't want to be shooting that stuff out for too long and risk running into it, or clearing it when the webs go out and then running into your own as it moves away from you after having been cleared, which is a common killer in the last boss here in Arakara.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, especially on live, at least in my experience of pugging, people sometimes forget that just because you cleansed yourself, you still have to avoid your own wave. And I've also at the beginning of the expansion did it a handful of times of just running right with the wave and getting a couple ticks of damage that would sometimes just kill you outright. And so it is one of those things you just have to be a little bit more mindful of. I know it's very easy in the lower key ranges to just kind of let your brain go on autopilot, and that can sometimes set you up for some spicy situations. But as long as the teams can, even in those lower ranges, just remember, hey, that's a lot of damage we don't need to take. We really don't need to be dying on 5s and 8s. If we can avoid it, they should be fine. Now, we are seeing Warrior Gamer looks to be going left instead of sending it down mid. That is one of the tactics that you'll see on live, depending on your groups. In the competition, we've been seeing that healthy combo, it looks like, of either going down the middle, dealing with the big beetle, and then the 2 overseers, or going down the sides and dealing with more of the drones, and a little bit more overseers than just dealing with the 2 in the middle. But right now we see all teams are in Arakara with Goats and Glory going into that 14. Arakara. This will be the first 14 of the day attempted and hopefully timed for the Sunday's events.
I hope it gets timed. Hopefully they have some luck in here, and let's hope it's not the first time that they're hitting a 14 in this tournament, and that maybe the 13 cap prep was a joke. That left-hand side that Warrior Gaming took is a bit safer than going down the middle. As you mentioned earlier, that stomp with all of the mobs, the birds flying in, can really cause some problems. So you avoid that, but it does take a little bit longer, which in a time-based tournament, you have to really question, where do we need to be? And in a +5, it may have been better to take the shorter, more risky route than it is to go around the safer route. Or maybe they're just saying, hey, let's just play this the same way we're going to play it as we get into those higher keys. And we are seeing is it the Horrifying Shrill not being kicked? No.
Oh, it did. I thought they kicked it. Maybe did they not?
No, they got it. It's just the graphic on the spider as it's radiating that it made me think that it was not kicked. But they're alive, so they kicked it.
No, absolutely. I will say though, Arakara was the key, at least the one tanking that I felt like I was having a bit of a crisis when we were doing the 16 yesterday. Just the damage ramps up so quickly, and I'll be honest, I have not done a 16 or anything even remotely close to that range on live. So even with the small changes we have with the event, it was just a very eye-opening experience. And so if any of the teams had not been pushing in those higher ranges, all of these keys, there's going to be that wake-up call, right? So Goats and Glory right now, their comp is really good for what they're trying to accomplish right now. They have the Prot Warrior, which up until the recent changes with Prot Paladin had been kind of the dominant tank we were seeing in live, and it still is very capable of doing 14s and 15s in this range. They did switch into the Evoker, so they now have that extra defensibility. I know we personally did not run one, but having the Og in the group does make everybody tankier, and it just does provide a lot of utility that will help them in this. And then they have their Shaman, which as the healer, like it still has the poison cleanse. Rest of Shaman healing is just crazy throughput. They do a really good job of keeping people alive. And so with all of that together, we could be, they're set up for success. It's just going to be the matter of can they utilize all of the tools they have in their kit to be able to get this 14 done and set them up above the Army and Warrior Gamer today at this point. And we're still barely even an hour and 15 minutes in, and we're seeing a 14 being attempted. We see Warrior Gamer getting ready to run through Arakara again. Army is getting done past the bridge and getting their self set up to go to a noob Zect. This is looking pretty good. I think today's event is definitely going to be looking up to be a competition. This could be very nail biting by the end of the day.
Yeah. I wonder if obviously the teams from yesterday are watching. Some of them were watching in the room with us. I wonder if Ukrainian WoW is feeling nervous about their top seed position right now as we see Goats and Glory making this push into this 14 super early on in the day. Or maybe they're at home just sort of chilling and saying, you know what, it's okay, we got this. We don't have to worry because we know how hard it gets as you get up in those keys. Avanox will be the test. If we can clear Avanox, it's smooth sailing for the Navy team up until they hit the last boss, and they have a good comp for dealing with that last boss. The Warrior can heroic leap out to any of those fire puddles. The Death Knight can obviously Death Advance them and doesn't need the puddles for the help. And if the Paladin makes a mistake, they have Divine Shield available to them. So it'll be exciting to find out if they get past this Avanox pull here. They have a lot of burst damage, especially in the Paladin, and they're going to have to dump a lot of that right into the ads because with the Augmentation Evoker, you're really only using 2 DPS to kill these ad sets on Avanox, but it works.
Yeah, and it does look like Warrior Gamer may have had a little bit of an oopsie there. They resent the 5. I know they're just really raring to go, but they just got a little bit ahead of themselves. So they're making that quick reset, getting all of that together so that they can put the proper key level in and then get that going. Definitely, that is one of those things that it can happen, especially when we're having to make our keys. You have so many keys in the bag. It can be pretty easy to just send the wrong one in on accident, and then it takes that little bit extra time to have to reset.
Yeah, that makes the nerves do catch on a little bit. It has Goats and Glory. Can we check another viewpoint on Goats and we are working on another viewpoint on Goats and Glory to see. Oh no, it looks like they have. Oh, this is the other team. Gotcha. Yeah. So we are working on getting Goats and Glory back to us to see where they're at in Avanox. As U.S. Army works their way through Anub Zect, taking it down easily in their +5. And we see Warrior Gamer now has started the correct key, the +8 Arakara, as they head into this first pull, where they're bringing everything in and will likely hold Lust. You would send Lust here if this was a higher key level, though, I believe. We have just heard that mid-fight of Avanox, one of the Navy players has DC'd and is completely disconnected from the event. So that's unfortunate. That 14 that we had hoped to see them time, they're going to have to restart. Lucky for them, they have a second team that could jump into a Dawnbreaker for us. Here we go. We're getting a +5 Dawnbreaker with a newbie in the gang, everybody's favorite feral druid.
And now,
are you excited for our first Dawnbreaker?
Oh, absolutely. I'm very excited to see how they get this together. And if anything, this is the prime example of how the Guts and Glories kind of 10-man strategy is coming into just a, like, this right here is what you can hope for. They have that little bit of a hiccup, and instead of taking all that time to then either swap member in and then, having to get them all together in the group, or trying to wait for that DC to come back, they have their entire other team able to just take care of another part of the competition. So they're not losing any real time, even though it does suck that they were mid-pull and then they have that crash and they aren't able to pursue further into the 14. They're not losing that extra time trying to regather themselves, and it gives them that, they're not stressing out having to worry about any time that they may have lost because of the DC. So that definitely puts them in a good spot. I guess they unlocked Avanox's hidden Mythic 14 ability, which is just torpedo your internet and DC one of the members. So hopefully they'll find a way to be able to deal with that mechanic and that it doesn't come back to hurt them later in the fight. But it does look like Army is finishing up in their Arakara, and Warrior Gamers getting ready to do the first boss on their 8.
It's exciting stuff. I want to touch on Dawnbreaker. This dungeon, so we can see here, Goats and Glory is not running a Death Knight in this dungeon. And of all of the dungeons, I feel like Dawnbreaker is the one that most needs or most wants to have a Death Knight in it. There is a ridiculous number of mobs that stop and cast. And if you don't have a ton of kicks, and if you're running a Disc Priest, that's one whole kick you're missing. If you don't have a ton of kicks, getting those mobs gathered in and grouped up can be a real pain. We won't notice it so much on this 5, but how important is it to have that Death Knight as you get into the higher keys here in Dawnbreaker?
Depending on how your route is, it can be incredibly important. I know a lot of our own route for Dawnbreaker involved our Frosty K gripping in a lot of things, and using the Prop Paladin's Divine, or the bell. I'm drawing a blank on it, but Divine Toll, that's the one, using it to kind of do all of those interrupts and everything. So not having the Death Knight, like you said, on a 5, even on an 8, it's probably not going to be a massive deal breaker, but depending on how they're pulling and what mobs they're choosing to pull, where they're choosing to get a lot of their percent, when you're running 3 melee, having everything grouped is very important. And if they can't get everything together, that could set them up for some potentially sketchy instances, or having to deal with trash that is up just a little bit longer. But they're making very quick work of the boss, already getting into phase 1 of the first boss of Dawnbreaker. They'll be able to finish this up relatively easily, and then we'll get to see kind of how they choose to pull the trash leading up to second boss.
Yeah, we can see here that the point of view we're looking at is using Zoomer Flight, but you can also use Boomer Flight in Dawnbreaker, and it actually adds 200% speed to it. So normally in the real world, Boomer Flight is going to be 420% speed, but in Dawnbreaker specifically, it's 620% speed, which is an accessibility feature, making it just a little bit closer to Zoomer Flight. That is the new hotness that a lot of folks are interested in. Driss, what's your preference? Do you like the controlled landing ability you get with Boomer Flight, or do you prefer to go fast with Zoomer Flight here in Dawnbreaker?
I'm a little bit spastic, so I am a huge fan of the Zoomer Flight. We actually talked about this a lot yesterday. We do have some members on the Air Force team that prefer the old-fashioned way of flying, and that can, I think, when you're looking at, if you're trying to min-max, it is probably better to have Boomer Flight in Dawnbreaker if you're really trying to maximize time efficiency in certain places. But I've been a huge fan of Zoomer Flight since it was introduced, and there's something nice being able to whirling surge through the ropes of the ship to get to the next one, or dive bomb down into combat, that you just don't quite get with Boomer Flight.
Yeah, you got to go fast. You feel the need for speed, as they say in the circles that you travel in. Do they say that? Is that, do you guys quote Top Gun a lot in the Air Force, or is that?
Well, Top Gun is Navy, so that is a common misconception, and I won't dive too much into that, so to speak. Just, it's important to distinguish the two. Now, of course, Top Gun does raise our recruitment numbers to an extent because everyone thinks it's Air Force, but it is Navy. But that
I'm so
aside,
sorry.
it's fine. But Navy, second greatest Air Force in the world, only behind the actual Air Force. So it is what it is. Not salty there at all. Um, but regardless, they are utilizing their air efficiency in their own way, flying over to the mini boss, getting their trash as they are still zooming on through in this 5 Dawnbreaker. We do see Warrior Gamer in their 8 Arakara. They finished off Avanex, and they're going kind of through their route to get to a Noob Zect. We do see Army is in their 8. They're dealing with the second mini boss, and they should be getting towards Avanex probably within the next minute and a half to put them, pretty close on par. It'll just be the matter of how they're going to elect to kind of deal with the rest of the dungeon. Like, where are they going to pull? Will they go left? Will they go right? They have a comp that, at least with the prop paladin and then having a shaman, like, you can deal with a lot of the kicks. It'll just be a matter of how do they want to pull this dungeon to see if they can make up that extra time. Warrior Gamer did spend a lot of that time in their 13s that they kept repeating. So that gain that they may have had from when Army had to reset their 11 from earlier today, they have lost that to an extent. So it will just be a means of how are they going to make up those differences.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see that teams will be making those micro adjustments, try and optimize in between, especially after you've gone in and you've wiped her maybe earlier than you expected. You probably don't go into the day planning, hey, we're gonna miff this first 11 and have to reset it. So you might shift some of those adjustments up earlier, maybe forego a break, just to stay focused on the task at hand. These guys are all professionals, and by professionals I mean not professional gamers, but professionals in organization and planning. And so I believe that they'll be able to put those skills to good use as they work their way through these dungeons.
Yeah,
I just said a lot there, and none of it really meant anything.
Hey, it's all good. You know what? That's, as service members, we're so used to being told a lot of things, and it's a lot of words, but we only understand some of those words, and so I definitely pick up on that. But yeah, master planning, Army has always been really good. I have also, on previous broadcasts, I have sold them short in some places and been proven very wrong most of the time. So I don't want to, write them off. I think they are definitely doing what the Army is good at, and that is just taking their plan and just pushing through. They know exactly what key levels they want to have as they're going through the day, and if that involves needing to stop mid-key, well, they know that they're going to have the time in the back end to make up that difference. And so we'll just have to kind of wait and see how they play through everything. Now, Goats and Glory is technically still the only team that has now stepped foot into all 3 of the dungeons that we have for today. Now, they did have that technical difficulty with the 14, which is to why they're in the 5 now, but that does kind of set them, as far as pacing goes, in a different direction than Warrior Gamer and Army, which this is still only that, they haven't stopped into Dawnbreaker quite yet. It'll be interesting to see if Warrior Gamer and the Army are going to go into those 11s and then either 14s and 13s, or do they want to spend a little bit more time into Dawnbreaker before they break out into the double-digit key range? Because I would definitely say it's still pretty early in the day to say necessarily one is in a better spot than the other. But we did see the Shaman on the Warrior Gamer side get rooted and stopped by one of those puddle ads. And it looked like maybe they didn't have the kick up or the stun, or they just didn't have something to displace that little mob, and they ended up getting stuck in the swirl and ended up dying there. So that is a little bit of a setback, but they're still well within the triple chest timer. They're going to be fine.
Can't imagine what world we're in where a shaman didn't have something in their toolkit to disrupt that ad between knock up, cap totem, wind shear. There's a lot of options. I mean, they probably could have spirit paused out of it. There's so many things I feel like they could have done there.
Well, you take that time. They have to, to think and contemplate. But it gives, if anything, it gives the rest of the group that time as the shaman is running back. They can get all into the positions that they want. Just keeping in mind, we even saw that danger ping out there to show, like, hey, the overseers are over there. They did not clear them. So now, while they're doing this fight, they just have to remember that they have two relatively dangerous mobs on the edge of the arena. If they get a little bit too close to that edge, they risk possibly pulling it. But they are just a little shy of full percent. So they know when they kill the boss, they're gonna either have to put into one of those overseers, or they could just go up into one of the other side, that other side they didn't pull, and just get one of those drones and get for the percent. Goats and Glory is on Rush. I get this name wrong all the time. Rashanan. And so they'll be getting done with this fight pretty quick here. As we also see Army in their 8 getting to the door leading into the second boss.
Yeah, we just saw Danny alter time there to negate the effects of the pull-in. So instead of using one of the grips, Danny the Mage did alter time and was able to stay out from it. And much like yesterday, we had a Warlock who was using Demonic Portal to negate that instead of getting in the actual puddles. Alter time just gave me a small heart attack, very small one. Anytime somebody does this mechanic, it's like, just get in the puddle, please. You're making me nervous.
Mm-hmm. Alter Time is one of those abilities. I know I joke with some of the mages in my guild. It's the best ability that you never see them use, but it does have a lot of utility in different places to avoid mechanics, whether it's like in this case dodging the suck. There was a mage I used to play with back in Shadowlands that would attempt to use Alter Time during Sanguine Depths to dodge the beams and stuff on that last boss, to jump off the edge, dodge the beam, Alter Time back. So it has a lot of that utility. You can use it, like even hunters, like you can disengage mid, sorry for lack of better phraseology, you can disengage out of the suck in order to avoid getting killed. We do see that they did triple it. If I had to guess, we're going to see them go into the 11, but anything is a fair game at this point. With Goats and Glory being at the last part of the final boss of their 5 Dawnbreaker, and Army already over the halfway mark in their 8 Arakara.
Yeah, I hope we see them go to the 11 here. This scoreboard is incredibly tight. And early in the day like this, we still have 3.5 hours to go here on AFDL WinterClash seeding tournament. Early on, it's really tough to see like which team is pulling ahead and where those points are going to break down, and then compare them again to the big board that includes both Friday and Saturday. But you can sort of get that sense. And where yesterday there was 2 teams that really pulled ahead, like super early on. It was like, wow, the Air Force looks really good. And then, wow, Coast Guard looks really good. And you could tell right away, like, these are the 2 teams we're going to be watching later on. In today, like, all 3 of these teams are poised, I feel, to be like any one of them could come out on top for the day. And I feel like any one of them could potentially compete for not just Group A seeding, but for that top spot. If they continue on the pace that they're doing now, and they have as much success in those later keys as they're having in these early keys.
We'll just have to wait and see. My own ego with the Air Force team aside, I am very excited. I would agree with you. I do think that with the skill and effort that we've been seeing from the teams this morning already, that any 3 of them, if not all 3 of them, have that potential of getting up into that top ranking and potentially even knocking the Ukrainian team out of its kind of top bracket right now. But it's going to be all about how is the mental in the last part of the day. I know historically for me, it always gets a lot more difficult in that last hour and a half to make sure that I'm on all my P's and Q's. But other teams, at least with my own experience with watching Coast Guard gaming, and especially with Army, they have always been normally pretty good about that. The fatigue hits in, well, they stay dialed in. And so it's going to be all about, Goats and Glory. They're doing really, really good. They're all firing, and they're doing a lot of this great stuff in this early part. Can they keep the momentum in the end? Army and Warrior Gamer have had a little bit of a shaky start in different capacities, but are they going to be able to dial it back, and even more so in the later part of the day? And I think based on which team can keep that energy in the last hour of today will be the ones that are going to be timing the 14s, timing 15, and maybe even seeing the first 16, or the only 16 potentially, of this kind of winter event.
That'd be exciting to see. U.S. Army, definitely, if there's three things they're good at, it's marching, digging holes, and staying focused during long gaming sessions. I've seen it from them in previous tournaments, and hopefully we see it from them today as the day rolls on. Hopefully that's not hopefully I didn't just offend anybody in the chat who's an Army fan. I'm in Canada. That's what our Army does. They march, they dig holes. They're good at it. I assume yours is similar.
Oh yeah, I haven't had a whole lot of opportunity of working with soldiers in my own career. I have dealt a lot more with Navy, if it's not with just other Air Force types, but at least in the gaming spheres or in my own personal life with soldiers I've befriended, they are very good at just focusing in on something and getting it done. Don't ask them all the intricacies of how they got it done, because then you'll get worried about what they're doing to get it done, but they'll get it done. And so I am fully confident that the Army team is going to be able to get in there into those high key ranges, and they're just going to get them done.
Yeah. And speaking of getting it done, we have Goats and Glory back in that 14 Arakara. So Team 2 is back in here and making another attempt, hopefully this time with 100% less disconnects. But we will see when they get to Avanox what happens.
Yeah, they're just going to have to spell reflect the DC torpedo and hope that it works.
That's right.
This the 14 Arakara is definitely going to be a challenge. I think, especially at least from my own experience, getting used to how the bosses hit harder is a big mental shift, especially even in those 11s. Everything can still feel kind of like a wet noodle. You're still not afraid to pull relatively big. 11s are in the time frame or in that key range, though. When you're pulling really, really big, there's the bigger potential for misplaying. But for the most part, bosses, if the tank is on their P's and Q's, a hit from a boss isn't going to kill you if maybe you fumbled one defensive or another. The 14, if you're not making sure that you have a defensive for each tank buster or for all the parts of the fight that you need it, and you did not call for either a pain suppression or a sack or whatever external that you might be able to get from your group, that's when you're going to start seeing all of that responsibility fall on the tank. So as long as Goats and Glory's Warrior 9 can make sure that they have all of those defenses, that their ignore pain is up, that their block is good, and that they're rotating their shield walls, their last stands, or even using rallying cry when necessary, they should be able to keep going through there. Now, they do have a full melee comp if you're discounting the Aug Evoker, since they are that augmentation to the group. So they are going to lose a little bit of uptime on the boss needing to go and deal with the ads. But as we can see here, they have the boss positioning in such a great spot that it should allow for as minimal downtime as possible from the melee to get in, kill the ads, and come back. Now, we are also seeing in the top right, the Warrior Gamer is on their 11 on the same boss. So we're able to kind of see them literally side by side here. But in the big different, the key difference there is that the Warrior Gamer team does have the Frost Mage. So the Frost Mage is able to have that CC and deal with those ads without having to necessarily peel fully away from the boss, while Goats and Glory is needing to play a lot safer because of that melee composition.
Dodge.
Yeah, if the Death Knight's running Grip of the Dead, that can help with the ads because it's a 90% slow that decreases over time. So they can afford to have the ads positioned a little bit closer to Avanox and then just sort of like zip off, blast them down, back on the boss. But you do have to play that so carefully because you want to make sure that none of those ads get to Avanox. And on the same token, because of the way that the tournament has custom affixes, you got to make sure none of those Xalatath orbs reach Avanox either, or you're going to be looking at one angry spider, which is something you definitely don't want. And we mentioned like how in an 11, things still relatively don't hit that hard. It's also worth noting that an 11 here, the bosses are essentially the same as they are on live. So it's stuff that you would have been able to practice. You're in that relatively low to middle key range at a plus 11. So bosses, you were used to it. You've been playing that all season. And then once you shift over to the 12, 13, 14 is where we're really noticing those big jumps in the damage the boss does. Not as high as equivalent to retail, just with the lack of Xalatath's Guile. But this here, we're seeing it right now. There's gossamer webs going out that you have to dodge. You can't lose a bunch of space on the platform because of this. And those orbs are trying to get to the boss. So you're like, prioritizing. I got to drop a web, but I got to get these orbs. I got to make sure we still have space. And it's really tough to make sure you get them all and that the boss doesn't get any. And it looks like Avanox has one here.
Yeah, and I definitely want to point out there's some pretty awesome plays there. We did see the evoker on the side of Goats and Glory was able to rescue one of the stranded melee in those webs to bring out into there. They're doing a really good job of trying to position the boss in such a way that it still allows the melee to fight. One of the biggest problems that can be faced on this boss fight is boss positioning. I know one of the things that I suffer from especially is when you have these ads, you want to keep the boss away from the ads. And at least for me, when I'm in tank brain, I think, oh, I have to keep boss away from ads. I'm going to pull the boss in the entire opposite end of the room. But this fight is unique in the sense that you want to have the boss still close enough to allow that movement. If the tank is too far away, you're creating even bigger puddles. You're creating the room is getting filled up even more, and especially for melee, it just gets a little bit more dangerous. And there is way more downtime on the boss because the melee are having to run out to the ads that are already across the room and then run all the way back to the boss, especially if you don't have a bunch of ranged in your grouping. Goats and Glory was able to deal with that on a 14 damn near perfectly. Now we're seeing with Warrior Gamer, again, they're both close to the same spots of the dungeon, but with that 3 key level difference, Warrior Gamer is going. We see they do have 3 deaths on their board, so there have been a couple hiccups, but they are still going through and pulling and kind of going side by side. The biggest issues that are going to be here are going to be the big stags, like the anoobs. I forget the technical WoW term for the mob, but the big beetles, because they will give that damage reduction to everything around them. And so you have to balance between funneling down the big ad to allow the little ads to die faster, but then there's all the casters. All the web mages will have their big poison volleys, which can kill the group if left unkicked. And then you also have the potential of having some of the other ads just assassinate. So you have to balance between kicking everything, killing the big guy, or prio targeting, and Goats and Glory right there was able to do that beautifully. We also see the army on the board right now with their 11 going into the boss, having the paladin on their charger, grab all of those orbs, and they are also, like we can see here, they have the boss still close enough to the ads to reduce the amount of downtime for the melee to go in and cleave, while still having it far enough to give them the distance to deal with the ads. The 3 teams we see dealing with this are doing a very good job of where they are positioned and then making sure to bait all the drops in a way that does not consume the entire room.
Yeah, and definitely, if you're watching this and you're thinking, just like when you watch MDI, if you're looking at this thinking, "Oh, I'm just going to do this now on my, my weekly no lever," these are organized teams that have planned this and practiced this. They're expecting this. Don't roll into your weekly +10 with 4 strangers and park Avanox next to the ads and expect that the Death Knight has Grip of the Dead talented and expect that everybody's ready to optimize damage on them. You should probably err on the side of caution if you're doing this on retail, and just enjoy the show that the professionals are doing for you here in the weekend event as we move through Arikara, City of Echoes in the Armed Forces Dungeon League WinterClash seeding tournament.
Yeah, and that is one of the perks of getting to have these competitions. I know a lot of the time, like the service members or the veterans will each have their own kind of things that they're doing in their day-to-day lives, or depending on how mission requirements are, you might not always get to, when you're getting your weekly vault fills, you might not get to have a full stack. So then getting to use essentially strategies that are, like you mentioned, you would never do this in your pug group, getting your vault filled for the week. But when you have everybody in comms and you're familiar with how everyone plays and you can openly communicate, you're allowed to kind of pull a little bit bigger. You can pull a little bit more dangerously. And it's one of those situations that is very nice to not only get to put into practice, but as a caster and as a viewer from Friday, getting to watch the different teams utilize that teamwork that the military does a really good job of kind of indoctrinating us with and putting it into practice in a kind of universally loved medium, which is gaming.
Yeah, you love to see it. We're looking here at. I want to highlight. We've been talking about how Warrior Gamer and Goats and Glory are they're about 20 seconds apart in the key here. It looks like 25 seconds. It looks like in the time difference from when Warrior Gaming started versus Goats and Glory. Warrior Gaming is just now on a noob sect, and Goats of Glory is getting ready to pull it. There's a 3-level key difference here. You would really want to see Warrior Gaming be further ahead in a plus 11 than they are now, right?
I think if you're definitely rooting for the side of Warrior Gamer, it's really hard not to want them aside that much ahead. When you're even looking at it a little bit more, like we can see right now, all three teams are in Arakara. Warrior Gamer and Army are in the 11. But even between them, Warrior Gamer has 5 deaths currently in the 11. Army has 0. When you look at Goats and Glory is in the 14, so 3 key levels higher, but still has 1 death on the board. When you look at the individual timers as well, Goats and Glory has 12 minutes, 30 seconds as of the time I'm saying it on the clock. We look over at Warrior Gamer, they're close to being 25 to 30 seconds behind, being 3 key levels lower. Now, they're still both on pace to get some pretty good kind of end of key. Now, Goats and Glory is likely going to get the single chest on the 14. Warrior Gamer is on that kind of time to secure the double chest. But then Warrior Gamer still has to go in and do the 13, while Goats and Glory can kind of sit on the 14 and then go put themselves elsewhere. If I'm rooting for Warrior Gamer, I'm definitely nervous. While the Army, kind of in the back there, is kind of trugging along. They're still at a very good pace and doing it very cleanly. So it is very interesting to watch. And if I'm on the side of Warrior Gamer and if I'm on the team in the key, I gotta be asking myself, like, okay, like maybe I need to kind of like get out of my head a little bit. Like, what's causing these deaths? What can we address without taking too much time to play a little bit cleaner so that these mistakes we're making in the 11 don't come back in the 13s or higher and cause even more issues where you're getting into mechanics that you may have survived in the 11 that now you're having even more deaths on in the 14s and 13s.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You're not just in here doing the key, pushing it to get the time as fast as you can. You're also like taking those mental notes, like, okay, we need to make sure that, hey, when we do this on a 14, we're not going to be able to get away with what we did there, or this killed us on the 11. We got to make sure we have a solution for that in the 14 because we can't go into the 14 and have it just kill us again. So you're not just playing in the moment, you're also strategizing. Are the teams allowed to have a 6th man on the outside calling things for them, like the MDI did for a while?
So with the very nature of how the competition is set up, that can happen organically. So at least as far as the actual roster of fielded players, you can have up to 10. So when you look at it from that aspect, there's nothing necessarily wrong with having one of those players be the kind of shot caller. But a lot of the time it's going to be, you can, at least in the past, we've had one of the other members that may be on the roster who's not currently in the dungeon being the one kind of keeping that external eye. Now with this competition, we had just the 5 of us, so it was all 5 of us kind of in there, and our player Venom really stepped up to the plate and was doing a lot of shot calling for this event particularly. And I imagine the other teams have something like that as well. One of their other teammates is in there kind of making the calls out so they can just focus. The players can really just focus on being in the key and worrying about what's happening, while that kind of coach or that 6th man is there being like, okay, these people have their cooldowns, these people don't. But a lot of the time, it's just kind of spoken to amongst the 5 in the key because they have that kind of, it's that flow. You just get kind of used when you're practicing. You get used to certain parts of the dungeon, what's up, what's not, and you can kind of get used to each other to know, like, hey, I have this, I don't have this.
Yeah, I like that. You get that feeling, that flow. And Goats and Glory, with 2 separate teams, like they would have built that rapport separately. I wonder if they practiced mingled together. I'm also curious. I have so many questions about how they set this up now outside of tournament day. Like, did they have one team focus on one dungeon? Was it like, Arakara is your dungeon, you guys push Arakara as high as you can, and Dawnbreaker's our dungeon, we'll push Dawnbreaker as high as we can, and then Mists will just write off as being somewhere in the middle? Like, I want to know, I'm desperate to know what the planning system was, how they broke it down between the 2 teams. Did they practice cross-team? I have so many questions. How do we get a Navy person in here? Interview them.
Yeah, I can't say I have any any real intel from the Navy side specifically, but if I had to guess based on what we're seeing, they probably split it up based on key level. If I had to guess, they had Goat Team 6, just like, hey, y'all are going to cover that 5 to 8 range. Do what you need to do in practice to make sure that is flawless so that they can secure the triple chest, they can get those 11s on the board, and then that sets up the team that we see currently on the screen in that position to be able to kind of take okay, we're going to get the triple chest 11, or hey, we want to only double chest this one. As you're seeing with them right now, they are 17-20 on the clock. They're in a double chest range for the 14. And I can only imagine that's because they, if not put in the work to get those practice and timings down, it's because they have that maybe time outside of the competition that they've been putting in to play together and just get that flow. Which we'll maybe say a couple more times. It truly is just being able to have that cohesiveness in the dungeon group. If I had to guess, it was having that push team and the pull team. And the pull team does the low keys really fast and they get all those triple chests. And then the push team has the routes and the strategy and the tech down to get them where they need to go for the end of the day.
We have an inside Wookiee in the chat who is confirming what you said. They are guildmates with Snorkel and CatDog, and that's how they broke it down for them, was exactly that. They had the push team and the pull team, and it was all built around efficiency. One team focused entirely on speed, and one team focused on pushing the highest keys. I love it. That's great. I am here for that. Is that something, is that tech that the Air Force can lift when you move into actual tournament play in group? Fingers crossed for Group A. I want to see Air Force Group A. Not just because you're my favorite caster, Tris, but because I think you earned it yesterday. But is that tech that you'll look to implement in season in 2025?
I think if we're not plagued by the roster boss, that might be something to consider. One of the things I've noticed with the Air Force team, and it's something we've talked about as well, is Air Force has always been really, really good at the pull. So when we've done our AFDL, or even back in the AFDC, getting in those first 3 or 4 keys, we always have done really, really well of getting it done fast, and sometimes faster than the other teams. Where the kind of setback will happen with us is when it comes down to the push, and that's where, at least from past competitions, the Coast Guard and the Army, and in cases the Marines as well, have all done a better job at the push portion of the events. I think it would be something, if we have the 10 and we can secure the 10 going forward into the 2025 season, it would be something to look into. But I do think that I will base that a little bit more on seeing how the Navy is able to kind of accomplish at the end of the day. I know, at least when I get off the chair, I will be keeping tabs to see how the rest of the day goes, to see if this divide and conquer strategy for the Navy ends up being very successful, or if it still puts us about where we would be even if we just had the 2 or 3 substitutes that could fill in at different points.
I want to highlight something that's happening right now. U.S. Army Esports is delaying time so that they don't 3-chest the 11. They want to 2-chest the 11 Arakara so that they then get a 15. They're standing there literally dancing while they stare at the boss. They looked at this and said, you know what? We saw Air Force try to do 16s yesterday. We don't want to have to go into a 16. We're going to take the 2-bagger, and then we're going to go into a 13 and then go into a 15 from that. They are purposely, I got to tell you, I mean, I've been advocating for 2-chesting 11s all weekend, so I feel kind of vindicated that U.S. Army Esports is doing it. If the big brains in the Army are saying this is the play, then it has to be right. I'm excited for this. This is good stuff. I really enjoyed your answer to my previous question. I just get so excited to see these guys.
No, and to be completely honest with you, I think this is a very smart call that they can do. They were choosing to run down the clock. They know that it takes them a little bit longer than a minute and a half to kill this boss, and they can just kind of organically secure the double chest so that they can get the 13, time the 13, likely double chest it, and get the 15 on the board because the army knows they need the 15s. Now, getting those little deaths to the tidal waves we talked about is just a strategy to run the clock down even faster because we know those deaths, it's an extra 5 seconds on the clock, and they just want to really make sure they don't kill the boss too quickly. So they're throwing in a couple little timer techniques going in there. Now, Goats and Glory is on the same boss, and the boss's health is very low, and they still have 2 minutes on the clock. So what we're looking at right now is Goats and Glory is going to be double chesting this 14, and that puts them in a similar spot that the Air Force team was, and hopefully this will go, at least for them, better. I will hold my true opinions on that, but this will put them in a situation that they need to decide, do they want to throw themselves at the 16s? Or now that they have the double-chested 14, they know that that puts them the tiebreaker advantage if other teams are only able to single chest the 14s. And so do they want to attempt the 16? They're likely going to be making sure they can double chest all their other 14s, or potentially, like we saw with the Army, maybe throw a 13 or, let the timer run a little bit longer so that they can get those 15s on the board to have more solid point advantages against the other teams.
Yeah, I'm really worried that two chesting that 14 might come back to bite Goats and Glory in the behind. But I don't have to worry about that right now because they are about to launch into this +8 Dawnbreaker with Newbie in the gang. I'm very excited for this here as we watch them get ready to 3 chest, hopefully, this key and then set the team up for success while, was it Goat Team 6? Is that what we're calling them?
Yeah, Goat Team 6.
Well, Goat Team 6 plans their strategy for what they're going to do next and where they're going to go, whether it is the 11 Dawnbreaker that they'll be sitting on or whether they head back into Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. Yeah, this is exciting stuff. But that's a 14 timed, and that's the highest. No, we did see a 15 yesterday, didn't we?
Yes,
yeah.
we did see 15s.
Coast
Guard and us were able to get the 15s. But yeah, I'm not going to lie, and I may have mentioned it a little bit earlier, but if you would have told me going into today that it was going to be Goats and Glory getting the first 14 timed of the day, I would probably have not believed you. But I am so impressed, and I'm very happy that this is happening. Like I said earlier, they were the underdog in the past, and they're coming out to be like, you know what? We get this whole WoW thing down now. We're going to come out guns blazing. And they're doing a really good job. Like the strategy alone being its own interesting thing. And we're going to probably be talking about that the entire 2025 season. But they are just coming out to show like they're not here to mess around. Like, you know what? They're put on deck with 2 previous winners and multi-winner of different competitions in the AFDL, AFTC, as it was historically referred as. And they want to prove to them, like, you know what? No, like we have a spot at this table. We're gonna put in the work, and it's showing off for sure. We did see Warrior Gamer have a little bit of difficulties in that 13, and it looks like based on some of the chat bubbles, there might be some connectivity issues going on with some of their players, so we might be seeing them have some concerns there. But it does look like the Army is in Dawnbreaker and is going to be getting ready to go through that. So they got their 11, they have the 13 in the bag, and now it looks like they're going to be spending this next little bit of time, probably the next hour, just getting Dawnbreaker up, and then that gives them the rest of the evening to kind of decide where they want to do their 13s, which ones do they want to get into that 15 range, and whether or not they want to end the day with a 16 or just put 15s across the board to guarantee, at least based on the previous 2 days rankings, that top slot.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'm looking forward to finding out. We have about 30 minutes or so left here on the desk, the two of us, before we hand things over to the final 2 casters for the day. If you are in chat and it's your first time here with the FDL, throw us a follow. We are on the hunt for 1,000, the hunt for 1K follows. We are so close. We're at like 944-ish. Every follow helps us get more follows. I don't know what it helps. There was a thing there that I probably should have said, but I didn't. I missed it. As we watch Goats and Glory dive into the Dawnbreaker, we ask the question, how many sailors does it take to time a 16? And the answer right now seems to be 10 in 2 different groups.
Yeah. Now, like you mentioned, we only have about 30 minutes left on the clock before we get to kind of take our break for the day, or we get to step away for a bit, kind of do our thing, maybe watch the rest of it, kind of see what happens. Where are you hoping we end up before we leave? Now we see Warrior Gamer in their 13, Goats and Glory and Army are in the Dawnbreaker. How do you want to end this last 30 minutes? What do you hope gets done?
If I can walk away with U.S. Army Esports at 11 2 chests across the board, knowing that I get to spend the last 2.5 hours of the tournament watching them push those to 13 and 15, that's where that's my happy spot going to be, I think, if they have those 11s across the board. I would also love to see Goats and Glory start the 16. This Dawnbreaker is probably going to take them somewhere in the range of 15 minutes. And then have them start that 16, I think would be nice as well. And for Warrior Gaming, I want to see them finish this 13, and then I want to see them go to Dawnbreaker. Let's see them on that flying ship in the sky, tackling those Arathi, because it's my favorite dungeon out of the pool this season, and I'd like for all the teams to be in there pumping away. But I think that's what my hope is. And maybe one more newbie like extravaganza, maybe a big feral pull somewhere in here where he can really show off those claws. Oh no, he just died. What did I do?
Either the caster curse. Now, the pull that we see them doing right now, that is a spicy pull. That was the one that we were doing in our Dawnbreakers yesterday. It's pulling all of that trash together. Now, the big difficulty there is there's so many casters. There's so much cast going out. Now, in an 8, you might think like, oh yeah, it's only an 8, and a lot of what I've said today is kind of, just kind of written off the 5s and 8s, but I mean, it still can be quite picky. Like you still bite off more than you could chew, and too many of those casts go off. That's where the problems can start rising up. There's a lot of AoE that goes out, and so they really just got to be careful. Now they're going back in. They chose not to, do a reset. They're just finishing all of that up, and they'll clean it, and they should still have the time that they need to get the 11 guarantee. They need to kind of be a little bit more mindful now, because a lot of these casts, they're going off, and we're seeing like it could just drop health bars. So they just need to make sure that they are getting the kicks and that they're avoiding the mechanics, and there's just so much purple that can get on the screen. They just need to make sure they find those little bits out of it.
Yeah, it's this is a little bit dangerous to have that reset on this pull, and to just say, you know what, stick it, we're going. You need to 3-chest this. If they get to the last boss, if they get to Rashanon and they realize that they aren't going to be able to 3-chest it, they have to reset. And that puts them in a really tough spot, because it will have been like 10 extra wasted minutes that you don't want to lose. But they're counting on the fact that they'll still be able to 3-chest this, even with that small hiccup in here. And in all honesty, Dawnbreaker is a pretty forgiving key, so they probably will be able to. But another mistake like that, and they will have to reset this and go again, get that 3-chest locked in.
Yeah, and like we talked just briefly about earlier in the day, it all comes down to, is it worth the reset, or do you run the risk of running the next dungeon? Now, could they still push through, and on the chance that it does a 10, it's one of those situations of like, oh yeah, like they could still get the 10, and then they could go in and triple the 10 to make it a 13, and then either the 13 goes next and however else. But that is then another key that they're having to add on to their day, versus starting at the 11 and then doing the 14, as we've seen that they've already been capable of double chesting a 14. So it does kind of, like you mentioned, like, is it worth, like the time waste of the 10-15 minutes getting out resetting? If they, you have to think, like, do they do that, or do they spend another potential 15 to 20 minutes in a key that they wouldn't have had to have been in otherwise? And with them pushing forward, I still think that they will have the time to get where they need to go. But like you mentioned, if they do have one more hiccup, it could potentially be worth just to getting out and resetting to guarantee the 11, or, they very well might choose to just kind of keep on going forward.
Yeah, they're taking down this second lieutenant here. They do seem to have recovered after the wipe. As we're heading to the inn, my suspicion is that the Navy's going to go through the back door of the inn to pull this pack. Yeah, it's the common route of entry here, and then we're going to tag in the lieutenant. We don't have a Death Knight, So grabbing that caster and Shadow Walker to the left isn't going to be super easy to do. So they probably won't bring them in here just because there's no fast way to pull them in. But this pull as well can be dangerous, especially with this orb. It's so easy to clip the edge of that. And we see the frontal, the tank not directing the frontal into the building, but instead pointing it out through the group to really keep them on their toes there. But everybody dodged it, and we're still rocking and rolling as they're making quick work of this difficult pack in the 8 Dawnbreaker. And it looks like they're getting ready to clear the courtyard before finishing or diving into the second boss here.
Yeah, they do still have a handful of percent that they'll need to take care of before they go further in and kind of progressing through. If I remember correctly, you normally want somewhere around 93%, maybe a little less, due to how much percentage that last mini boss has right before the final boss. But this is one of those locations that, even though there are a lot of caster mobs, it is a very percentage dense location, and so it kind of sets you up for some success of being able to just pull a bunch of things, do a lot of AoE damage, capitalizing on the Rep Paladin, and just having all of that go on, and you can just do some pretty fun things. Now, what they're doing right now is a little ambitious. There is a lot of cast that can go off, so they need to make sure that they're being very mindful about where mobs are and kind of what is being cast and prioritizing kicks, but they seem to be doing pretty well. Now we look at over at Warrior Gamer, and they are on their 13, about 7 minutes in, 4 deaths on the board, but they are on Avanox, kind of trugging along with that. Looks like it has about maybe 30% left, so they're reaching kind of towards the end of there. And then Army does have a single death on this 5, but they are still going along pretty handily, just kind of finishing up the percent that they need in a very similar spot to Goods and Glory.
Is that 7:30? That's slow pacing for Avanox here in a 13, right? They should have been there about 2 minutes earlier.
It can depend. So the best can put a little bit of hiccup in kind of how they want to pace and do certain things afterwards. A good rule of thumb, at least in my experience, is you want to make sure that you are at least killing Avanox before the 9-minute mark in the dungeon. As long as you can do that, it sets you in a really good spot to go through the rest. Now, with them being about a minute behind, that could put them in danger of not being in a 2-chest field. It will really just depend on if they're having any more mistakes or any other hiccups in this next part, because a lot of this trash is going to start hurting a lot more, and those kicks are going to become very crucial in this range. It's just going to be the matter of, can they mitigate any of those mistakes and making sure that they're rotating all their kicks and stops appropriately to not take any unnecessary damage.
We're seeing Warrior Gamer, the point of view we're looking at, seems to have crab mode engaged. Are you a crab mode gamer, or do you like the Spidey boys?
So I used to be a Spidey purist. However, when my guild was progging Mythic Ovanax, which is the kind of the computer destroyer fight of this raid tier, one of my guildies had mentioned that turning on Arachnophobia mode apparently reduced the kind of screen clutter, just with the way that it changed some of the models, and I just never turned it off. And so I have been a crab enjoyer for a while now.
Yeah, it's wild that the crabs have less polygons, so they don't demand as much FPS. But yeah, that is, if you're somebody who is working on Ovanax, that tech is accurate. Turning on crab mode will help you to gain some FPS from it. It seems silly. I actually find the crabs more terrifying than the spiders, so I don't know how good it is at all to have them, but here we are. Mm-hmm. We're living in crab life.
Oh yeah, I've definitely been a massive fan of the crabs. It did take some getting used to of like certain mobs looking very different, and then being so used to recognizing the model for like knowing which one did what. So I had to kind of relearn that a little bit, but it has been very funny seeing which of the spiders Blizzard did associate with Arachnophobia mode, which ones still escaped it somehow. It's been a really fun time.
Yeah. And yeah, you notice a lot in the raid, and in the raid you also notice this boss, Rashanon, that we're seeing here both U.S. Army Esports and Goats and Glory working on one in an 8, one in a 5. And they're making quick work of this. There is like some tech where you delay throwing a bomb till like 0.8 seconds or something. Do you know how that tech works to lower Rashinon's health for the land?
So that wasn't something that we were necessarily doing when we were going about. I imagine a lot of that is, just kind of by spending more time up, you can get the health lower for when you go down without spending too much time upstairs. It's one of those things that, at least in the ranges that we were doing stuff, we didn't feel like it was, like that wouldn't be the determining factor. But I mean, if any of the teams are doing it, I'd definitely be interested to kind of see how they play it together.
Chat looks like they said Blizzard was watching the stream and they just hot fixed it now. So that's that tech has been removed. Wild to get those immediate updates as we're in dungeon from Blizzard, but those devs are quick. They're out there fixing bugs and crabs faster than you can shake a stick at them. It just sounded like my grandfather. You're welcome.
I've definitely have appreciated how Blizzard has been with this expansion. They've been on a really good track. I remember a lot of things. So, nobody's perfect, right? But in the past, there was a lot of bugs or certain things about Dungeons or Mythic Plus, especially, that were questionable. And I think with each season so far, they've been doing a really good job of listening to parts of the player base. And though there are still some things they could definitely improve on, it's definitely been feeling like it's moving in the right direction. Okay, Army is good. There was a second there. They had to do a little bit of a verification, but Army is good. They got their time.
Excellent. Trucking along. So Army will be jumping into, that was the 5. So we'll see them dive into their +8 here, Dawnbreaker, as they work their way up to get those 11s across the board. And we've got Warrior Gaming moving through, still in the 13. It looks like they reset the 13.
Yes,
Eric,
this has been a reset. They're back to being fresh going into that first pull, or at least in the first chunk where they are handling the lieutenant at the moment. I would be a little worried, though. We have been seeing them in this Arakara, the 13, now for a while. It might be worth them swapping to Dawnbreaker and getting that 13 in the bag, versus them potentially spending a little bit too much time with only about 2.5 hours left.
Yeah, they ran into that same problem and missed 13 for whatever reason today. Seems to be a bit of a wall level for Warrior Gamer. We know they're going to get over it because they are an experienced team. They've been doing this a long time. But I think, if they wipe again here, it's definitely, I think, time for them to say, we got to go to Dawnbreaker, give it a reset, get those 11s across the board, and then work from there to see where they're at. And we see Goats and Glory after finishing the Dawnbreaker. The Dawnbreaker was barely finished, and Goat Team 6 had already started the 11 Mists, and we're setting up a big pull here. We grabbed our mushroom buffs ahead of time as we pull in these 2 Furious Ragers into this 4-pack of casters. This 4-pack actually can do a lot of damage if you're not getting those kicks off in time, and the Soul Cleavers will wreck a tank if they're not prepared for it. But Goats and Glory looks like they've got it all wrapped up quite easily here as they progress through this pull with no problems.
Yeah, I think all the teams right now are, at least in each of their individual dungeons, they're doing what they need to get done. They're doing what they need to get practice. With this pool especially, like the 11 range is still something, especially at least with Goats and Glory, they're feeling comfortable to be able to do. I know in the higher range, it's just easier to kind of split that up or deal with the casters and then go and pull the bell breakers. But they are doing really well. They are definitely pushing along. They do have the Dev Evoker before they go to the Og Evoker, so there is all that nice damage, and they're getting ready to go into Ingra on the 11. U.S. Army is still very fresh in their Dawnbreaker, but making very good time getting to the little mini boats, still in very quick time. And then Warrior Gamer up in the top right, they've been having a number of deaths. in this 13, it definitely might be worth them either reevaluating or at least spending some time in Dawnbreaker. Everybody's health is getting really, really low, but able to kind of stabilize as uh, they are kind of pulling around. I will say those little spiderlings in Arakara, the ones that will detonate, are some of the most frustrating mobs to exist in the season. At least I personally believe so. When playing melee, those just feel miserable, having so much downtime waiting for them to explode.
Yeah, big agree. We just run away from them and leave them, let them kill themselves, and move on to the next one. But I'll be tanking them, and sometimes you pull them into one of the mini bosses, and then they start to explode under the mini boss, and you're like, where am I? Where am I supposed to stand? There's webs here. This thing's exploding. It's following me, and you want it to blow up so that it kills itself. But then you're like, is it worth it just for me to throw a stun on this and not have to deal with this headache? They are, when you said one of the most frustrating mobs. Nobody else can see it, but I nodded vehemently in agreement with you.
Yeah, it's definitely something when I'm playing on my Boomkin on live. It's one of those like, oh yeah, it's no big deal. You got to deal with it. But then when I'm playing Feral, or if I'm on my Paladin or my Rogue on a rare occasion nowadays, it turns into those situations of like, oh my gosh, this is miserable. And if you stun them but they don't die, they just start casting again, and it just becomes a whole to do.
Yeah, and we do have it. I don't know if we can divulge this. I'm gonna, because nobody's told me not to. But we now know that Goats and Glory Team 1 is done for the day, and the last 2 hours 43 minutes of today will be Goat Team 6, which is this comp here that we have of the Prot Warrior, Disc Priest, Rep Paladin, Frost DK, and Augmentation Evoker. So their speed advantage in getting those early keys pushed out of the way is now over and finished. And now we're settling in for the long haul of timing these big keys. I'm excited to see what this group does. And I guess that also answers the question of, will they be swapping players in and out? It seems like they won't be.
No, and I think based on the chatter that was saying they had the two teams practicing the way that they did, they probably were just wanting to make sure that you had the same five playing with the same five, because then in practice you get used to the nuances of each of the members, and sometimes that kind of dynamic can get shuffled and ruffled a little bit when you're swapping players in and out. They got to relearn, or they got to, there's that little bit of a warm up that they have to do with just playing with the members. So I will say, like, a very great performance from the Goats and Glory pull team. That was a very, very interesting strategy and a kind of loophole within the way that the rules are written that Goats and Glory was able to come up with. So hopefully now it is in the push team's hands. They just need to be able to utilize all of that extra time that they were able to get from having the split like that and keep going. They're still the only team right now that has that 14 and a double chested 14 at that on the board. It'll just be up to them to be able to keep going. And hopefully they can get, if not the triple, then secure the double in the 11 missed, then go in and do the 13, possibly get the 15 on the board, and then look, kind of see where they have else with the Dawnbreaker. But they have that 2 hours and almost 40 minutes left. Should be able to kind of put what they need where they need it. And so I'm hoping that that will work out for them. Not to discount the other teams, Army has been trugging along very, very well, and they've been just putting in that slow and steady work. And with Warrior Gamer having those hiccups, hopefully all the teams can kind of not feel too fatigued at this point. And I'm excited to see how the last half.
And we're getting ready to go to break here. Then a second caster team is getting ready to come up. And just as we go away, keep an eye on that Navy team, Goats and Glory. They're using some sweet tech there with some mind control on one of the soul covers. The eco, just a little bit of extra damage. But this is going to be it for us. Driss, this has been an absolute pleasure for me to sit alongside the desk with you. Thank you so much. Who do you think is going to walk away tops for the day?
So for the day, that's pretty difficult. I know I've chalked them up a lot today. I really do hope that Goats and Glory can really run with this strategy. If anything, I think it'll create a talking piece for the rest of the competitive season, and if anything, that will better solidify them in the sense of not under underdog. Shouldn't be kind of writing them off. They've this first half of the day incredibly well and much better than I thought they were. I can't wait. It's even wire for that. I have a feeling the Army will likely pull out the top of the day. I want Goats and Glory, but I have it be the Army that will pull out the 15s and possibly even get a 16 at the very end of the day, as has been that's been the norm for them in a lot of these competitions, is to kind of pull fast, like 45-30 minute mark.
Excellent. Yeah, it's exciting. I can't wait to see how it ends. I'm going to be in the chat watching. Hopefully you stick around in the chat and watch. We have 2 great casters coming up for you next. We're going to let things roll, and we're going to head into a break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And remember, if you don't want those commercials, hit us with that Twitch Prime. We'll see you soon.
on October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss, the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
And we are back. Welcome, guys. My name is Thalassic. This is Barndor. Wait. My name is Barndor. This is Thalassic. We are back at the AFDL WinterClash. We brought Thalassic off from the bench of the Goats and Glory team. So glad to have you here, buddy. How you doing? How the game's been so far today?
I'm doing great. This is an easy day. I mean, so far so good. My team's really been crushing it, doing everything I need from these guys. So I'm excited to see. We've had some good competition. So I'll admit, in between our runs and the other team's runs, I've been watching the stream to kind of see where everyone's at. But I feel confident about where we are.
Awesome. So you guys think you're going to win it today? You think you're taking it?
Yeah. I mean, look, I've been watching it a little bit. Everyone seems like I watched Army on purpose slow down their 11s that they only had to try a 13. And I'm just, I get it. Like, I know there's a strat there, but we're pushing 17s today. Like,
oh, okay. He said it.
A 15,
you guys heard it here
yeah.
first. At 17s, right? So, okay, we're definitely looking forward to seeing some 17s out of Gloats and Glory today. But just as a small recap, guys, ! bracket, just to see where we're at. As of right now, right, we have a three-way tie for first place. Our three-way tie right now, we have the Ukraine team, we have Air Force Gaming, and we have Coast Guard Gaming all tied for first place. So that's excluding any of the teams that are playing today, such as the U.S. Army Esports, Warrior Gaming, and, of course, Goats and Glory, right? So if any of these three teams wants to be able to take home that, victory trophy for the WinterClash, they need to be able to dethrone one of these three teams from the top.
Yeah, so, absolutely. And I think we definitely have our work cut out for us. They put up a good, getting those 15s, that's tough. Like the 15, the jump from 11 to 13, 14, 15, that's tough. So I definitely think the teams today have a lot to do to get there.
Absolutely. Now, we saw some 16s on day one being attempted. They weren't timed by the Ukrainian team, right? Now, you said you're going for the 17s, right? I got to ask, has the team been practicing like the 15s, 16s, and 17s? Or is it just something like, hey, our 15s felt pretty good, so, we hope we're going to be able to, bring it home?
If you asked me yesterday when we were still, doing a little, not deceit necessarily, but trying to make sure the competition wasn't ready for us, still playing into that underdog. If you asked me yesterday, I would have said, we're only practicing 13s, but no, I'm confident in my team's ability to complete all 3 dungeons on a 16 and to +2 every 14. So I'm confident in Navy today.
Awesome. Well, we have our screen lag going on right here in the bottom right-hand corner. Big shout out over there. But if you take a look, what do we have going on? I'm seeing a 14 missed by Goats and Glory right now. Looks like they're on the mob that nobody ever remembers the name of, actually called Bow Breakers. You've got U.S. Army is on an 11 Dawnbreaker. I believe they're on that first boss. And Warrior Gamer, is at a 13 Arakara. Okay, so we got some big keys going on right now. I don't think we have any other really small keys other than I think we have Dawnbreaker to be done still for a couple of these teams. Is that right, Classic?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at all 3 of these right now. I'm really worried for Warrior Gamer, if I'm being honest. They chose the path of just +2ing the 11 going into the 13, and I think that's the timer now for their +2 on the 13. So they're actually going to have to, if they time this dungeon, which I think they will. Oh, I spoke too soon. That is a full wipe on the final boss with 5 minutes left on this 13.
Oh, okay, so 5 minutes left. That is enough time. So do they have forces? Yes, it looks like they have forces. 5 minutes left. Now, yeah, they're going for it again. It's not a reset angle, but they've got one more attempt, right? If they wipe one more time, that's it. So durability less than 70%. Oh my goodness! Somebody tell this mage to repair.
If I'm them, I'm backing out and resetting. So it depends on what they're playing for. So the whole tournament right now is going for seeds, right? The point is to get seeding. Now, if you're watching as Warrior Gamer and you're at where they are right now, if you only +1 this, if you just time this 13, you've wasted realistically 30 minutes because you're going to have to run a 14, and to stay competitive, you're going to need to complete the 15. If they think they can +2 it, before those deaths, they were only 40 seconds off the +2 timer. If they think they can +2 this 13, I think it makes just as much sense to back out right now and try it again. Try to get to the 15 for the next run.
I mean, see, I get the idea, right? And I get that they have at least, 2+ hours left. I don't like the idea of ever backing out of a key that you can complete, because you can always, you couldn't 2-chest the 13, but then you can go and you could try to 2-chest the 14, right? Or, I understand the gamesmanship and I understand the strategies. I just don't like the idea of wasted time.
Agreed.
But meanwhile, we got a good comp for this, honestly. Like, we have that poison cleansing totem, we have the prop pally. The only thing that would make this boss a little easier is if they had a DK for like Death's Advance or something. But this boss, honestly, we do tend to see a lot of issues with this boss just because some interactions can unfortunately be hard, especially this first singularity. A lot of people tend to have issues with the first singularity. A good alter time coming out on Danny there. What do you think, Elastic? What do you think is going to be the sticking point? Maybe not for the 13s or the 11s, right? But once we start getting to these high keys, what's going to be the deciding factor between are you going up into the 15 and the 16, 17-ish, or are you going to be kind of capping out at that 13 and 14?
I think it's all whatever practice they put in ahead of time. Some of these teams, I think, their job allows them, for instance, like my Navy team, this is for most of them, for some of them, this is their day job. So I think it just depends on how much time and practice you put in and knowing your own limits, right? If you know that you struggle with a 16, but you can time a 15 every time, then yeah, maybe you get 15s across the board, settle there, be at the top of the scoreboard, and then go and do a 16. It's just about knowing what your limits are, where your strengths are. Some teams are really, really good at, those early game pushes, the 5s, the 8s, the 11s, and they're going to struggle on a 14. They're going to struggle on a 15 or 16. So it's just knowing what you're good at. I do think
Mm-hmm.
classes matter as you get higher. I know I hate to be that person who says play the meta, but it's meta for a reason, right? I mean, some classes are going to be more useful, are going to be more helpful. I absolutely think when you're pushing the 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, you ditch the hunter. I hate it. I know it's a wild take. I hate the hunter. I hate the feral druids. Just go something tanky. Give me a DK. Give me a Ret Pally.
So
Give me something helpful.
I mean, I get it, right? Like, absolutely, the fact that we don't have a DK on this team, there's a lot of DKs that are sad right now. But I would say if you had to pick an off meta, right? Because okay, what's the meta, right? For anybody who's not 100% following this season specifically, here's your meta for the highest possible keys you can get. You're at least right now mandatory prop pally tank, right? A disc priest healer. I've seen a couple R shams do decent, but for the most part, you need a priest healer. After that, you're looking at. Oh wait, do we have some deaths coming out here?
They're not
at 1%. We've got 3 people dead. Is this going to be a full wipe at 1%? Oh no!
Oh my gosh!
The sadness, and then that's going to be the key right there. At 1%, they are not going to. Oh, okay, so guys, they can't drop the key level. That's one thing that's not allowed in this competition. They can't say, oh, we break the 13, go back to a 12. They've got to do it again. Now, I don't know.
And they wasted 5 minutes on doing that boss again. If they had just gone back and reset, like I said, they'd feel better. But man, that is rough.
You can say that, but also you can just say oh no.
Even the tournament realm is crying. Look at the tournament realm right now in that bottom right corner. It is crying right now. That is a big setback. But even with that big setback, we've seen Warrior Gamer do absolutely amazing in the past. They can definitely come back. All they need is, one of the other team's army to crash and burn on one of these high keys, and they're right back in it.
So as just finishing up this real quick with the meta, guys, you're going to want to see that prop ally tank, that priest healer. You're for the most part going to see an AUG evoker, and then it's going to be some type of either Ellie or enhancement shaman with a DK. Now, boomies, and this is going back to what you were saying about the hunter. Now, there's a couple different classes that aren't necessarily like the meta, but they can still fit in, right? We're seeing boomies, right? Like boomies can definitely fit in there. There've been 1 or 2 locks, 1 or 2 rogues, and even some of these teams have run with something like maybe a warrior tank, or maybe a warrior tank or a warrior DPS I've seen for some high keys. However, if you want to know what the 100% meta is, it's prop pally tank. You've got a priest healer, you've got a shaman DPS, you have an AUG, and you have a DK DPS, right? That's your 100% meta. Anything away from that is considered off meta, but hunters, I don't know that ditching the hunters really that bad, right? But at the end of the day, if you are trying to play the meta and you are trying to push as high as you can, it really saddens me to say this, but you can't play Demon Hunter, right? Hashtag buff Demon Hunter. But yeah, you just can't.
It's what I think it is we don't want to hate. I'm not hating on any class, right? Every class can be fun. Every class can be good. If you are the best at your class, you're still going to be able to complete a 13. You're still going to be able to complete a 14, especially on Tournament Realm. But meta is meta for a reason, right? It is easier, even if you're not the best of the best Death Knight, right? Or best of the best AUG Evoker, it is easier to perform at those higher keys because the class is broken right now, right? Those classes are better tuned for this season, for right now where we are in Mythic Plus. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, right? We look at the army, they've got a priest, they've got a DK, they've got a shaman, they've got a pally, just like you said, and then they've got, a ret. Like, I like it. And you look at Navy right now.
Yeah, rets are in the meta too.
Oh, yeah. Rets are great.
I may have left that out, but they're Rets are kind of like boomies right now, right? Where
Yep.
they're definitely in the meta. They're definitely, being taken on pugs, and they're definitely able to push high keys. But they're not like, if you just look on like Radar.io and filter by the top 10, you're probably not going to see any Rets, right? But if you filter by the top 100, you'll definitely see some. Speaking of that, big shout out to Radar.io, one of the partners that helped to make this event possible. So a little plug there for sure. But the Thalassic, I gotta ask, right? So what is your main class right now? Because I know what you played, right? Like I know what you're playing here, but what do you want to play? What is your, what if you had to call yourself a main? What is it?
I'm a Pres Evoker by trade. That's I play Preservation Evoker. I heal. For this one, I picked up Ret Pally. Again, they have way too much utility and do way too much damage. They're way too easy to play. It is broken right now, and the fact that I can sack people, I can bop people, I can Blessing of Freedom, I can lay on hands. He just adds way too much right now. Plus, I'm also close to topping the DPS charts every dungeon. So, yeah, it is what it is. I love playing Ret. I really do, but I'm a Preservation Evoker at heart.
Yep. Yeah, well,
they're not bad, but...
Yeah, I mean, Rets are definitely, it depends, right? I had this discussion with somebody the other day of hey, just play, the people who say, there's no reason to reroll, they're like, oh yeah, just play what you enjoy, what makes you enjoy the game. But some people enjoy doing things like tournaments and pushing as high as they could possibly go. And if what you enjoy is just absolutely doing the most damage in a key, regardless of what class you're on, well, then you should reroll. Like, for example, I still push my Demon Hunter, but as I and every other Demon Hunter have discovered this season is that the famous third spec of Demon Hunter is Enhancement Shaman, right? So, or Boomy. Right, so it just you got to have something else, right? I wanted to be able to push keys. I wanted to be able to time them 13s and then 14s and 15s, and so ergo, well, you've got to get a shot.
Yeah, I'm watching these. I was watching the army right now because this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Do you +2 and 11? Do you +3 and 11? It looks like right now with 6 deaths, 30 seconds of death timer, right? They've got 1:40 left. They can still, so I don't know if you've, or the past casters picked up on this, our strategy. I'll call it out now because at this point, it's too dangerous to do at high keys. If you actually hold on to that third bomb, on the second set of bombs, the first set of bombs comes out, second set of bombs come out, everyone always says, hold on to that third bomb, let everyone do as much DPS and throw it at the last second. If you actually let the third bomb just explode on you and you can tank through the damage, let the third set of bombs come, you can throw all 3 bombs at the exact same time. On our runs, we got it down to 60.1% health on the boss. So when he flies around, he actually gets below 60. The second he lands, he dies. So you skip phase 2 entirely.
See, that's really good on, and correct me if I'm wrong, Thalassic, because you were the guys who were doing this here. That's really good on lower keys because it saves you time. But what's the reason you can't do it on higher keys?
So you can do it on the 5, 8, 11, maybe even the 14, but it gets hard. The bomb puts a lot of giving away our secrets. I know, relax. Everyone else is 59.8 on the 5. Yeah. Everyone else has already passed the point where they can actually do it, guys. We're fine. It does a lot of damage. So the boss is, the bomb going out does a lot of damage, and then he also does his poison barrage. And so at that point, your healer's already blown through all of his big cooldowns. So on a 14, you really don't want to get another phase of that damage coming out. But on a 11, like you can, where he's landing right now, he instantly died. Like we threw one hit and it just instantly dies. It saves a lot of time because this second phase, if you're getting him down here and he's 64%, this second phase is 3 minutes long, 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
It makes a big difference. But we see the army here, most likely going to +2 this in that top left corner. Navy doing exactly what we need them to. They need to push this a little bit. we're
This
trying to
14
plus
mist
2
is
this.
looking a little interesting here at the Classic.
Yeah,
And-
we're trying to plus 2 the 14s. It
Which
is what it
does
is. Like I
give you
said,
guys a huge advantage.
16. Yeah, and a lot of time. That's the big thing is time, right? We could do the safe 11 to 13, time a 13 nicely, get into a 15, time a 15 nicely, get into a 16. But that's extra dungeon that we don't have to do, especially if we're confident on the 16s. So I'm really hoping to see this Navy team push right now. I mean, they're going to have another 5.5 minutes to finish up the percent, finish up the boss, but they really need to push this timer a little bit if we're gonna get that +2, which is what we want. We want a +2 every dungeon on the 14. We're not settling for second place. We're not settling for third. Navy's going for the win.
Well, speaking of going for the win, I was going to point that out. Is if you guys type !bracket right now and you take a look at who's got first place, how did they have first place is a question. So you look, and for example, Ukraine, right? They have 2 15s and a 13, right? That gives them that score of 43. Air Force Gaming, they've got 2 14s and a 15, right? So that gives them their right? And then Coast Guard Gaming, again, they also have 2 14s and a 15, right? But the thing is none of these 14s that have been timed have, I believe, been 2-chested, right? So even if they tied Air Force Gaming and Coast Guard Gaming with the 2 14s done and 1 15, if they have them 2-chested, right, it gives them a slight advantage over, maybe in the sense of a tiebreaker. But in my idea here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Classic, 14s are not the goal for this team, right? They do not want to end up with 14s. They're doing this for the purpose of getting the 6, because everybody's timed, some 15s, right? But nobody's got these dungeons timed on 16. So if they can get one dungeon timed on a 16 and then get, 15s or 14s for everything else, then that puts them in first place just right there by itself.
Yeah, 14s is the baseline. That's the pushing off point. I fully expect this Navy team, I've been watching them practice here for the past couple of weeks. They're gonna complete all the 14s. That's not a question. The real question is whether, they can get the 17s done. Because I fully expect them. Some of these dungeons are easier than others. Like I said, I would like to see them finish this really quickly. They're actually ahead of the timer they were on the 11 right now.
Oh, wow.
I mean, not really. There's a 5-minute difference,
3
but
minutes
they
and
have
40
time.
seconds.
Yeah, to
It
plus
looks
2.
like percentage is good.
5, 4, 3.
Okay, so
it's a
I'm just getting
predictive
word,
roll.
guys. I'm just getting word. We do have a chat prediction that's started. What is the highest key that's going to be seen, right? So all you got to do is click that right there, right? And whether it's going to be a 15, a 16, or a 17, I can tell you right now, I'm clicking it on my end, and I'm going and putting all of my channel points towards the 17. Predict with a custom amount. I have 19,000 channel points. We're gonna throw some votes. We're gonna throw some votes for the 17, right? We're gonna throw some votes for the 17. So guys, make sure you go click on the little prediction. You go vote. See exactly what you want to be. While you're there, also remember to click that follow button. We're currently at 956 out of our goal of 1,000 followers, right? So I read a study. 6 out of 5 dentists conclude that pressing follow increases your health. So definitely, go for that. Classic. Bring us back to Goats and Glory 2-chesting this 14 mist. Do they immediately go into the 16 mist after that, or do they try to kind of like give themselves like a little bit of a palate cleanse and then go back to like an Arakara or a Dawn?
No, so we have this whole day scripted out. This isn't there's no like surprises here. It's not like the big surprise was earlier today when K9's computer shut down, and we had to flex a little bit. The other team had to step in and go ahead and do one of their dungeons ahead of time. The goal of the whole two, I know there's been a lot of talk about, like, oh, Navy's using 2 teams. It's true, we did. The big point of it was we didn't want our guys, our guys who are pushing these high keys, to get worn out on the lower keys, right? To waste some of their time and effort trying to push these 5s and 8s. We took a little bit of pressure off them, gave them time so they can warm up. They do a 5, they get a little break. They can talk about it. Then they do an 8, they get a little break. But yeah, this is all scripted out. They're going to finish this 14, hopefully in the next minute. I don't expect them to take longer than a minute to finish 13% of this boss. But they'll finish this in the next minute, and then they'll swap over. Our goal is to get 14s across the board, plus 2 all of our 14s, and then pick and choose, right? Up until that point, everything was scripted. And then we'll just figure out which, dungeon they're feeling. Some days you get into it and you're like, man, Dawnbreaker is feeling fast. We got this easy. Some days you get into it and you think, man, our car has been a joke. So just however they're feeling, there it is. There's the +2 for another 14.
40 seconds
Navy's
left.
crushing.
Plenty of time. You love to see it, right? So
And
we've got Goats in Glory who are going to be moving on, right, from their 14 mist. Meanwhile, we have U.S. Army who is in their own mist. Is that a 13? I see. I believe
cannot tell.
so.
That resolution is tough.
believe we have been a 13. We also have the 5 Dawnbreaker underway, or at least being finished, 3 chested, of course, by Warrior Gamer, right? So if we take a look, yes, we're at the 13.
There we
this
go.
is okay. I want to see this. Production, we gotta leave it here for 2 seconds, right? Because this is a 13. We're about to go into the first burn phase, right? So I want to see what kind of damage we're going to get to during this first burn phase, because a lot of people know we're saving everything. There goes the Lust. There goes the 40 stack Spy Masters, everything. So how much damage we getting up to? I'm seeing Boomy jumping up 1.5, 1.3, 1.8. There's the 2 mil. There's the 2.4. There's the 2.7. There's the 2.9. There's the 3.4. The Shaman jumping up to 3.8 million damage per second. Whoa, my goodness. Ingra's in trouble here. 16%. 16% after the first burn. Yeah, and that's why you bring a Shaman and a Boomy, because they're both going to end this fight at 3.5-ish million. Oh my goodness. That's
and this is what we're talking about. This is the power of playing the meta. You got a priest, you got the disc priest doing 700k himself. He's PI. You got the Boomy in the back, you got the Shaman, you got the Pally, and then you have an Auguvoker bumping
Pally.
them all up. That the prop Pally.
The prop
doing
Pally at
2
almost 2 mil.
This
Oh
is
my
meta.
goodness.
This is why you play the meta. It's not because you have to be beholden to it. It's just this is what it's for. Man. And you're looking across all these teams right now. Army on their 13. I feel like they're definitely going to time it. We do need to see them. To stay competitive with Navy, they probably want to +3 this, if possible. That's going to be a tough beat. So a +2 puts you on that 15.
+3 13, right? I think we've seen a +2
Yeah.
13, but I don't think. I mean, honestly, though, even the best teams +3 for a 13 is really pushing it. That's a lot of damage.
It is.
You need to do that.
It is. And only one team, I think, for Arakara, we were looking it up on Raider.io. Shout out to them. We were looking it up on there. Only one team ever has +3 to 14 Arakara. We were trying to see if it was possible for us to +3 the 14, because we were missing it by about 2.5 minutes. And we're like, has any team ever done it? And no, they were just crushing it. But yeah, these teams are doing exactly what they need to do, though. We have 2 hours left. Navy's already on the 11 Dawn with 2 14s in the books. Right? If they're able to get this one, if they +3 this Dawnbreaker, they'll be pushing 14. That's already assured them a 4th place spot. Anything beyond that assures them a 1st place spot. And then you got Warrior Gamer, who's pushing the 8 Dawnbreaker. They need to +3 this. As we were saying yesterday, I was on the cast yesterday morning. 8s, you have to +3 it. That's the bare minimum to stay competitive.
Yeah.
You don't really have a choice. It's just where it's at. And then on the 11s, you have to make the decision. Do you want to go to the 13, or do you think you can handle the 14? It's just dependent on whether you want to get to that 15 or if you want to try to make it to that 16. And we haven't seen anybody push a 16 yet. Even, for all my talk about Navy doing it, they haven't done it yet.
We did see the only team that we've seen actually in a 16 was Ukraine on day one, right? And of course, they sorry. Okay, so Air Force on day 2 did actually go into 16, right? Okay, so I missed day 2. Of course, I was on the desk on the first day, but
they
I wasn't
failed
here for the second day, right? But I'm taking a look at this right now, guys, and really quick, I just want to do a brief kind of recap for anybody who's new here, anybody who's just tuning in, right, guys? This is Armed Forces Dungeon League. We're in the WinterClash, right? And so what's happening, you're seeing, is this is going to be the seeding for the 2025 season, right? So all of these teams, they want to do as best as they possibly can to be seeded, right, in the best position they can going into the 2025 season. So what does that mean? Right, if any of you are familiar with the Great Push format, what we're doing is very similar to that, to where these, if you take a look at the center of your screen, you can see that 2-hour and 1-minute timer, right? We have 3 days, right? This started on Friday, Saturday, and is concluding today, right? You have 3 days. Each team is assigned to their own day. So for today, we have U.S. Army Esports, Goats and Glory, and Warrior Gamer, where on day 1, we had 3 different teams. On day 2, we had 3 different teams. They all have this set amount of time to try to push 3 keys. In this instance, it's Arakara, Dawnbreaker, and Mist as high as they can possibly go, right? So what this means is you see, you hear us talking about, well, this team did this, that team did this. Guys, make sure you type !bracket so you can follow along and kind of see what we're talking about. But right now we have Goats and Glory in the top left-hand corner. You have in the top right-hand corner Warrior Gamer, and then of course U.S. Army Esports in the bottom left. All these 3 teams are trying to, again, get these keys as high as they possibly can to win the WinterClash and to put themselves in the best seeding as they can, right? So if you are just tuning in, make sure to hit that follow button. If you're a fan of Keystone content, if you're a fan of supporting, of course, our different military organizations. And Velasic, my man, it's been a great couple of days so far, and just like any good competition, we're ending on a bang here. I gotta say, this isn't something that one team has just run away with yet. It's not that Ukraine or the Army or the Air Force is just out in the lead and nobody can catch them. I think Goats and Glory has a really good shot of. They've shown they have the skill. They've shown they can potentially go and catch and take first place, but it's not something that's guaranteed to them. They have to work for it, and they can't make any mistakes. I mean, what's your synopsis for so far?
Yeah, I was on the desk yesterday. I watched day 1. We've been watching all the teams, seeing what they were doing, seeing what strats. I think every team has done amazingly, right? Even the teams that struggled with like the 13s, they still persevered and pushed through, day 1. We've seen some of these teams, almost all the teams have pushed 13s, right? We've seen them do 14s. We've seen some do 15s. This is anybody's game, right? Ukraine has done a great job setting themselves up for that first place success with those 2 15s. They weren't able to do anything greater than a 13 on that last dungeon, but they set a high bar. And I think all 3 of these teams, that they have what it takes. I think someone said in chat, like, they saved the best teams for last. Who knows? Right now, it looks like, some of these teams are on pace to at least match where the other teams are. I think with the completion of this dungeon for, Navy and Army, they're both sitting in a pretty good spot to fight for that first place. I think if you're Warrior GMR, you're not out of the running yet. You got 2 11s under your belt. You got the Dawnbreaker going. You're a little bit behind, but you're still well within striking distance, especially when we get to the blocks, right? These 16s, if we see a 17, the 17s, even the 15s, those are going to be hard stops for some of these teams. Some of these teams are going to go up against those roadblocks and they're going to stumble. And that's where Warrior Gamer has to be ready to come back swinging and to push. If I was a betting man, though, which I'm not, but if I was a betting man, I think Navy takes this. I don't see a world in which any team beats them. I'm rooting Navy.
Awesome. Well, I can see that you might be going for Navy. I'm not going to say you're biased at all, right? But maybe a little bit.
Maybe a
right?
little. Maybe a little.
But chat, I want to know, who are you guys rooting for, right? If you're in the chat right now, you got a team, whether it's your team, whether it's your favorite team, or whoever you think is going to win. Guys, show that support in the chat right now. Who you going for? I've got to throw out my support for Marine Corps Gaming, of course, right? They were playing yesterday, being a former Marine myself, right? I got out in 2016, so I gotta say though, a lot of people are gonna say that Navy might win, right? I'd like to say that we're a department of the Navy, they call us the men's department, right? So we by ergo we win too, right? So that's how that works.
Hey, you know what? Whatever. They're already. I think Marine Corps. The best they can get right now is 5th place, I think, which is not bad.
Hold on, real quick, Classic. I think Ghosts and Glory just. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but it's an 11 Dawn, but they just pulled an extra 2 different mobs into this lieutenant. I think maybe they did it on purpose. Anytime somebody does the 2nd lieutenant right before right in the church here, and then they pull a bunch of extra mobs, I always get super I always get super nervous because that happens. This is the scariest. I'm telling you, Dawnbreaker, this is the scariest pull in all of Dawnbreaker, is that 2nd lieutenant after that first boss right by the church, because you've got DKs that are gonna just aggro with that with those spikes that go out. You've got the Boomy that also they're they have a tendency
feral,
to extra pull things. Oh, is he feral?
Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure she's playing feral.
Was he Boomy in the last one?
No. So Chromium is Og or feral.
Okay. He was playing.
The Boomy is on Army. Yep. The Boomy is on the Army team. Yeah, that was definitely a butt pull there, but I'm looking at the timer. Even with that, I think they're still set on the +3 timer they want. So we've timed we've timed everything out. You want about 10 minutes starting that 2nd lieutenant. They're right about that time still, so they know they need to pick it up a little bit now, just with those 2 deaths, the time off DPS. But I think they're still confident about their ability to +3. If they weren't, they would probably just back out and redo the 11 like we saw earlier. I think Navy is pretty set on getting to 16s. I don't anticipate wanting to do any 15s today at all for Navy. We didn't practice 15s. Just like earlier, in chat, they were saying they didn't practice 13s. They didn't practice 15s either. It's all 14s and 16s.
Well, I mean, I get that, but there's got to be a sense of because if I'm the Navy and I didn't practice 15s, but I timed all of my 16s, or I practiced plenty of 16s, there's got to be a sense of okay, if we can do the 16, we can do the 15, right? It's the same thing, just easier. At least I would think, right?
It is. It's more of a. I mean, you've been around the block a couple times with AFDL. I'm in the Navy. I'm on the Guts and Glory team, so I can say this. Our performance in the past has not been where we've wanted it. From the very first AFDL, we tried hard. I've played in every single one of them, and I can tell you our performance has not been exactly where we want it. This time, we're prepared. We're ready. We don't just want to win. We want to dominate so bad that the other teams, we're not the underdogs. Right? Usually, and, shout out to the way they've put this before. They put some really good teams, a medium team, and, usually the teams that try hard. And we've been that team that tries hard. But this time, we're trying hard, and we're the team to beat. And so we want to destroy. We want to beat all these other teams, and we want to do it. We don't even want it to be close.
Well, so what you're saying is in the past we've seen plenty of goats, but not as much glory. But today it's all about the glory for the U.S. Navy esports. Well, I'm here for it. I will cheer on every team here, but especially the Navy. Goats and Glory have come out to every single AFDL event that we've had since the very first one, right? So definitely been putting in that time. We can see that they are way more polished than they've been in past competitions. So if there was a chance, if there was ever a opportunity, it would be right here. It'd be right now. It'd be for the WinterClash right now. So Classic, I'm rooting for you guys. I really am. But
Army's no
at the
slouch
same
now.
time,
Yeah. Look at that
exactly.
RV team. They're on this 13.
We've got some.
They're gonna +3 it.
Oh, look at that pole
+2.
too. By the way,
Hit.
that's the mega pole plus an extra mob right there. So I think it's got to be an 11, right? There's no way they're doing that on a 13.
I think that's
Right?
the 13, and they're gonna +2 it. I think they're aiming for the +2 on this 13 as well. It's hard to see. Maybe we can zoom in on the Army feed. Watch Army finish this dungeon.
might be,
They're
but-
almost done.
But okay, so then I gotta ask, right? Because I remember on day one, the sticky point was missed, right? Everybody could get there. Everybody was having a lot of trouble getting their missed keys where they wanted. They could get the Dawns, they could get the Arakaras. Do you think it's going to be the same thing today? Do you think that it's really going to come down to, who really has a good miss strategy, who's really polished? And speaking of that, we have a death coming out, immediately getting battle resed here on the side of U.S. Army Esports. And again, this is, how many poison deaths we've seen on Tredova? I mean,
Yep.
Here at the AFDL, we heard you like poison, so you pulled extra mobs into Tredova so you could have poison while you poison.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Especially on a 13, I get what they're doing, right? They're looking at the timer, 5 minutes left. They still need some percent. Even after all these ads die, they're going to need an additional 10%. So for them, they're trying to +2 this. They know that unless they get a +2, they're out of the running for first place. They just won't have time to keep up with Navy, especially if Navy's able to +3 the 11, get into a 14. They won't have time to fight for first place. So they know they need to +2 this. I think today it's going to come down to which team. Realistically, I don't think it's a dungeon problem. I think every team's going to be going for 16s. I think at this point, Ukraine has 2 15s and a 13 in a book. A 15's not going to cut it for first place. You don't want to be tied going for that tiebreaker. So I think it's just going to be about which team is ready to do a 16 on any of the dungeons. They're going to try to get 15s across the board, maybe a 15, 13. If miss is tough for them, maybe they do the 13 and they do a 16 on Dawn or something. But I think it's the team that wins today out of these 3 teams will be Navy. But it'll be whichever team is able to get those 16s.
Well, one thing to note here, if you see this team kind of stacking up a little bit before that poison comes out, for those unfamiliar with Tredova, you can actually bait these poisons to come. So they're going to spawn at a very specific time. If you have any add-ons, you can kind of see that, right? But if everybody stacks up on the tank and then slowly moves left the moment the poisons go out, you can kind of, like, if you see what they're doing right now, everybody's really stacked up. Poisons are going to come out here in a second, then they're all going to kind of move left or right or wherever they're going, right? And now you've managed the poisons a little bit better, especially now 13's okay, but that's going to be really, really important when you get into the higher keys, the 15s, the 16s, because of course, Tredova has that much more health. It's going to take you that much longer to kill the boss. Therefore, you have to manage your room. There's only so much room on Tredova. So it's definitely really important that you manage your poisons. And at the same time, too, if you use like a movement speed, like a Death Advance, or, Pally's, using his horse to get out, or, any sort of movement speed, then that means that when the poisons come out the very next time, they're going to be that much faster, right? So it's actually really important to stack the poisons and just slowly walk out of them. Taking a look, what do we got here? We've got U.S. Army, we've got Goats and Glory. So Goats and Glory looks like they're on track for the 2 chests, or sorry, the 3 chests.
3 chests,
of this, the 3 chests of this 11 Dawnbreaker, 60.7%. Is that 60? Yeah, 60.7%.
60.5. Yep.
So Thalassic, tell me, are we going to see him go right into another Dawnbreaker after this?
Correct. Yeah. So they're going for 14s across the board. Like I said, a 14 across the board puts them in, spitting distance of first place. So their goal is to hit the 14s. If they get 14 across the board, they're set, because that means even 116 complete on any of the 3 dungeons puts them in first place. So they're definitely going to go for that. Yeah, they'll finish the Dawnbreaker, and we can see they +3 that one, exactly what they wanted to do. They'll go for the +2 on the next one. Army here, they've got a minute and a half to get the additional 10%. I think that's pretty easy. They're going to get that done as well.
As long as they can manage these staghorns, that's one thing. One thing you really want to keep in mind, too, for the end of this Mist dungeon, these mobs, the staghorns, are the ones that cast that Acid Nova, right? That's that big AoE. And they also cast that rejuvenation, so you need to make sure to kick that. One thing is you don't want to pull more than at least 1 or 2 staghorns together, otherwise that leads to a wipe. Reavers are really easy mobs. They're the ones that fly around. The only thing that sucks for them is sometimes they can really hurt a tank. But if you're a geared prop pally tank, you should have no problem with it. But Reavers can definitely chunk down a tank if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we can see the scoreboard there in the bottom right corner. You can see Navy with those 2 14s, and that 8 is about to be adjusted to an 11. You've got Warrior Gamer with those 2 11s just completing a dungeon themselves. I believe that was
just being completed at the same time.
Yeah, across the board. That's good, though. That means we're going to get 3 fresh runs, too. It looks like a Dawnbreaker 14, a Dawnbreaker. I'm not quite sure what level the Warrior Gamer team is going to run. And then we've got that Arakara going to be going in on a 13. Oh, there we go. We're getting the updates.
So, okay, taking a look at this, I see that we have the 14 done on Arakara and Mist for the Navy, right? Now, taking a look at the timer, we're at an hour and 45 left, so there is plenty of time in the sense of, hey, these teams have time to, figure things out. Do we go here? Do we go there? Right? But at some point here within the near future, this timer is going to keep ticking down, of course, and these teams are going to have to make a choice of which dungeon they do. So one rule to make sure everybody's privy to is the reason for this timer is you cannot start new keys once the timer hits 0. However, you can finish a key which is already started. So some strategy that these teams can play is hey, you want to set it up to maximize your time. You want to set it up to where right as that timer is hitting the last 1 to 2 minutes, you're finishing up a key and you're quickly hurrying up and sending another key right as the timer runs out, so that way you can take advantage of every last second that you can, because of course it's all about making sure that you get as many runs in as possible, you get as high a run as possible. So let's say, for example, you're the US Navy and it looks like you're not going to time your 16 Dawn that you're in and the timer's running out. Well, do you either go for it or do you immediately go out and just reset the Dawn? So, all of these teams do need to pay attention to these timers. Speaking of paying attention, we have a death going out on the side of the Paladin over on the Goats in Glory. Got distracted there for 2 seconds because I was trying to take a look at this team, and when I'm taking a look at Goats in Glory, they're in the 14 Dawn, right? I thought that was one of the 14s they already timed, but that was the only 14 that they haven't timed so far. Meanwhile, you have U.S. Army Esports, who's about ready to start their Arakara. They've already got an 11 two-chested, so this should be the 13 for them. Right, we have the 11 Dawnbreaker being done on the side of Warrior Gamer, right? So right now we've got a couple, I don't want to call them homework keys, right? But the U.S. Army and Warrior Gamer kind of doing their homework keys. These aren't going to be their very push keys. However, in the sense of the U.S. Army, this could be a key. Like, I'd say 11 is probably, you're not going to fail the 11, right? But 13 is when it starts to get spicy, right? When you're out of 13, one or two mistakes can really lead to you maybe not timing the key. You just really got to be clean with that. Meanwhile, over at the Navy, it looks like they started a key and immediately backed out. I don't know what exactly the plan is. Maybe they didn't have the right affixes, but we're on the tournament realm, guys. So one thing you got to keep in mind is as they're going and they have to create these keys, right? So we have specific affixes for each dungeon. And so on the tournament realm, you have access to every single key at every single level. And so you have to actually, in every single affix, so you have to go and build the keys correctly. So, for example, if you accidentally enter a key incorrectly, like let's say you put Challenger's Peril on it and you're not supposed to have Challenger's Peril, or Zalatos Bargain or something like that, well, an admin is going to message you if you enter the wrong key, and you're going to be told you have to restart that key with the correct affixes, right? So maybe something like that's happened. I don't know, but we are back in the 14 Dawn, right? So that's one thing that you do have to keep in mind, right? Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? Warrior Gamer, the 11 Dawn, they're on that ships. I don't know about anybody else in the chat, but I want to see it. Press 1. I'm going to press 1 right now. Press 1 in the chat if you have ever accidentally fallen through this ship on Dawnbreaker. Because this is the ship that everybody accidentally. It's the first one when you get off that ship. You go through every single time. I'm telling you. Dude, I go to land, whether it's on a demon or a shaman, I go to land, and immediately every single time I just fall through the ship. So it's a very good dungeon. I like it, but there's a couple bugs. But looks like Warrior Gamer not having to deal with that right now. Meanwhile, going over to U.S. Army, they are doing their kind of big pull before they get to the boss. Oh, hold on. I'm getting word that we're about 40 followers away from 1,000. So if you're there, if you're alive, if you're a human being, not a robot, make sure to click on that follow button and make sure to, like, follow, subscribe, that sort of stuff. Because we are less than 40 followers away from hitting our goal of 1,000. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We wouldn't be able to have these events without you guys. So, meanwhile, Thalassic, are you back?
I'm back.
He's back.
Yeah, it's been a great morning. My beautiful, amazing wife brought sushi for the players here in the Navy facility. So had to go ahead and grab that. Let her in the building, but
I was just going to ask.
I'm back.
Bring enough for everybody.
Yes, she made salmon nigiri. It's amazing. But no, I'm excited to see what did I miss. So I know I heard someone fell through the ship. They had to restart. I know Navy.
No, that was me just asking because that was the part that they were at, and just reminded me that every single time I land on that ship, I fall through. So I wanted to see if anybody else in the chat had a similar experience.
Gotcha. I'm seeing the 11. It looks like the 11 and the 14 are almost side by side. The 11's a little bit ahead already on the boss, but that is I'm interested to see how quickly they're able to get this 14 and how quickly they're able to get this 11 done. Because we really, with an hour and a half left after this, I mean, realistically, an hour 20 left after these runs, they need to start pushing high keys. All the teams need to start pushing their 15s, their 16s as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, some people would argue and say that 14s is a pretty high key. I'd agree for sure. 14 right now is the equivalent of what, like a 27 last season or season before. I'm trying to think what would be the equivalent of like a 30, right? Because 30, like the last season, the highest runs done were like the 29s and 30s. This season, the highest runs being done right now are like an 18 and a 19. So a 27 would be pretty similar to a 14, maybe
Last season, you needed
26, 25.
Right, 20s were to get your teleport, and this season it's 10 to get teleport. So if a 10 is equivalent to a 20, then every 5 is equivalent to 10 from last season. So 15 is equivalent to a 25.
Okay.
So like a 17 is
that makes
equivalent to about a 30. 17, 18. Is that right?
Which that makes sense. So some people, like I was saying, some people would say that a 14 is a decently high key. In retrospect, when we're taking a look at, the keys that could possibly be timed, or kind of, getting into, the 15s and 16s, 14 is still a little lower. But, of course, being that a 14 is not the highest you can go, it's still very punishing, right? Every single, like, you have to play very, very well. You don't have room for 2 wipes, right? Now, maybe you arguably have room for 1 wipe on a 14, but I mean, Thalassic, even then, 14s are still, you got to show up. The fact that Ghosts and Glory can 2-chest their 14s is actually extremely impressive. There's not a lot of teams that can do that.
Yeah, we put in a lot of effort. So we had tryouts for our World of Warcraft team, a couple months ago. And since then, we've been practicing first on retail. Before we had tournament room access, we were practicing twice a week. Then we got, the tournament room access. And this last week, it's been every day practice, all day yesterday. Like I said, we came to really win this one. So the 14s, we knew just from watching the last 2 days that they were going to be difficult, that these other teams are going to put up 15s. And so we knew that if we want to win, we're going to have to beat that. We're going to have to put up 16s. And so that's what we practiced for, and that's what we came in doing. And it did help that we have a 10-man roster. I mean, I think this is the first time in any of these tournaments that we've been. I mean, I know in the last one you only could use 7 people day of. So this is the first time you could actually use all 10 people, and we took full advantage of it. Let our other team focus on, really practicing the 5s and 8s, making sure they got it down without a doubt and can do it as fast as possible so that we have more time for our push team to do the 11s, the 14s, and then the 16s and 17. And so that was our plan. I think the other teams are going to realize that. I think we're going to see similar, like, even if your players aren't absolutely the best and they're not able to do 14s or 15s, if you have a team of 5 that can still +3 and 8 or +3 and 11, you can let them do that. Give your push team a little break, a little rest between dungeons, and then they can come back and do the next dungeon and do a 16. So, and kaboom, I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm not biased at all. All I want to see is I want to see a 17. If it's not us, I want to see Army do it because they're, running right here. I would love to see Warrior Gamer do it. I just want to see the highest keys pushed because that's what it's all about, right? Getting to the highest keys as quickly as possible, and I'm all for it.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's a competition, and, we want to see who can push the highest, who can go the hardest, who can go the fastest, right? And who's going to walk away being able to call themselves the 2024 WinterClash champions, right? There can only be one. I say that when we have a 3-way tie for first, but there should only be one. So we'll see if Goats and Glory is going to live up to the hype, and they're going to be able to take all that practice, all of that preparation, and execute, right? Because, you can bring the best players, you can have the most preparation, but at the end of the day, none of that matters if you don't execute when it matters the most, or if U.S. Army Esports is going to squeak it away. They are looking good, right? They are on the same path that some of our teams were, such as the Ukraine team, Air Force Gaming, Coast Guard, right? So, and they're all tied for first right now. So maybe they can do something, put themselves in the mist, get some 13s 2-chested, right? But meanwhile, all eyes are on Goats and Glory. One mistake, right? One death, one team wipe could be the difference between them getting some of these 16s done. Because that's, that's really when you're in the realm of 14, 15, 16, it does come down to one mistake, right? Because one mistake, Tank forgets to press taunt. Now all of a sudden, you've got a healer dead. Now you've got a tank dead. Now you've got a full wipe. Now you don't time the key, right? Things can cascade out of control. But Tholastic, I'm here for it. I'm ready to see who's going to take it home. We have an hour and 30 minutes left in today's push time. Plenty of time for some good keys. I don't know. I'm just hyped. I'm hyped right now. We're coming up on the last hour and a half, man. We're seeing some 14s. We're seeing some 13s. This is the good part of the day, man. This is like we made it through not that nobody wants to
It's a
watch the
slog.
fives and
It's
the
a slog.
eights, right? But it's like,
Yeah.
you know they're gonna time it, right? It's like, no one's gonna not time 8 or the 5, right? But the
Plus
13s
three
and
of them.
14s,
Yeah.
right? These are the like one mistake, like right now, all eyes right now should be glued to the Goats and Glory because this is the hardest pull of Dawnbreaker right here. And they're trying to +2 it. They're trying to go for it. Hey, I'm telling you, this is one of the hardest pulls in that whole dungeon, especially playing with a Boomy and a DK. You know how easy it is for them to, extra pull right here?
Well, it is a feral, so we do got to say that.
Sorry,
it is a feral
sorry.
druid.
I keep getting the two confused. My bad.
But they did just extra pool. So you say what you will, and the feral has died every single time on this pack. The feral has died to that same frontal. So we do need to see a little bit. Goats and Glory, some of that is a first death. So I'm not going to say they're getting sloppy, but that was a little sloppy. They know this pool is all about dodging the frontals. If you can dodge the frontals, that you've got a Shami. He's not doing as much damage as the Disc Priest, but he definitely puts out a little bit more healing. You don't need to worry about the dot really. They're really good on calling for defensives. You just got to dodge the frontals. And on the other side, Army, they need to do their very best on this. They're definitely not going to +3 this, but they need to 2-chest it. Like that's going to be a bare minimum to stay competitive is to get into all 15. So they're going to be pushing. Yeah, they're going to be pushing 15s as Navy's pushing 16s. So that means realistically,
well, what I was going to say at the Tholastic is, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a frontal, right? But
you can.
The hard part with those tacticians is when you extra pull on that specific lieutenant or throughout, multiple tacticians throughout the whole Dawnbreaker, you can now get an array of frontals that goes out. I've seen it before, a clip of enough tacticians to where it goes out in every direction and you just can't stand anywhere and everybody dies. So managing where you're standing is important.
We did get some news from production. So Warrior Gamer, Warrior GMR, they had an issue, some key generation, tournament realm issues. It happens. And so as such, it wasn't something that they could control. It wasn't anything they did wrong. So they've been awarded 13 extra minutes at the end of regulation time. So when that timer runs out, big death there for Goats and Glory, though. Tank goes down. He's going to res and get back up, but are they just going to reset? They might have to reset the entire key here. As we watch to see what happens here for...
They keep it alive? Nope, it looks like they just reset the poll.
Yeah. But
I don't know how they
watch
did that,
and
but
see if they can do it better. Warrior Gamer will get that 13 minutes. So when the time goes down, when the timers all end, they will get an additional 13 minutes. Yeah, they had a bug. They're back in their Dawnbreaker 11. They're going to get that time back. 13 minutes added to the timer for them. So don't stop the clock at the end. There's always a chance. They're not out of this yet.
Well, speaking of that, Warrior Gamer currently in that 11 Dawnbreaker right now, so they got a little time extra to go through. You hate to see something like that, but on the side of Goats and Glory, speaking of you hate to see it, is that going to stop them from 2-chesting this, Tholastic? right? Is that
No.
going to be the difference between the 2 chests and the 1 chest? Because I mean, okay, 4 minutes. I'm trying to think of the Dawnbreaker timer, right? 4 minutes left, plus I believe it's an
6.
additional like five. It's like 550 or something like that, or is it exactly
Yeah, it's
6?
basically like 6 minutes. So they still have an additional. I mean, we wanted, like I said, when you're finishing this normally, you expect to need about 5.5 minutes for that last boss and mini boss just to be safe. So they're perfectly fine. They'll finish these pools and get onto that boss. It'll be close. It'll be tight, but they're not out of it yet.
Okay, so speaking of not out of it yet, going down to U.S. Army Esports, they have the second boss going down on that Arakara. 16 minutes out of 30 minutes. They're definitely on track for a good time here. Looks like they're looking at that 2 chest for this. I do want to see whether they run it down the middle or they want to go with one of the side strats. We were having a discussion on the first day on the desk and which is better. We do see some teams elect to kind of run it down and to try to get that double overseer with the howler, or to try to go on the other side and get the extra overseer there. So, I mean, some of these dungeons, you know, there's like fine pathings that you can do like that, to where, you know, you go down this route or you go down this route. Just like Dawnbreaker, we see a lot of these teams going through the cathedral and getting their extra mobs there, and then maybe, like, for example, Goats and Glory getting an extra 1 to 2 mobs there. So, you know, that's where they're getting their percent, right? But how much do you think pathing is really kind of making a difference for some of these teams here?
Yeah, pathing is huge. You can save a lot of time pulling some of these mini bosses, especially on Dawnbreaker. And then for Arakara, pathing really isn't an issue. Up until the point they're at right now, you really only have right or left around the big circle. They're almost the same. There's a little bit of differences there, whether you can manage the alert shrills or not. I think it's definitely faster. It depends on your damage. If your damage and your healing is on point and you've practiced with your team, you're all very good at your callouts, it's definitely faster to just go down the middle, pull as much as you can, and kill it all. It's safer to go down the side. And I think if you already know you're not going to +3 this, right? They're not going to 3 chest it. You have plenty of time. I think the safer, just go with the 2 chest, go down the side, play it safe. They're doing the right call here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, especially pulling all those mobs and going through the center. I mean, when you've got that howler doing those stuns, plus you have the double erupting webs coming out, it's just very chaotic, right? It's just a lot of stuff. Something could go wrong. You could get knocked up while you've got one web come out, and then immediately, like, you're trying to run out of it, you're panicking, and then all of a sudden another web comes out, and then, you know, that could be the death of your healer or something right there, and then there's nothing you could do. Speaking of a very chaotic time, I do just want to give a shout out to our other partner, Chaos Creative, right? They've been managing the creative chaos of of being partners with us for a while. So big shout outs to both Raider.io and Chaos Creatives, our 2 partners here. Without them, we wouldn't be, we wouldn't be in the spot that we are. So we appreciate them, just like we appreciate all of you guys out there. And speaking of, again, chaos, we're about to go into the chaos that is this last boss on Arakara for U.S. Army. And this is something that we've seen been giving, I want to say, almost every single team trouble today, Tholastic. I mean, what do you think about the last boss here?
Yeah, this last boss is tough. So there's a lot that goes into this last boss. There's a lot of intricacies here, right? He puts the big swirlies on the ground you have to dodge. He puts the poison debuff on you that once it's, it ticks at you, and then once it's finally done, you put these big poison blasts on both sides like we just saw. Then, on top of all of that, you got to manage at some point, he does a vortex and he sucks you in. So you either got to jump out. If you're Evoker, you can get out of it. If you're really good, you can use your rescue, but that is so hard to do. You can always use your unstoppable flight. You can use the warrior can jump. There's a lot of different people who can jump. Otherwise, you have to tag one of these mobs, then stand in a puddle, then kick the puddle when you're done so you don't get hit by one of these circles that pops over you. There's a lot of moving parts. Everything's really fluid. And all the while, you have to do damage to this boss. So it is really hard for a lot of these teams to keep up with what they need to be doing. I think Army's got this one. On a 13, they shouldn't have too much trouble. If you remember on their 11, they got to this boss with enough time that they had to sit there and have a little dance party waiting. So I fully expect them to deal with this boss easily. Now on the 15, that's a different story. Everything hits a little bit harder. Everything's a little bit more dangerous. But one mess up here, if their pally, if someone takes their paladin's circle, if for whatever reason, their healer gets knocked down quickly, any mess up could spell the end for this team. So you do have to give it the attention that this boss deserves. And just like that, we see one death.
Oh, well, that's immediately going to be battle resed. I think that's one thing that makes this boss is probably one of the hardest last bosses for dungeons in the current set. Not because the mechanics themselves are overly complicated or hard or they do too much damage. Speaking of damage, we have another death coming out on the side of US Army Esports, and I think it's one thing that makes this fight rough is there are sometimes interactions just come out, and whether it be the grip or whether it be the blood or whether somebody takes this or the erupting webs just don't give you an opening as you're trying to run out of X, Y, or Z, and you got to avoid this blood. There just sometimes can be a scenario in which there was actually nothing you could do. You actually just die no matter what, because you go left, you die, you go right, you die, you go back, right? It turns out like that. So that's why it's important to make sure you get to this boss with enough time. You have your battle rests available, and even though they did have 2 deaths during this, the U.S. Army Esports made sure to have exactly what they needed. They had their battle rests available. They had plenty of time. They still have a minute 24 left. They are going to 2-chest this 13, and again, it's not because they played perfect on this boss. It's because they played near perfect through. Oh, they do have. I thought it. Okay. They're at 96%, and they have a minute though, right? They have a minute, but they really need to. They need to pull this overseer.
Well, that is crazy. They've got a minute to kill this. This should not be difficult. Burn it. Use every cooldown you've got. Don't save anything because this is it. You can reset your cooldowns after the dungeon.
Ooh, a random death would be really bad right now, but it looks like they're gonna kill these drones, and with that last drone going down, the overseer should give them plenty of vision. That's the hardest part with those erupting webs is when you got mobs everywhere. Sometimes you just can't see them, right? And you accidentally get clipped on the side or something. But 13 is gonna be done, right? Meanwhile, going back, checking in with some of our other teams. What do we got here? We've got the 11 Dawn still underway by Warrior Gamer, and talk to us about this 14.
Yeah, they're right there at the end boss. Like I said, they had plenty of time. They just need to finish it off. They got 1.8% left, so they do need to start burning it. They got about 2 minutes left to do about 1.5%. So if they can get it down, they'll 2-chest this. And then this is when it gets fun, because if they're able to 2-chest this, right, there's a lot that goes on in this phase too. Like I said, they did not do the strat of holding the bombs. The bombs were doing a lot of damage there. The big burst, poison burst was doing a lot. That right there that he does up on the ship as well. So they didn't hold the bombs. So instead, they looked at their time. They said, we got 3 minutes left. Even with the flight down, we should have enough time. And they will. They have a minute 20 left to get 0.7% on this boss. They'll +2 it, and then I don't even know what's going to happen. They can pick any dungeon in the world to do a 16, and if they complete a single 16, they're in first place. The only teams that can beat them, if they finish a 16 after this, is Army or Warrior Gamer. No other team can beat them. So this is pretty exciting. For me, a Navy fan, because that's the 2-chest.
Well, there you go. There's the 2-chest. And the Lassic, talk to me a little bit. So you are, of course, part of the U.S. Navy esports team. Talk to me. If somebody wanted to, say, check out either you or the U.S. Navy team. I mean, what do you guys are Instagram, Twitter, website, right? How do we get a little bit more of you guys in our lives?
Yeah, you can go check out our Twitch at twitch.tv/America's Navy. You can check out our Instagram, our Twitter, Goats and Glory Esports. Or if you're in the Navy and you're interested about joining, you can actually go to, there's a new nav admin that just dropped for the Navy Esports team. It'll direct you to the CNRC website where you can click on the Esports tab and you can join our Discord, get all the information on tryouts. We're holding tryouts for every single game. So we're expanding, not our permanent staff. Got to get more billets for that, but our auxiliary team members. So these are members of the team who are active duty Navy sailors across the country at different commands that play after hours. But they can join as well. And so, yeah, that's really how you can check us out. It's a good day to be Navy, let me tell you.
Awesome. Well, it's definitely a great day to be Navy. However, now the Navy is faced with a choice. They finished the 14 on every single key. That does not put them in first place. So now they have to start going into these 16s, right? And so we see them in Dawn. That makes me think they're going to go to the Dawn first. But the thing is they can't drop the key, right? Keys cannot be dropped backwards. So question is, and I know, if you're part of the Navy, you don't really want to think about this option. What happens if they can't do a 16 today?
I'm not worried about it. It's realistically, Dawnbreaker's our best one. If they can't, they get fourth place, right? At the minimum, they're the maximum. So if they can't do a 16, they can't do any better than fourth place. Army could still pass them. Warrior Gamer could still pass them. However, like I said, I've been watching their practices. I know what they can do. Not only are they going to get the 16, they're probably going to have to slow down actually on the 16 because they're pretty close to the 2 chest time for the 16 too. And I know they really want to get a 17 done. So I think they're going to have to pause on this into the 16 and slow down so they don't 2 chest it. Because I don't know if they're ready for an 18.
Because
that's the question. Is what if they did? Because I'm just saying.
I know they haven't practiced at 18. That's like.
I'm just saying.
It would be fun to see. It would be fun.
Exactly. And I made a very wild prediction on the first day that we might see an 18 key, right? And so it would just go to, prove me correct that we were going to see an 18 key, right? And, the improved right. So, meanwhile, we have a 16 Dawnbreaker. I'm going to say this one more time. Guys, we've got the 16 Dawnbreaker. It's not the first 16 that we've seen been attempted here this weekend. However, right, it is the first time that we have seen a team have all 14s 2-chested at least going into their 16s and not even having a 15 key, right? They have all 16s. So if there was ever a team that was gonna get these 16s time, it's all down to Goats and Glory. They got the keys, they got the people, they got the roster, they got the time, they got the preparation. It's just up to execution at this point. Can they execute, or will they let the pressure of the moment get to them and have the U.S. Army Esports, who is right on their heels? They're coming up. They're doing what they need to do to stay in this competition as well, right? They've had a couple keys that, they had a couple random deaths come out of nowhere, but they haven't had any big setbacks yet, right? They still, from what I can see, are on track for their plan, for kind of their key levels that they were going for. So, of course, at the end of the day, if they compete to their 100% and Goats and Glory compete to their 100%, I think Goats and Glory end up taking it. But if U.S. Army Esports competes with their 100% and Goats and Glory fall short at, say, 85%, well, it may be a completely different picture.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. This is, like I said, this is still anyone's game. Goats and Glory could with this. I really hope they don't. on the other hand, though, they have an hour and 12 minutes, right? They've already gotten to the point where, they have an hour and 12 minutes to finish a single dungeon. And so if this one doesn't go the way they want it to.
Which is a great spot to be in.
Yeah. Like you're feeling pretty. It'd be different if this was their last dungeon and they didn't have any more time. But it's not. They have plenty of time to still run more. And I think Warrior Gamer actually just completed their 11 Dawnbreaker, bringing them to all 11s across the board. So they're not out of this either, right?
Hey, now we're going to see.
A minute.
An hour?
I lost I hit my mic.
An hour and 12 left. Yes.
An hour and 12 is not a small amount of time. They could easily, they plus 2'd all their 11s, right? So they could theoretically get some 13s done and 2 15s done, and they could be tied for first place. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility with an hour 11 left. If you think that your 13s are going to take you about 20 minutes, you can knock all of those down in an hour and you still have time to do a 15. I think they could still be in this at least.
Mm-hmm. Well, taking a look at it, we're all good so far. Nobody on Goats and Glory fell through the boat, so I like to say that the second lieutenant is the hardest part of that, but really the hardest part is not falling through the boat. So if you can manage that, then at least you're on track. But I think it's really cool that we have both Goats and Glory kind of in a similar spot, right? They're on different key levels, right? They're right approaching the boss, and then of course U.S. Army Esports is on that first boss, but they really are close to the same amount of time on this. They're only off by 2 minutes, I think, in this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah. Yep. It's pretty close timing. Army should 2-chess this, right? I think their goal right now is to plus 2 this. I think that's their, what is this? This is their 13. So they want to, this is a 14, isn't it?
Oh, wait. Is this on a 13 or is this on a 14? Or if we can get
I can't really tell. Yeah.
From that. Yeah. It's, for
Army.
the U.S. Army, right? So I know they 2-chested their last 13 they were in, but the question is for this Dawnbreaker. Okay. Yeah, so we got confirmation. This is a 13 Dawn. I know the
scoreboard
person's UI is the scoreboard UI is a little lower, or it's a little shrinked.
It's fixed,
right? So
it's fixed.
Meanwhile, I love when I hear the little air horns, right? The little weak auras that have the air horns and everything. Those are just the fun. Like when people customize them and do this and that. I gotta think, what add-on is it that does that? Is it not weak auras? Like, I know that
GBM.
But it's
Deadly Boss Mods.
Yeah, but there's a package you download that does it, right?
Oh, my Deadly Boss Mods did it as soon as I got it.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something. There's another add-on that you can download that gives you weirder noises, right?
Little wigs, big wigs.
It might be little wigs and big wigs, right? That's what I play with myself, right? So I'm used to hearing those noises, but there's other air horns and stuff like that. There's honestly a lot of different add-ons that some of these ones can use. For example, if you take a look at all three of these scoreboards on all three gamers, they look different, right? So maybe it's the same add-on doing the scoreboard, maybe it's not the same add-on doing the scoreboard. I think it's just interesting how you have different different add-ons being run by different teams. What would you say, Tholastic, is the important add-ons that you guys play with on the Navy side?
Weak auras, obviously, you really have to have the weak aura pack for all the dungeons. You need to have the interrupt tracker, whether that's a weak aura or it's standalone. You need something to track interrupts for your team, especially if you're the shot caller. If you're not doing that, you're not going to push high keys. It is just what it is. Interrupts have to be organized. You have to know what to kick. You have to be calling them out. You don't want to overlap all 5 of your interrupts on the same guy, and then he goes around for his next cast and has something. So definitely that. You need some sort of Mythic Plus timer. The default isn't just it's not cutting it anymore, guys. All 3 of these you can see have their own trackers. And look, there's some basic necessities. If you're using default party frames, you're wrong. I know it's wild take, but look, we had a Rhett Pally who tried out. He's actually in the tournament right now. He's playing actively on our team. And he had old Z Pearl frames, right? From back in the day.
What is
Love
Z
Pearl
Pearl
back in the
frames?
Z Pearl, they're crazy. That changes how they look, but you couldn't see anything. And so I asked him, I was like, well, how are you knowing if you need to lay on hand someone? He's like, well, I just do DPS. Doesn't cut it anymore. So
that's the anthem of most Rep Paladins and every single
so
pun
you
key
need to
that
have
I've run into.
You need to use, basically, I think everyone should use something along the lines of like Cell.
This is getting.
Voodoo.
Oh, sorry. Look at Goats and Glory. They're getting way too close on that first
fine.
loss. Oh,
I mean
that was a millimeter away from disaster right there. On
yeah, it was really
loss.
close.
Luckily, they
that
were
was
able
really
to
close.
snap them over. But that was. I mean, this 16. Hey, every little thing. I mean, they have one death right now, right? And so that could be
That's
the difference.
good.
They have one death. They have one battle res available in this 16. I mean, every second is going to count because, of course, they're gonna try to take as much time as they can save as much time as I can. I mean, when it comes to deaths, when it comes to needless just sitting around, because you want all the time you can, because obviously it's a 16, so they have that much more health. You need to spend all that time DPSing, right? So the less time you spend when you have no mobs in front of you to attack versus the time you spend when you have mobs in front of you to attack, you have to kind of manage that.
Yeah, we're getting to a point now for all three of these teams where minutes are going to make the difference, right? You have to be min-maxing everything, especially on these. We've got an hour and 5 minutes left, a little bit more for Warrior Gamer, but an hour and 5 minutes or an hour and 18 minutes for these teams. So at this point, you need to be pushing these keys because you've only got maybe, if they're taking you 28 minutes apiece, you're going to get 3 in if you're quick. So with only 3 more realistic, that's if you're finishing right now. It's very possible that you only get 2 more dungeons in for the whole day.
Yeah.
So you need to be pushing it. If you get a really bad, start, it might be worth resetting, especially as we get near the end of this timer.
Yeah, and taking a look, I do want to point out we talked about how close these two teams. They started the key 2 minutes apart, right? So U.S. Army Esports was 2 minutes away from the timer. If you actually look, U.S. Army are 12 minutes into this dawn, and Goats and Glory are 10 minutes into this dawn. However, it actually looks like Goats and Glory are ahead, being 2 minutes, or not having those extra 2 minutes, and being on a 16. So they are outpacing this U.S. Army team. And if I'm the Army right now, I'd take a look. Well, I'd actually did they kill the lieutenant? Oh, they're going to the second lieutenant. Okay, so never mind.
Yeah,
right.
They're a little ahead.
I thought that was right on the outside there. Okay, so then that means that they're 2 pulls away. They're 2 pulls difference between these two.
Yeah, it is really close for what is that, a 3 keystone difference. I would not want it to be this close. I would definitely want a bit more of a lead if I'm Army, but you know what? They're still on time to 2-chest this. Yeah, they should be on time to 2-chest it, so they still should be good. Like I said, Goats and Glory is actually going probably faster than they should be. I've been telling them they need to take their time on these 16s. But I wasn't kidding when I said they really want to push the envelope. They want to win this. It's not this isn't an option. They want to win.
Okay, so here's the question, right? If they do end up on track to 2-chest one of these 16s, right? And we know all they need is 1 16 done. However, I'm guessing that they're going to try to get multiple 16 duns. If they end up 2-chesting one of them, I mean, can we see him go into an 18? I know. I'm just saying. If any team were to. Actually, you know, I'm hearing it right here, guys. The poll that we did earlier on what the highest key that we predicted was only 15, 16, and 17, right? And we didn't include 18 on there. So it looks like these teams will probably not be going to the 18s because, you know, we didn't predict it, right? So this seems like that's our answer there.
Yeah, I don't think we did. And I think there's one more change. I think I was looking at the Navy Esports. They did only 2 chests. So if whoever just messaged and asked, they 2 chested the Miss 14.
Mm-hmm.
So that is also. But outside of that, you're right.
Like
I think that. Yep. See, he gets a little. That's it. That is the 2 chest right there. Just wipe, guys. Don't chain pool this. There you go. Okay, we're back. They lose 25 seconds for that. That is a 25-second loss, plus probably about 10 seconds of flight time. So that's a 35-second loss.
It looked like It looked like he turned his. He just got meleeed in the back. Honestly, it looks like he turned his back right. Like he pulled and was like trying to walk, but just didn't walk backwards, right? So he got maybe crit or just something in the back. He got 100-0'd. He absolutely got 100-0'd by that moment.
Oh yeah, he dashed in, turned around, and got just knocked. So that's a 30-second loss right there.
That's one thing. So guys, for some people who haven't done kind of higher keys, these 16s and 17s, right? Every little thing you do really counts, right? Things that you don't think will kill you if you're not accounting for them. And one of those things is if you are a tank and you turn your back to the mobs. Again, I know it's kind of an older interaction. It's been in the game since Vanilla WoW, but you can't, dodge or parry things while it's behind you. And if it's directly behind you, it has that chance to be crit, right? So if you turn your back to the mobs, expect to take more damage, right? And expect to see things like, especially on a 16, you can't have a mini boss just meleeing you in the back as a tank. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, it was greedy. I've played with them enough and I've listened to their comms enough and I know what's going on. That was very much a go. We can still two chest this, which realistically, they're still on track to be able to 2 chest this. It'll be close.
Yeah.
It
depends on how long they spend on Rationon. How long it takes them to get Rationon down.
Like, they could theoretically 2 chest it, but like I said, they just need to take it slow, get the 16 in the book so we guarantee ourselves first place, pending Army, right? Army could still do something crazy. They could finish this 11, get their 13 in, but even if they have all 13s, they really only have 2 more dungeons in, so 2 15s. I think if Goats and Glory gets this 16 in, they feel, not done, you know what I mean? But they definitely feel like they've accomplished the goal of winning. And then they just play for fun. Then they might even do the 17, just to be like, we did the only 17 in the tournament.
You know what?
So we'll have to see.
We actually have, so it's not U.S. Army, it's Goats and Glory and Warrior Gamer on the same exact mob in Dawnbreaker. Warrior Gamer, they actually started later, but they've caught up. So that actually tells me that right now, despite that death coming out right there, Warrior Gamer have been trying to put their foot on the gas pedal for this Dawn and trying to catch up any way they can.
Did you just jinx them? Did they just get a death while you said that?
You
literally said that if you immediately died.
Right? Because it couldn't have been Caster Curse because of the delay, right? Because of the delay, as I said it already technically happened. So there's, however,
there is a poll,
guys. There is a poll in the chat. There is a poll in the chat. What is this? Elastic, what do we got here?
Will Goats and Glory 2 chest this 14? You can either vote yes or no. I'm looking at the time right now.
Wait.
7.5 minutes.
Okay,
they have 7.5 minutes.
This isn't a 14. This isn't a 14.
Oh, this isn't a 14. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
the poll
they
is
2 chest
incorrect.
this 16. Will they
Will
two
they
chest
two-chest
the
the
16?
16?
That's what we mean, right? I'm putting everything I have, which is 98 channel points, because I spent it all in the first pull, into I believe. We're going to go to I believe.
Look, I believe. I voted. I put my yes on too, because you know what? All they have to do is beat this boss in less than 2 minutes, get to the other boss, hold out for the bombs, do the bomb trick, survive
They've
it
got
somehow.
10 minutes. I mean, they have a full 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, if they
Not to
play
two-chest it,
clean,
though.
or sorry, not 10 minutes. They have. I was looking at Warrior Gamer,
6.
honestly.
They have like
they have
6.5
minutes.
minutes.
6
It's
minutes.
close.
That's I don't know. That might be too close for them. You kind of need 3 minutes on both these bosses, and then it's going to take.
Look, we had
you
doubters
longer
in the
than that
chat.
to do.
They didn't even think that Goats and Glory was gonna time this. Now we're in here having a poll of whether they're gonna two-chest it. Come on. Give little faith.
Okay. Hey, well, we'll see. We've got 56 minutes left on the timer. We have got Ghosts and Glory going for broke here, trying to take the first place seed in our 2024 Winter Clash, trying to get seeded as best as they can for our 2025 season, right? Also bragging rights. If anybody wasn't tuning in earlier, Goats and Glory, there's been a lot of goats throughout the past couple competitions, but not as much glory, right? And so we're seeing a very polished, we're seeing a very well prepared, and we are seeing probably the best version of Goats and Glory in any competition that we have ever seen so far. So if there was ever a contest where it comes down and Goats and Glory are the odds-on favorite to win, I'd say it's this one right here, right now. They just have to execute it.
No.
Okay, so
No.
This is a question I'm going to pose to production right here. If we can do a check and see, has Navy ever either won a clash before, right? If somebody wants to kind of check on this real quick. It was an original idea I just came up with in my head. So maybe our production can check on that and see if we if they've ever won, or what's the best placing that they've come in so far.
Best placing? Third of 4?
Okay, so third place, right? They've been top 3. So then this would be this out of 4. Okay, so this would be, it's still third place, right? Yeah, third place. But this would be, we've got a death going out by the healer and Warrior Gamer, but the boss has 20% health left. I don't see that the no battle res is available. Or they had one battle res available. Looks like they used it. Warrior Gamer is struggling a little bit on this 13. Now this boss is difficult, right? These ads is what make it difficult. If you let those ads get those cast off, two casts can kill a tank, right? So especially when you have the slams going out, especially when you have the decay, right? The shadowy decay, that's going to be an AoE pulse that you need to use a defensive, like anything 13 up plus, you need to use a defensive for. They are going to take that down. They're going up to the ship. They have 7 minutes left to be able to two-chest this. They are still on track, but they have to play clean for Rashinon. Meanwhile, Goats and Glory, same boss. That I really want to see how they manage these ads. They've got 24% left. Shadowy Decay comes out, doing a great job. That healer is healing his absolute totem off right now. And,
nice, good catch. I like it.
And we've got the orb coming out. It looks like nobody got hit. That's cool. Warrior is charging back. Warrior's going to be a really good tank for this dungeon specifically. However, I got to give my hats off to Goats and Glory for using a Warrior tank when it looks like every other team in this entire contest, once they got up to the hierarchies, all went with the prop pallies. And then what do we see on ladder? We see a bunch of prop pallies. So either all of the prop pallies that Goats and Glory had were just not up to snuff, or the more likely scenario, this Warrior is absolutely him. Timothy.
That's right. He's
This
him.
is the Chad. This is the Chad of warrior tanks, because he's the only one of the only warrior tanks that we've seen, and definitely the highest key that we've seen a warrior tank in so far. So a really good showing for sure. And both teams about to finish up this Dawnbreaker. 52 minutes left. Elastic.
I'm holding my breath.
What do you think we're going to
I am
see
holding
for this
my
last
breath.
hour here? What do we see?
I'll let you know here in a minute. This is we're at a point. I actually dislike this pack more than I dislike this last boss. The overlapping, those right there. I know our healer can put up with it. Our healer, who's actually playing healer, is actually he's good at healing. He's an even better mage. So like he's a DPS main. So like as I'm watching him do this, I'm like every bit of me is cringing. Like, please keep everyone alive. Just do the 16. Come on, guys. You're running low on time. You've only got 8 minutes or 7 minutes left.
So the last, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. How often is it that the Navy are out in the field and they're using tents in the field when they go?
In 10th? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Because they must be very familiar with them, because we're definitely in an intense situation right now, right? Coming into the 16 mob right before Rashinon. So, we were talking about it earlier, Elastic. The strategy with the bombs. There's no way they do that here, right?
I would do it. I think, what's the time left? Yikes.
So they're not two chesting, right? So that's not going to happen. But they have 6 minutes left. 6 coming up on 5 minutes left, right? The strategy of using the bomb, but you said it's so much damage, and honestly, a 16 key, I don't know that it's even possible with the amount of damage that's coming out right here, especially when you're telling me that the shaman is a DPS main, but somehow he's healing his totem off right here. Well, I think you just play it safe. I mean, I think 5 minutes is plenty of time to DPS this boss, right? There's no way they go for the kind of cheese strat, right?
No! Oh, okay.
What happened?
Okay. Nothing. We're good. I'm just freaking out here. You know what I mean? Like, it's, all right, I'm a little...
Are you good? Can we get...
I'm good.
Some water over here or something?
Yeah, the POV, the way it looked, I thought they put the green line on the wrong side, and I was like, oh, here we go. So this is what I was talking about. This damage right here on top of one of the exploding containers is a lot of damage. It's so much damage. Yeah. And we don't have a...
Going bare for
they need to be res.
Oh, Pally goes down. The Pally goes down. Do we have a B-res available for him? Looks like we do. We have... Oh, this team is so polished. They actually had 3 battle reses available going into this Rashinon, so bar a disaster, they definitely have what it takes to down this Rashinon with enough time. Last boss, flying under the bridge, safe way to do it so you don't die to the darkness here. Making sure you get plenty of orbs. I'm seeing, we're at 26:04, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Is that going to be, Elastic, enough time to take down 4% of Rashinon on a 16?
With Lust? Yeah, they got it. They at 3.5% with Lust. Ooh, man, I'm like I'm like bouncing, you know. I'm like, okay, we got this. This is it, man. We beat everybody. They do this, and we don't have to worry about anybody. They can basically.
I mean, they do this. They're in first place, right? Right?
Yeah, and they're so far in first place, like no one else can catch them. So, oh come on. I mean, okay, so I'm watching it, and I'm just watching the hells. I know the pain points here. Chromie and Alsonis are going to keep getting hit by these dumb webs. It's going to do a lot of damage. They only need 2.5% more, though. They have used the Lust. They're pumping everything they've got. We swapped to the
last thing. I know you're hyped right now. I think everybody in the chat is hyped right now. This is for the This is for the lead, guys. This is to take home the possible. This could be it, right? If they time this key, if they can play good right here, right now, if they can execute, this could be the difference between walking away the champion of the 2023 WinterClash or not, right? We have some damage coming out, 61.5%. We're almost there. They just have to execute. This is the big AoE damage coming out. We got good totem use. We got some good, looks like some defensives coming out on the side of the DK as well, the anti-magic zone, right? But there's so much damage going out right now.
Heal! Heal right now!
So,
oh my gosh, here we go. They're going to go to the sides. Take it out. This is
they're
fine.
They're running out of room. They're running out of room with these webs, though.
They'll clear it with the poison.
I don't know. It's
they know how to do
spicy. 60.9. 0.8. We're almost there. Spirit Link Totem comes out preemptively. That means he's not going to have it for that next AoE pulse. We've got Rolling Acid coming out in what looks to be about 5%. 0.5% left on this boss. Those webs are getting dangerously close. There's not very much time. They have to dodge the webs, right? DK taking a little damage. They have a sliver to deal with right now, but look,
let's go. Let's go.
Is this going to be a 60%? Woo! That's it. The 16 Dawnbreaker is timed. Our first 16 of the contest. That's going to put Goats in Glory in, I believe, the number 1 position. And
maybe wins. Maybe wins. Let's go home.
Feeling?
It's a wrap. That's it, guys. We've been working a long time for this. Like, we've been building and building. We're finally at a point where Navy Esports we've got some traction, and it shows right here. These guys bringing it home. We had our team earlier today, giving them a little break, doing the easy stuff, and now we got these guys bringing it home. Gosh, that feels good. It feels good to beat everybody and know no one can even get close to us. It's over. It's over.
Well, it feels even better knowing that Goats in Glory had this is the first time they've ever even been in the top 2. This is the first time this is the best showing. So for them to never take home the W and to show up here for the WinterClash and to perform as they have is just absolutely awesome. However, it is not completely over yet. We still have a couple more keys. We have 45 minutes left. And speaking of over, nothing is over until we tell you guys the one of the entire reasons why we're here, right? So if you type !charity in the chat, one of the entire reasons we're doing this, guys, is because of the Vanderbilt Pediatric Cancer Initiative that we have, right? So !charity, I do just want to shout out that we received looks to be $100 donation, right? So I don't know if that was anonymous or there's a name attached to it. We'll get that here in a second, but we want to thank you guys so much, right? !charity in the chat. I don't know how to spell charity, apparently.
Charity.
I spelled that wrong, right? So that is our special charity incentive, right? So make sure to check it out. Anytime we do an event like this, we want to make sure that there's some good that comes of it. Yes, we're having a great time. Yes, Goats is taking home the glory as of right now. However, all love and support for our charities is one thing that we definitely want to support. So guys, !charity in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Classic. What can we expect out of Goats in Glory now? We're in a 16 Arakara.
They're not done. Remember when I said they want to destroy? Yeah. They're going. Like, we got 116. They're gonna get this 16 done. I think, like I said, I don't know what they'll do. They'll either go for the 16 miss or they'll just say, let's get that 17 Dawn in. It'll be one of those two after they easily do this one. Oh, it feels good.
They're gonna have the highest IO on the TR.
Yep. Unfortunate, there was a full wipe on that 15 Dawnbreaker from Warrior Gamer. They're gonna have to go back and reset. Unfortunate.
We do have a 15 Warrior Gamer in a 15 though is awesome, honestly. Right? I'm super happy to see another team out here trying to get, and they've got plenty of time to reset it, right? And wait, no, they're not doing Dawn. They're going to miss. Maybe they're letting the palate cleanse a little bit. But we've got these other teams that are coming in, and even though we do have our first 16 being timed, the game's not over yet because we got ourselves a 15 Dawnbreaker right now. 4 deaths, so it is gonna be tight here. I don't know that they're looking to two chest it for sure. I don't think you try to two chest 15s. I think you just try to make sure you get it, but they got a really good comp for it. I mean, taking a look, I mean, we're seeing Boomy, we're seeing Ellie, we're seeing Og, we're seeing some big damage coming out from these guys. I think when we're watching them, this is the team we were watching in Mist that got I want to say almost 4 mil damage on Ingra. So this team's got the damage, right? But they've just got to, again, what is the Navy showing us they know how to do? Execute, right? So it's not just about having the damage, not just about having the comp. If you can't execute properly, then that's going to be the difference between winning and losing. And Thalassic, the Navy are executing right now. Thalassic, hello. Okay,
Yep,
so
sorry.
it looks like
I'm here. I'm here.
Gotcha.
I think this just goes back to a difference in strategy, right? It comes down to you're looking at the last 2 days and you're seeing that people are struggling with their 13s, they're struggling with their 15s. And so coming into today, it's a matter of all we need to do is get these 15s. And I think that's what Army's doing. I think they're going to be fine on this 15. I think they'll probably be either tied for second place or they'll push everyone else down and they'll take second place. I think Army's that good. So I'm really excited to see what they're able to do. They'll definitely, I would say they definitely get these 15s. But I think it's just a strategy difference. I think going for the 14s across the board, knowing that sets you up for 116, puts us in the lead, was a good strategy move by Navy. But Army's no slouch. So they can finish this dungeon, get into another dungeon, and have enough time to finish that other one as well. So I would expect to see 15s across the board for Army, or pretty darn close.
Okay, so as we're talking about the 15s and as we're talking about the 16s here, we've got Ghosts and Glory who are currently in their Arakara. I gotta ask Thalassic, right? When you go to Arakara, do you do the small pull, the big pull, or the giga pull?
Oh, we giga pull. They're not this time. They're taking it nice and slow, smartly. It's a 16.
Not on a 16, but
even on the 14, we giga pull. Like it's you got to do it. If
really?
You're going to try to two chest, if you're going to two chest a 14, you got to do some big pulls, and that's what we go for.
Well, for everybody who doesn't know out there, the difference in an Arakara is if you do the giga pull, that means from the moment the door opens all the way until that first mini boss, you're pulling everything along the way onto that first mini pull, or onto the first mini boss. So that's what the giga pull is. Reminds me a lot of the old Mauve Soul days where you would, on the MDI, they would just pull everything to that first boss for the first for the first pull. For the second pull, they pull everything to the second boss, and then for the third, they pull everything to the third. All right, so those are some very, very spicy pulls. Speaking of spicy pulls, we have Warrior Gamer on that first boss in their 13 missed. So I want to take a look and see how big of damage are they going to get. We haven't seen a mage. I haven't personally seen how well this team can do as far as their damage, so I want to check it out right here. Just so you guys know as well, this team, if you remember earlier, they had a glitch that was kind of not their fault, right? So we had our admins review. They've been awarded an extra 13 minutes. So if you take a look at the bottom left-hand timer, they're at 51 minutes remaining. The other teams have about 13 less minutes than them because they had 13 minutes added onto their timer due to that the glitch that, again, our admins investigated, made sure that it wasn't their fault or it wasn't user error. It was actually just like a glitch. And so right here, I'm seeing a lot of damage going out
A lot.
on the side of, but we haven't had that. Is Lust pop? Yes, though they just popped Lust. They've just made it through. Droman is doing his thing, and Ingra is at 70%. We're seeing the damage 1.5. It's Hunter. Okay, Classic, you're the one that was saying Hunter needed to take a seat for
Get him out.
on the backside for these meta, right? But 2.15, 2.4, that's still a lot of damage coming out on the side of both Hunter and Mage. I mean, what do you think about their team comp?
I don't like it. I'm super
Well, tell us
honest
how you
about
really
this.
feel.
I'll be straight up. I think it's trash. No, in reality, it's fine. Like the mage is obviously showing he's good at what he does. Like we said before, on the lower keys, the 11, 12, 13s, you can get away with if you're really good, if you're one of the best at your class, you're gonna be able to play it well. I'd be curious to see how they perform at a 15 or a 16 with those same classes. It's just more difficult, right? They're doing really well. I think if you had a meta comp, though, if they were just as good on meta characters, they'd probably be doing even better. So it's really impressive to see them perform this well, but I think they probably have a little bit room to improve by swapping classes. I do. I know that's hard to say.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and that's one of the things we were talking about earlier with the meta and everything. I did just want to take a second. We did have an additional donation I do want to shout out. Again, exclamation point charity in the chat. Every donation is going to support the pediatric cancer program. So we had a $200 donation that just got sent in on top of that $100 donation that we had earlier. So again, thank you so much. It's every single dollar, whether it's $1, whether it's $100, right? It goes towards a great cause. And as you can see, Jones in the chat right there, we played the video earlier and everything. It really does make a huge impact. So thank you guys so much. And if you can't give $1, at least, being here to either pressing that follow button, which we appreciate, just being here to tune in to watch really does help to support. So thank you guys so much. And meanwhile, we have this 13 Mist that's underway now. Because this team isn't the meta, right? Because, we're playing a Frost Mage and we're playing, looks like Survival Hunter, are they going to have some advantages or disadvantages that, say, some other teams might not? What immediately comes to my mind here at the Classic is, are they going to be able to pull anything over the wall in this maze?
That is a good question. I don't think they can. I'm looking at Hunter Pet can, I think, right?
Can Hunter Pet? I don't play Hunter, so maybe
I don't
Mage
either.
can send their Elemental. I'm not 100%. I know if you're playing meta, right? Like if you have a Boomies can do it. I know Locks can do it. I know Demon Hunters can do it. I know Guardian Druids can do it as well. Hunter Pets can. Okay, so then maybe that's another reason you want to have a Hunter here.
Nope.
However, it's on the TR. Taking a look, I mean, are they going to do it? Is the question, right? Because I would say that's the most optimal pathing, to be able to have this down. But again, I mean, Tholastic, you've been looking at some pathing for some of these higher keys. Do you guys pull over the walls here in the maze?
So you can, if you pull that first pack and the second pack over the walls, you can skip. You can use a rogue skip or a demon hunter skip, on that first pack right after the guessing game check. However, that being said, I think that pack is actually just easier and quicker with the maze that we have. So the maze has been set. They've got the same maze that we have. I think it's just easier to crush through the maze, kill that first pack, just kill it quickly. It's not that big of a difference. As long as you're, organized on your interrupts, you don't really have to worry about it. And so I think it's just not worth it. I'd much rather have, I'd much rather have meta comp and, just push through the maze as quickly as possible It definitely helps to bring. I forgot what it's called now. Not Queen's Gambit. Man, I'm blanking. Someone in chat will tell me the item that I took, the trinket, Queen something.
Mad Queen's Mandate.
There we go. Mad Queen's Mandate. Absolutely a must-have on all 5, if not 4, minus your healer on this dungeon, especially with what we've got. So with the timing here, you can actually Mad Queen's Mandate the frog with all 5 people. Then it's up for the guessing game. So when she does her last guessing game, you can skip it. Everyone Mad Queen's Mandate does enough damage to skip the last guessing game. And then it's back up again in time for the final boss. It's massive damage.
Really?
And it's a must-have on this dungeon. Another strategy we used. It's an absolutely must-have.
I didn't even think about that, but that's another strategy you can do on the TR, which is, again, these guys, this is on the TR, so they have access to things like the Mythic Mad Queen's Mandate. They can have every single player have that. Also, of course, their casters are going to have that Mythic Spy Masters. But I didn't even think about, a 4 or 5 person Mad Queen. How much damage is that going to do? Because I have a heroic mandate on my tunes, and I'll tell you, if it crits, it's doing between 12 and 14 mil, right?
Yeah.
So,
and you have 5 people do that, and
that's a lot of damage.
It's a big difference. Yes, it is. Which is it's a huge push on that second boss, the Mistweaver boss. It's a huge. Yeah, it's basically it's like a 40 mil to 50 mil damage. It's huge, and you should be doing it every time. So you do it there, you do it on the frog. It helps you get through those high health enemies or those lockdowns, where she would go invulnerable because you have to kill the right one. This time you just skip that whole thing. You do a lot of damage to the boss at the end. So it's definitely a must-have. There's some little tips and tricks like that which have made a huge difference and helped us speed up our game a little bit.
Well, that's definitely an interesting strategy. I'm glad that I don't know that your team would be glad, but I'm glad you felt like sharing that with us.
We already won.
So that might
won.
That might be something some of the other teams need to take note of. Speaking of some of the other teams, we were checking out Warrior Gamer and their 13 missed for a minute, but let's take a look at the 16 Arakara. Right, they're still plugging and chugging their way through. If you are looking for the bracket, by the way, you could type !bracket, and you can see as of right now, currently, there was a third 3-way tie for first. It was Ukrainian WoW, Air Force Gaming, and Coast Guard Gaming, with New Zealand Defense Force in third or in fourth. But now they moved to fifth because Ghosts and Glory has taken that first place position, right? But the day is not over yet. U.S. Army still has a chance. Warrior Gamer still has a chance. It just depends on the keys that they get done. However, we're in our last 30 minutes here, so we're not going to see that many more keys, right? If we take a look at some of these other teams and the amount of keys that they have left, I mean, let's take a look at U.S. Army for a second, right? U.S. Army, they're in this Dawnbreaker, and they've had a really good performance throughout today. I'm seeing Rashinon right now. I believe this is this a 15 or is this a 13 coming out of them here, right? Okay, so they're on this is a 15. Okay, was that death on purpose? Was that an accident death? What did we just see right here?
I think they wanted to reset. They were trying to give their healer, I think, time to drink. I'm trying to look.
Maybe because there was only one death there, so maybe it's a reset, right? So taking a look at 12 deaths coming into it. They're definitely not going to two-chest this, but again, we were saying earlier, there's not really much point in two-chesting a 15 other than, for tiebreaker purposes. So maybe there's that, but right here, last boss coming out, U.S. Army, they would be one of only, let me take a look, only the Air Force. So if we take Goats and Glory out of the equation right now, and we look at every other team, only the Air Force have actually managed to time a 15 Dawn, I believe, right? If I'm taking a look at the different the leaderboard here, I might have it mixed up, but this would put them in commanding position, because one thing we have to remember here is this is seeding for our entire 2025 season, right? So
Correct.
every single key that you do, right, if this key is going to put you, it doesn't matter whether, you beat, you're able to get everything to a 16, right? If you're able to, get a higher seeding than, other teams, that could mean when you come into the 2025 season, you're able to have a better position, get better matchups, right? And so, it's all about taking a look at, are you going to be in Group A? Are you going to be in Group B? Are you going to be in Group C? So, again, there might be some strategy going on, right? It just, I think all these teams, of course, are trying to get these keys done at the highest level that they can, right? But I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Tholastic? Do you think there's any gamesmanship going on coming into the 2025 season?
No, I think all these teams want to get as high as they can, push as much as they can. I know I've been, loving how the Navy's doing, but Army's doing phenomenally well. They're still in this, so they can, if they finish this dungeon and they're able to get close, they don't need to necessarily two-chest another one, but get close to two-chesting, they could actually still get 15s across the board. They could finish the other two 15s they have. They just have to do their next dungeon quick enough that they're able to start the third dungeon in time. So there's still a lot of time left for Army to, bump their numbers up, and they want to, because that seeding is really important. They want to be at the top of that Group A, and Army still has that ability. They just need to really pump here, and then the next dungeon they do, they need to get awfully close to two-chesting it. Even though it's a 15, they're going to really have to push that timer and maybe finish it in something like a 24, 25-minute time frame.
2, 1.
I mean, yeah, because we are getting down to the wire here, guys. We're coming down. We're under 30 minutes remaining in these teams' ability to put a new key in. So what that means, again, is it doesn't mean that the contest is completely over the moment that timer hits 0. What it means is they cannot enter a new key, right? So if they're in a Dawn and they, let's say they wipe on like the first boss or the first, they enter the key and something is wrong or whatever it may be, they can't start a new key, right? So it's the timer to not be able to start new keys. So I mean, we're coming up on the wire here, and with them being right here, I mean, yes, it looks like they're gonna finish this 15 Dawn, which is awesome. That's really great for them. But are they gonna have enough time to get another complete dungeon done, and then have enough time to start anything before the end of the timer? Because barring, disaster here. Hopefully we've got the reincarnate coming out. This level 15 keys, I mean, this is 28 minutes, 29 minutes worth of timer that they're going through. They don't have that much time left.
Yeah, and it's, even if they aren't able to get in that third dungeon, if they only finish one more after this, and they, assuming they time this one, they'll still be, that would put them in a tie with Ukraine and Air Force and Coast Guard, and then we go back to that tiebreaker. So it's really imperative that they speed this along. If not this one, they need to at least time this one, and then they need to rush through the next one.
Well, we have 60% right here on Rashanon, so looks like he's about to go down 60.7.6.
Oh.
Right. Oh, we have another death, and now they're within 30 seconds. Oh, wait, no, that's 31. So they're a minute and 30 seconds. Minute 25 off of this, and looks like he's just going to kind of ride the floor there because Rashanon is about to go down. Well, we have 60 point, can't see, 60 point.
Another death.
Any second now. But we have 2 deaths. Are they going to squeak this out? Or 30?
No.
They have less than a minute left. 3 people alive, less than a minute left. Rashanon at his last percentage. Do they have the damage left? I mean, can that Og Evoker press the damage? I mean, they've lost their shaman and they've lost some big damage. They also don't have a healer alive. This is getting spicier and spicier by the moment. That Og has to do as much off healing as he can, but is it going to be enough?
Good job.
By 30 seconds. By 30 seconds, barely, it will be enough to get
that was as close as you could get.
But now they only have 22
22
minutes left. 22 minutes, is that enough time to finish any dungeon? Right? At the levels at which they're I don't think it is. I think they've got one key and that's it. I think they've got I don't think there's any 15 that you can do in 22 minutes. Like I don't. I mean, take a look at the 16 Arakara. They're at 22 minutes right now for the 16 Arakara, and they're speeding through this. I don't think there's any key that you can do at a 15 that's 22 minutes or less.
Yeah, this might be
maybe
their last
Arakara.
chance.
Well, okay, so let's take a look at this. What happens to the leaderboard if they do time this 15, right? Because taking a look at it, and they have 115 done. Let's say they time this 15. They're tied for first, okay, and then it comes down to
tied for second.
So
tied for second.
Or so
yeah.
Yes, the 4-way. It'd be a 4-way tie for second.
4-way, correct.
And it would come down to, again, who's got the who plus 1'd it, who plus 2'd it, right? Who's got the better timers, right? So that's for admins to figure out exactly. Take a look at the data, figure out exactly who walks away with that second, that third place. Right? I do want to give a big shout out to Kaboom, who is lagging our screens in the bottom right hand corner. All right, so know that your computer is not on the fritz. Kaboom just loves his fireworks there. So big shout out over there to him on the TR. Meanwhile, Tholastic, what do you think? What do you think about this 16 Aura? What do you think about this 13 miss? What do we got here?
I think the 13 miss is good. I think they're gonna finish this one. I don't know if they're not gonna 2-chest it, which means they're only gonna have the 14 here. I'd have to look and see what they've done for their other 2 13s for Warrior Gaming here to see where they stand. I think they've got an 11. They've got 11s on the other 2. So I don't think that they're going to be able to compete for that second place, but I think the Army still can. We did get another donation. Thank you guys. Again, if you do that exclamation point charity, you can see AFDL is implementing that special charity incentive for the remainder of 2024 for the pediatric cancer program at Monroe Correll Junior Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. We just had another $250 donation. So thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. All your donations mean a lot to everyone here. I know they mean a lot to everyone in the back. We really appreciate everything. And you guys can go to that link that the Stream Elements just posted to do your tips. But yeah, this is shaping up to be quite the dungeon. We are on the final boss for Guilt and Glory. We had doubters in chat who said no one's going to time a 16 tonight. And Goats and Glory over here about to time their second one. Caster Curse, please don't happen. About to time their second one.
I mean, 3 battle reses available. Boss is at 89%. They've got an entire 5 minutes here. They just have to avoid disaster, right? They can even have 1 or 2 deaths come out, and still it's going to be okay. So it's really just, this is the moment where if I'm in this queue with my team, it's okay. Take a breath. We've got time. We've got reses. Just we can't have disaster. So just play clean, and that's it. And it looks like that's what they've done so far. Is not just in this dungeon. Classic, but throughout this entire day, they've been playing really clean. Poison Cleansing Totem gonna come out and help with this. I mean, these poisons can be rough for some other classes, but honestly, they built a really good comp to be able to deal with this boss. I mean, Poison Cleansing Totem. I think the shaman is also dwarf, so he has that racial. Then you have the DK who has the death advance on this. I mean, it's a really good team to be able to deal with this boss and those poisons. But again, you can always have some sort of weird singularity. Somebody takes your puddle. They're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's not over. Still 57% left on this boss, but like I said, they've practiced it. I believe in them. You're right. They do have all the tools they need to be able to really knock this out. They've been doing a great job. And so I'm proud of them. I'm proud of what they've done. Shout out to everyone on the team, from our tank K9, who's repping the warrior, even though it's not a pally, to Chromie, who really hates playing Og Evoker, but is doing it because it's super helpful on this key, especially with all the cleanses. I mean, she has 2 cleanses of herself.
Actually.
Yeah, she has 2 cleanses. I mean, the cauterize and the other one, whatever, her normal cleanse. So she is super helpful. Like everyone on this key is really helpful. And for those of you who are saying I'm congested, yes, I know I sound congested. Get off my back.
So would you say that you
I'm
have
here.
You got some poisons and you need a cleanse?
I do, but I'm so excited. Like, it's been, I haven't felt great today, but I was like, I'm so excited.
Oh,
I
is
got
that
to
going to be
play
too
in some of
close?
these. No, he's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, and then meanwhile,
we
you've got Tredova. We got a Tredova over here. 16 minutes left for these guys to put in new keys. Of course, Warrior Gamer is going to have their own specific timer that's going to be a couple minutes longer, but 16 minutes left. That means we're going to see probably another key come out from Goats and Glory. We're definitely going to see another key come out from Warrior Gamer here. And it looks like Tredova's on the last 2% health right here. Do they need forces? No, they don't. So that's going to be it. The 13 miss does go down for Warrior Gamer. The question is they tried the 15 earlier. It didn't take. Are they going to go back for another 15 attempt at Arakara? Or are they going to go for Dawn? Or where are they going to go? What do you think?
I think they go back and try to do the 15. I think that probably a 15 Dawn is what I would want to see, but I think it's an easier dungeon. I'm not sure if that's what they'll end up going for, but I definitely think that's the easier of the dungeons to time. The timer's a little bit, I don't know, it's more forgiving, it feels like. So that's what I would do if you want to get a 15 on the books.
Speaking of forgiving, I mean, we've got 3 battle reses available, but it doesn't look like Goats and Glory needed any of them, right? 3% on the boss, no deaths coming out here, and that's an impressive feat in and of itself. Only 2 deaths for the entire dungeon. Looks like their percentage, I think the percentage is good. Yeah, 100%. Yep. So they're going to be good. That's going to be it. We've got our second 16 of the day tied by Goats and Glory. So they are just absolutely smashing this leaderboard right now. Meanwhile, we have the U.S. Army, who have started what I believe to be a 15 Arakara, right? So we've got a 15 Arakara. We have both Warrior Gamer and Goats and Glory, who are going to be putting in potentially their final keys of this WinterClash. And, I just want to take a second and give a huge shout out to all of our teams, to United XP, Warrior Gamer, right, Marine Corps Gaming, U.S. Army Esports. We have our I can never pronounce their name, but our French Defense Force Air Esports. We have the New Zealand Defense Force, Coast Guard Gaming, Air Force Gaming. We have Ukrainian WoW team, and we have Goats and Glory. Right, all who've come out and put on a tremendous show. And again, a big round of applause for every single team that has come out. And again, we may have more teams in the 2025 season, but honestly, this being our seeding for 2025 really just it gives me a lot of hope of like, this is going to be an intense season, right? Because I mean, we've got Goats and Glory who are looking better than they ever have, but Air Force Gaming always brings their best. Coast Guard Gaming, Marine Corps Gamings are creeping up there as well. I mean, we've got some really heavy-hitting teams, and then the fact this might not even be all of the teams that we're looking at next year, I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely phenomenal. All these teams have come out swinging. They've all been doing their absolute best. Absolutely dominating these keys. We've seen, teams that really persevered through 11s. They struggled with 13s and got it done. But we've seen some teams push 15s, some 16s now. And I am very excited to see the level of competition that is coming to the AFDL. And I'm excited to see where we continue to go in the years to come.
I mean, I feel like we've leveled up. I mean, I was here on the desk casting the first AFDL event that we had, and I gotta say it was entertaining. It was great to watch. I mean, all the teams did great, but I mean, it wasn't the same level of competition and competitors that we have today. All these teams coming out and just some of the keys that are getting done on these key levels. I mean, these guys are two chesting 14s. They're getting, we're seeing 15s and 16s done, which, I mean, if you look at the equivalent of what that would have been, right? I mean, in the previous seasons, this is a more competitive environment than we've ever had, which is awesome here at the AFDL. And the classic U.S. Army Esports Warrior Gamer right here, looking to be potentially their final keys of the day. I mean, you think we're ending on a 13 and a 15? Is that what we're going to see?
Yeah, I don't. Well, for Warrior Gamer, no. I think Warrior Gamer gets another dungeon in. I think they have an extra 13 minutes, right? So they have a 24 minutes.
Yes.
I think they can definitely two chest this 13 if they really push themselves. So I don't think this will be the last key for them. I believe in them. But for Army, yeah, I think this will be their last key. I think they really want to time this 15, and they want to do it as fast as humanly possible. But they've already got a death. So that is not looking great.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, looking on this. See, for U.S. Army, they have 11 minutes, right? So if 4 deaths right now...
Quit.
You're
right now,
11 minutes.
Your U.S. Army,
you run it
you're
back,
on the first boss. Yep. You got 11 minutes. Get out of here. You guys are wasting your own time now. You're not getting another dungeon. You already have 4 deaths. You've lost, plus all the time you've lost. Yeah. Like that's 30. So there it is. Okay. They know. And they're going to teleport town portal out. Yeah. That is the smart call. Reset this. Get back into it.
Yeah, there must be some buff that's not on the TR that is on live servers, because their town portals, they're making it through most of the key, and they're waiting until the key's actually kind of bricked. For some reason on live servers, anytime somebody's in a pug with me, they don't wait for it to be bricked, or they just wait for the first thing to go wrong, and the town portal immediately is out. So I don't know, it must be like a weird bug that's on retail or something.
I'm telling you, it's a man. If only everyone behaved like that, right? Like, sheesh. Wouldn't it be nice?
Yep, it would be nice, and it would be nice if I could actually get invites on my Demon Hunter. But that is the meta that we play, and that's why I re-rolled an Enhancement Shaman, and I'm getting all the invites there. So, but I mean, speaking of meta, we have I gotta say, probably our most off-meta team is Warrior Gamer that I've seen, and I mean they're still doing great. I mean they've got their 13s, right? They've gotten their 13s done, except for this Arakara. If I take a look at it, right, they're definitely not in last place right now. This, I think, should get them up to 8th. I don't think timing this right now, I don't think is going to be enough to catch Marine Corps Gaming, because Marine Corps Gaming do have a 14 and a 13 done. But this would give Warrior Gamer a second 13, which would, I think, propel them either into a tie for... This would be either a tie for 8th place, and depending on the tiebreaker, they may be able to take 8th place with that. So,
and if they get another dungeon again, they could get another dungeon in too.
That's right.
That's
right.
Yep, they still have 13 extra minutes.
That's still not a lot of time to make it through Arakara. They're only 6 minutes in. Do you think they have enough time to make it through that in a 13?
Yeah, I mean, 6 minutes in, that means they've got 13 plus 8. They have 21 more minutes. They could finish. They're going to finish this in 20. That'd be a 28-minute dungeon. They should really be two chesting this anyway, which is 24 minutes. I think they do it with an extra 3 minutes to spare, and they get in another one.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like ranking potential tiebreakers, and there's a lot of potential. And what I mean is potential ties, and then of course we've got our different ways to break those ties. But there's a lot of ties that could end up happening here. If you guys want to know what we're looking at, of course, exclamation point bracket in the chat. That will help you to follow along. Meanwhile, we have a 16 missed going into by Goats and Glory. So it seems like with 7 minutes left, I don't think we're going to see a 17 key. I think they're going to elect to try to get all 16s timed instead of trying to push one of them into 17. So definitely with them starting right now, they don't have time for another key. Warrior Gamer, that I don't know. I want to see the individual timer on this. Maybe not right now, but like here in a little bit, and see how quickly they're on track, because 13s, especially if you're not really used to 13s coming onto the TR, it can take some time. I mean, it's a 30-minute timer. They may need an entire 27 minutes to make it through this 13.
Yeah, I mean, that is very possible. I mean, I'm hoping that they finish the 13 and have enough time to run another dungeon, right? I would like to see them get another one in. You're right. This might be one of those cases where they don't have enough time. They're just not. And is that their healer going down? I cannot tell. Or if his health is just low.
That's going to be the healer go down. He's immediately going to get battle rest.
And the tanks down, DPS down. That's it.
Oh no! They have time to reset, right? So
look at the boss's health.
Okay, so I'm being told that Warrior Gamer's timer is at exactly about 19 minutes right now. So I don't think 19 minutes is a long enough time. They're reset. They're reset.
Yep. So they'll get one more dungeon too.
Time to redo this. I don't think 19 minutes is enough time to time any 13. At least for Warrior Game, whether it be Dawn, whether it be Aura, whether it be Mist, I think they need more than 19. So we're seemingly on our final dungeons here, guys. So these are potentially the final dungeons that we're gonna see. Man, that's a lot of fireworks. Kaboom got some help. It's not just him anymore. There's some help to crash. He's attempting to crash the TR apparently, right? But it looks like, did the army reset their key? Wait,
yes, it looks like they're gonna. It looks like they just left that one. 2 more dead, so yeah, I think they're full wiping.
They have 5 minutes.
They're gonna go ahead and they're gonna get in another dungeon. I think this will be the last dungeon for every one of these groups. They waited to the very last minute to try to get these dungeons in. So Army probably realizing, hey, we're not on time they want to take that second place spot. With all the tiebreakers that are possible right now, they need to get this in as fast as possible. So if I'm them and I'm seeing it not go well either, I'm resetting it.
I mean, I think you want to take advantage of as much time as you can, and you don't want to run into a scenario of it might be just a UI glitch. We'll see. I think if it was a 0, everything would get deleted much quicker. However,
no, this is 0. They're building stacks. I bet you they're building stacks or something.
Oh, that's that secret tech, right? They figured something out here. I don't know, maybe. I mean, they got 4 minutes. It's very interesting to see exactly what they're doing going into this. But meanwhile, if we look at the other two teams, we have that Ingra being pulled on the side of Goats and Glory, trying to finish out their 16s for the series. And you've got Warrior Gamer, who are in their 13 Arakara, trying to get a second 13 timed, which would, of course, put them as a tiebreaker for 8th place. And so that's one of the things. Again, it's not just about coming in first. Sometimes it's also about having the best seed. And we have whether you're in the A section, the B section, the C section, right, when it comes to the seeding. And we have tragedy on the side of Goats and Glory. We have a full team wipe, and I mean
This kind of makes me happy.
honestly, it's almost lucky that
Yes.
it happens now with 3 minutes left, because if it happens 3 minutes from now, that's it, they're done. But if it happens
They're
right
changing.
now, they get to run it back.
Now they're going Dawnbreaker 17.
No, are you serious?
Come on, guys. Don't let me down.
No,
No,
are
they
they gonna
wouldn't
do it?
miss.
I don't know.
Dang
We'll
it.
see. They're
Dang
going
it.
back to mist. They're gonna do the 16 mist. They've got 2 minutes to put this key in. Hey guys, get your food buffs, get your hearty, right? Get your well fed, right? We got 2 minutes. Let's go, right? So I don't know here. I mean, we've got the restart on the side of Warrior Gamer. However, they do have an extra 13 minutes, so they're going to be okay. U.S. Army, though, if they're gonna mess up, they've got 2 minutes to mess up. Otherwise, they are locked in.
Yeah. If I'm them, I'm just resetting just because at this point, you know. Just do it. Just jump off.
Well, I mean, they're only a minute in. Honestly, like, they're the first poll. They have 0 deaths. Like, why would you reset that? I don't know that I'd reset that.
No, I was kidding.
You just go. You just go. But, I mean, okay, first poll on the side of Warrior Gamer. All I want to know, are they doing small? Are they doing big? Are they doing Giga Poll right here on this 13 Aura? Looks like it's going to be the small one. Looks like they're going to play it nice and safe. Yeah,
Smart, though.
Aura's a dungeon. Yeah, I mean, Elastic, Aura's a dungeon that the timer is so forgiving. You know, there's not much need if you have the damage, and all you're trying to do is just time the key. There's not much need to go crazy. You can play it safe and still time that key.
Yeah, and we just saw 1 death from Army there, having to run back the Boomy. Everybody else taking a lot of damage now. They're not killing these ads fast enough, so I'm curious to see. They do still have a minute left. If they get 1 more death, they might just jump off the side, but they would need to do it.
I mean, you got to have time to go reset, make sure you got the right everything, get your buffs.
It's close.
Honestly, 1 death right now, again, even 2 deaths, I don't know that I'm calling for a redo. I think they just stick it out at this point. I think they're committed. Yeah, 30 seconds left, man. These teams are committed. These teams are committed.
This is coming down to the end.
We got Ghost and Glory committing to the mushrooms over here. And I do want to see, though, on the 16, do they pull the bow breakers into this 4-pack? Is that what they do? Be interesting to see their strategy right here.
I don't know.
I feel like they don't on a 16, right? I feel like I saw them do it on like the 14 when they did, but I feel like they don't do it on the 16.
Yeah, a lot more respect to the dungeon when it's a 16.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of respect here, again, we want to throw out massive respect to our partners, to both Chaos Creative and Raider.io for partnering with us, giving us the respect and us giving you guys the respect. And so we appreciate exactly, everything that they do to help make this happen. Wouldn't be able to be the same without them. And so, again, big respect to Raider.io and to Chaos Creative. And, that's it. That's the timer. Right, and okay, you guys are gonna crash the TR with those fireworks. Oh my goodness,
dude, they're going crazy.
That's the timer. Oh my goodness, yeah, that went kaboom. So that's it. Timer's done for everybody except Warrior Gamer. We have a separate timer going for Warrior Gamer. Again, they did have a glitch that was unforeseeable. That was not their fault. Our admins investigated. And so they were granted an extra 13 minutes because of the issue. And so we'll get a notification. Okay, they've got 11 minutes. So this timer that you see on the screen is specifically 11 minutes for Warrior Gamer, right? Everybody else, their timer is done, right? So we're on, I believe, the 15 Arakara and the 16 Mist. That's going to be it.
Yeah, and these are good ones to end on. I mean, this is
Frontal.
13 aura, 15 aura, 16 mist. These are, pretty high keys across the board. I'm excited to see what these teams are able to end the day out with. I'm excited to see what the scoreboard looks like at the end of this event.
Frontal.
This has been a really good event. Shout out to everyone who's helped make it possible. Shout out to all of our teams who participated as well. All of these days, even the foreign teams, even the Army. Shout out to all of you.
He says, even the Army. Yep. Well, little bit of branch rivalry here. You'll love to see it, of course, right? But at the end of the day, everybody's coming together for a good cause, right? Part of this is we have all of our teams coming together. We have a death coming out on the side of the Army, right? But all of our teams are coming together. Other than esports here, right? Like, there's not a physical event, that I can think of. I mean, it's been I haven't been active duty in a little bit, but there's not like a physical event that brings all these like this many different. There's like some stuff, but there's not a physical event that brings this many different branches together. So this is probably one of the only times you're going to see all of these branches of the military together. So I let me check with production here, but I think as far as we know, we're the largest as far as participation, the most different forces collaborating together, right? So we can get a confirmation on that, but I believe that's correct. Speaking of confirmations, we're gonna get a confirmation on whether Warrior Gamer is going to take that on or not. There, Thalassic.
Frontal.
Yeah, I don't know. I think all these teams now, since they're pretty much locked in, that timer is for Warrior Gamer alone, nobody else. So they still have some time to reset. But I think all these teams are pretty locked into these runs. I don't expect anyone to give up. Even if you die, even if you full wipe, I think you still go back at it. We're seeing another death from Army on Trash, which is very unfortunate. Not doing a battle res. They're just going to wait and res him after the death. Try to save that B-res.
Yeah, I mean, it's really scary. I mean, coming out so far, you've got Army who have a couple deaths. You've got 0 deaths on the side of Goats and Glory. And then I believe 0 deaths on the side of Warrior Gamer for these keys, which is looking good. However, Army's got to deal with it. Army, they don't have a choice. It's either, the key's bricked and you're done, or you keep pushing. So, of course, what's the Army going to do? They're going to keep pushing, right? That's the Army way. But right now, Thalassic, I think we are, I hit refresh here, 970 out of 1,000 followers.
Yeah, we're getting up there for sure.
If I'm not following, what should I do?
You should probably go see. There's a little heart, and if you click that heart, it follows. Don't break my heart, guys. Follow.
Don't break the heart. Your achy breaky heart.
My achy breaky heart.
I don't know if anybody's going to break my heart, but I think Kaboom is going to break our screens with these with these fireworks here. Honestly, but I mean, the whole weekend's been fireworks. Honestly, not just from Kaboom, from all of our teams, because they have been absolutely exploding and popping off. Navy have been showing up in form that we've never seen from them before, which is amazing to see. We've got so many different teams, I believe. Is this confirmation on this? But there's 2 different teams that this is their first contest or their first time with us. We'll take a look, but I'll get those names here in a second.
So.
I think there's 2 different teams.
France and United.
France and then yes, I think so.
AOE. Ads.
Oh,
okay. So United has done. Okay, so United has participated with us before, but it's the first time that we're seeing our French team. But okay, so we are having new teams that are coming out, and the AFDL is getting more and more competitive, which is awesome. And so it's great to see. Like I said, as of right now, we are the largest as far as participation throughout all the different branches. And I mean, we just love to see it. So None of that would be made possible without you, the viewer out there. So thank you guys. Give yourself a pat on the back. Give yourself a hug if you really want to, right? So none of this would be possible without you guys tuning in. So thank you very much. And the last 6 minutes left for Warrior Gamer. It's 3 deaths right now. I think at this point they're sending it unless they have a really unfortunate 3 deaths, because I don't think they're trying to I spoke too soon? Question mark. Did they send it?
Yeah, they're going back.
5 minutes. 5 deaths. I mean, okay, well, hear me out, right? Because I'm trying to put myself in Warrior Gamer's shoes, and timing this 13 puts them tied for 8th place, right? And so let's say, for example, the tiebreaker is, 2 chest or, the timer, right? You want it to be as favorable for yourself as you can. So honestly, I'm
Army
looking at
is
5
done.
minutes,
Army has decided to hearth out, and so they are complete with their run. It looks like they have given up on that 15.
Well, so U.S. Army with a great showing as of today. They are currently tied for 5th place with 13s across the board. Or did they get 115 done?
I think they got 115 complete.
I think they So they're going to be tied for not tied, but they're in 5th place. I had to refresh my bracket. They're in 5th place right now with 115 done and the rest done on 13, right? So that's going to be tied for 5th right now. A great showing by the U.S. Army for sure. And then now we are down to 2. The last 6. We've got 4 minutes left for Warrior Gamer to go ahead and reset. Goats in Glory has no option to reset. They're at 0 deaths so far, so big shout out to them. I mean, are we seeing a 16 and a 13 timed here? Is that what we're going to see?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we get this 13 in here from Warrior Gamer. We get this 16 from Goats in Glory. I really wish they would have gone for the 17. But you know what? I am excited that they're going to get the 16 in. That'll be 16s across the board for them. And I believe an 11 and 2 13s for Warrior Gamer, or all 13s? I'm not quite sure.
For Warrior Gamer, I see 2 13s and an 11 right now. So
that'll be all 13s.
If Warrior Gamer can time this Arakara, that will put them all 3 13s, which would tie them with New Zealand Defense Force, who are currently in 6th right now. And they would actually pass both Marine Corps Gaming, our French team, and United, UK United. So a lot riding on these final keys. Yeah, a lot riding on these final keys for sure.
Yeah. And let's see. I'm excited to see how they finish strong. All these teams want to go out on the best foot, so they're all pushing as hard as they can to get these done.
Bloodlust.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to give it a good show, and right now we've got ourselves a great show. 2 teams left, 2 minutes left for Warrior Gamer to reset, although I don't believe they're going to. All right, we've got Goats in Glory who have 0 minutes left to reset, so they're on their final key. So guys, we've got some hype going on right here. If you're in the chat, if you're rooting for Warrior Gamer, if you're rooting for the Goats in Glory, if you're rooting for any team right now, I want you to put them in the chat. Let's get some hype going. Show us your favorite emojis, whether it's the Goats in Glory emojis, the Army emojis, right, or your favorite team. Who are you guys rooting for in our AFDL 2024 WinterClash, which is coming to an end here very shortly?
Man, and what an ending, too. Both these teams really pushing the envelope. They're both killing these packs very quickly. You see Warrior Gamer going to be doing this last pack before they skip over to that boss and finish boss number 2. And then you've got good old Gag finishing out this maze before they move on to their second boss as well.
Good old gag, goats in glory. I
Yeah,
didn't think
good old
about it like
gag.
that, but okay.
What do you mean?
Good old.
Good old gag.
Oh no. IDC. Who's saying they DC? That's not one of the competitors, is it?
It might be.
Well, I mean, you would know if it was somebody on your team, right?
It's not one of mine. Oh wait,
Okay.
it might be one of mine actually. I don't know. I don't think it's one of mine.
You don't know? You sure?
Uh,
Okay. Well, it looks like I'm not seeing the paladin, on the ret paladin on the side of Goats in Glory. Tragedy might have struck because I see the warrior, right. Is he on the damage meter? He's
yeah,
number one
I think he
overall,
might have been the
but
one who DC'd.
he's not on this pack. Oh no. We have Tragedy striking, but they still have zero. They have one death. I don't.
Charge.
They still have plenty of time to time this, but that's definitely a setback for them for sure.
Yeah, they can 4-man this and still time it, so I'm pretty confident. Not
I don't think
actually.
you can
Not
4-man a
actually.
16.
Not actually. Oh man.
Well, hopefully he'll be back in very
Yep, that was
shortly.
him. He DC'd.
Whoever that deep six and Daz talk guys where I heard they could do a plus 20 and still look good doing it. Well, okay, very well. Speaking of Tragedy, on the side of Warrior Gamer, the second boss, he's still got like 50%, has 60% health left, and we've got 2 gamers down.
Dot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's
DC. Unfortunate.
very unfortunate. Oh no, coming out on
They
the
still have
side
time
of
though.
both of these teams. Hold on. We've got some epic dance moves coming out on the side of Goats and Glory. I mean, they're known for their Keystone prowess after this event. They're known for being America's Navy, but now they're about to be known for their epic dance moves.
He's back. It's all good.
Is he back?
He's getting to the dungeon. Yep, he's running now. His internet's fixed. He's alive. He's coming to the dungeon, to the boss. They still have time. They lost about 2 minutes, but they were going to 2-chest this 16 anyway, so they're fine.
Well, I mean, we're now they don't have the option of restarting it. Nobody has an option of restarting it. And speaking of that, we had 2 deaths going down on the side of Warrior Gamer. They are trying desperately to salvage this boss, even with another death. They've got 10 total deaths. It's a good thing Arakar is a very forgiving timer, but now they have... This is not an easy boss. There's a lot of AoE damage. Some people even lust this boss because they just want to get it done with as quick as possible. I don't know that they can 2-man this
Tragedy.
boss.
No, now with that last, that's
they have enough
dead.
They have enough time though.
They can't do it. Healer dead and only the mage and the paladin tank left.
No, I mean if they reset it right now. 18 minutes in the dungeon. They have enough time to still, redo this boss and, time the key if they play perfectly, right?
Very true.
I think so.
Minutes?
I think they have enough time there.
10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes is enough.
Yeah. 10 minutes is
you really
enough
only
time
have...
to make it through, but I mean, yeah, I was going to say that next burrow charge is really gonna take that guy out, but I think they need to stop trying to solo this boss with 2 players. They need to reset it just as soon as possible. Every second counts for them because they don't have the option of resetting. Right. Meanwhile, you've got not Trova, you've got Mistcaller, seeing how well the Navy can dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
Yeah, this is this boss always makes me cringe. I hate it. I think the dodging the lines is annoying. The guessing game is annoying. Everything about this boss is just annoying. The freeze tag, it's not like new innovative mechanics. It's just annoying mechanics.
Well,
It
I
is,
mean, it's
especially
been
when
the
you
games
play
in Shadowlands, so.
exactly. That is 100%.
But one
true.
thing to note, one thing that is very scary about this boss is you have to be really careful about guiding this boss around, because you see that a water that's on the outside of the rim there of the little arena. If you actually kite the boss into the water, the lines that come out for dodgeball will sometimes end up glitching underneath the water, and you won't be able to see them. And then, of course, if you can't see the lines, you probably got some people dying to dodgeball. So if you're a tank, you really need to be careful to never put Mistcaller over the water.
Oh, they did not use it. They did not use their Mad Queen's mandate there. So
just
on the
skip that
16,
phase.
yeah, on the 16, they decide to take the trinkets that are actually better for them instead of all the Mad Queen's mandate. So they don't get to skip the phase, which I mean, it's probably smart. Just do it the normal way. Oh man, I just really want them to time this, and they're running low on time right now.
They are running low
10
on
minutes?
time. I mean, yeah, that's kind of it's in the realm of possibility, right? 54%. That's a lot lower percentage than you would have wanted to see at that time. But okay, 10 minutes and 15 seconds. It is enough time, but they're gonna have to do some double pulls. Maybe they got to pull trash into the boss here to go for it. This is definitely going to be tight.
Yeah, I think that DC really stopped them from being able to two-chest this like they wanted.
Well, I mean, they only had one death, right? And
True.
The DC, it was unfortunate, but I'm not thinking about two chested. I'm thinking about just, do they have enough time to time this dungeon right now, right? Because it takes a while to make it through this trash. They have 50% to go still, right? Because they're only at 50%.
It'll be close.
They're in danger of not timing this dungeon.
Final dungeon of the entire weekend. I believe in Goats and Glory. How about you, chat? Let's get ones in chat if you believe Goats and Glory will time this dungeon. That was it.
that was it. Are they gonna time the dungeon? Ones if you believe they're gonna time the dungeon, right? The team needs some hype. They need some they need all your energy right now if they're gonna time this.
Foos and Kaboom are just jealous. That's all I'm saying.
It's the big double pull. It's the big double pull. You got the staghorn. So a couple things to be careful of when it comes to this pull, right? Of course, you've got your poison that's going to continuously come out. You have to make sure you kick that simulator regeneration, right? Acid Nova is going to be that big AoE pulse that comes out. So as a tank, you also need to make sure that you're continually kiting this, this pack around, because if it sits still for too long, the poison will build up and your melee won't have a chance to, hit. And I'm looking at this team; they're triple melee, so you want them to have uptime. So you have to keep kiting away from this poison. And then you've got the double reavers that are coming in right here, very well timed on the side of K9 right here. And then he should, if he's trying to be efficient here, pull these reavers into the next pack. Yes, he will. So that's going to be the Staghorn right here. They probably don't double this. They probably try to get another set of reavers, I think, here. Classic.
Yeah, we do it by number of Staghorns. You really only ever want one Staghorn in a group. So kill a Staghorn, move to the next group, and we just keep going like that. The rest of the trash doesn't really matter. Our healer, who's actually a DPS, but swapped to healer just for this event like 2 weeks ago. This guy's been on healer for like 2 weeks, legitimately, and he plays 3 different healers for our team. He plays the Chamois, the Druid, and the Priest. So, but he can heal through all these. So as long as we get the Staghorns off, and we're only taking one at a time, we know that he's got it.
Yeah, I mean this pack and the next pack before the boss, they don't really do anything. Some people even double pull this into Trinova, but 7 minutes left, 80%. They are going to have to I mean, 80%. They're going to have to pull more than. They're going to have to do 2 Staghorns after. I think unless they can bring all the Reavers in, they're going to have to do 2 Staghorns after Tredova.
This should be no, it should just be the one pack right there plus the flyers on the other side. Should get them to that 100%.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see on the other side.
We're coming down. This is a 16, and Tredova is no joke on any difficulty, right? So definitely, they're not out of the woods. It's all about execution. And when we're looking at a team that's had flawless execution up to this point, it's Goats and Glory, right? The Goats are going for the glory today, and their execution has been goated. Therefore, that's the reason why they're in that first place position right now. And they're going to elect to, okay, what do they have? 1:54 left on their lust. So they're probably going to clear all of the trash before they go to Tredova and not try to pull it together.
Absolutely. They're going to pull this trash will get them to 95%. Here come the flyers. That'll get them to 100%. And so this is it. They'll kill this trash off, and then they'll have basically 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes, and then they'll be on the final boss.
So that tells me that they have time for one attempt, right? And they got to make it clean. So if 4 minutes, especially on a 16, tells me that they don't have time to pull it, make a mistake, wipe it, and go again. They have to do it perfectly the first time.
100%. And that's what this is what they've shown us all day, is that when it comes down to it, this team, unlike every
100%.
other team in the tournament, this team can do 16s. And this is the third 16. They're the only team to time a 16. They've timed not just one, not just two, but if they finish this boss in one shot, then they have timed 3 16s. This team will have the hat trick. They will win it all. Come on, Goats and Glory. Finish this 16 out and show us that the Navy really is the Goats.
They're going for all the glory here. Tredova, 84%. Guys, 2 things to keep an eye out here. The 40% and the 70% shield. That's all that's standing between them and victory right here. They have to be able to dodge these poisons, take care of the mind links, but really the hard part of this dungeon is going to be the 40% and the 70% shield. So did they save the Mad Queens for it? Do they have the lust right now being popped right as they're going to go into that 70%? So hopefully they can melt this 70% shield. 2 battle reses available here, Tholastic. 2 battle reses available. There's the 70% shield. Big damage going out. They're trying to dip, dodge, duck, dive, and dodge everything they can, and they make it through it in only 6 seconds.
Yeah, this is a team that has persevered. They had a DC. Well, they had one DC earlier in the day, but able to move right past that. They had a DC this dungeon. He's able to get back in, get into the dungeon, get back on the boss. They're able to make up that time. They're on the final boss. We had doubters in chat who said no one is going to time a 16. They said Goats and Glory was dumb for going for these +3 on 11s, for +2 in the 14s. They said no one can do it. And Goats and Glory's here, 52% on the boss on their third 16, showing everyone that dreams really do come true.
Well, I guess dreams are coming true for Goats and Glory. They have never... So the AFDL has been in effect since early 2023. We're coming up on 2025. In all of the AFDL events, they have never placed better than third. Oh. And today, regardless of how this dungeon finishes, Goats and Glory will be walking home with that first place trophy for the 2024 WinterClash. 1 battle res left, and this is it. This is the sticking point. This is the 40% shield. What do they have left? And apparently they had something big, because that shield was gone in 4 seconds. That's got to be Mad Queens, right? There's no way it was. That was some big damage, all done in an instant.
Yeah, I think they knew exactly what they needed to do. They needed to burst this guy down, and they did it. They are now pushing. Oh, my goodness. I'm excited to see it. Chairs. Resto is staying alive.
Oh,
keeping his entire team up.
A minute and 30 left. It's getting close.
It's going to be close.
Left. I mean, they got
This
the time, but they
team can do
can't
it,
make any
though.
mistakes. That's a lot of poison on the ground right now, and their tank goes down. They've
Tank
got
is
a
down.
battle
Tank's
res.
back up.
He's got to take it. Okay, a minute left. 19%. Can they do it? 17%. Less than 1 minute left. No more mistakes. Not a lot of real estate. Poison coming out. Not poison. Mind link coming out. 13%. They know how to keep it interesting to this last very second. They don't have any room for this poison. Last thing, they have no room for this poison. What are they going to do? It's growing every second. They got 9%. Where's he going to run? Barely finds a spot.
Countdown goes down.
28
seconds
left.
left.
That's going to hurt the timer. No battle res is available. 7%, 20 seconds. Are they going to do it? Spirit Link goes out. Everything. There's the Mind Link. He's jumping, but he's getting hit by the poison. The healer is ticking away. That's going to be 8 seconds left. 4%.
No!
Are they going to do it? 3%.
No!
4, 3, 2, 1. It's not going to be enough, and they don't time the 16 missed. They are over by all
Just
of
like
about 10 seconds.
Just like that, Cat Dog gets
tragedy.
kicked off the team. Man, dying on the final boss. Cat Dog, it was a pleasure having you on the team. Maybe next time you can try out again. Dang. I'm just kidding.
The Classic, regardless of whether they timed that or not, we have, guys, exclamation point bracket to follow along. We have Goats in Glory taking home all the glory today, coming away the 2024 WinterClash AFDL champions. Guys, let's get some hype. Let's get some claps. Let's get some love in the chat right now for Goats in Glory and every team that's come to compete. Right, everybody did a phenomenal job, right up into the wire. Some of these keys were so close. As you can see, they missed that timer by 8 seconds, right? And there were some keys that happened yesterday. There's some keys that happened on Friday as well that were all super, super close. So that's a big GG's. And the Classic, I mean, what's the highlight for you? What's the highlight of the whole thing? I know you are coming off of the Goats in Glory bench yourself, so your team has taken the dub here, right? Personally, what's your highlight of the event?
I got to say, the highlight is seeing my team, really that first 16, right, when they had 14s across the board, and, you know, they were pushing it, watching them down that final boss of that first 16, knowing that even if every other team plays their hearts out, my team has this. Like, they've put in the time, they've put in the effort. Watching them do it has been great. Watching all these other teams continue, though, and to continue to push, seeing all my fellow service members really come out, you know, really swinging, trying their best. It's been a fun tournament to watch. It was fun yesterday. It was fun today. It was fun playing today. Got in a few this morning. But yeah, shout out to my entire team. Great job to all of you guys. It was absolutely a blast to be a part of. It was a blast to watch. And yeah, it's good to be in first. It's good to be on top.
Hey, I mean, you know, it's always good to win for sure. Here in a second, we are going to bring someone else on, and they're going to help us go through the list of the bracket, help explain kind of the tiebreakers. And right here, we have the one, the only, Mary Elia. How you doing?
I'm good. I had to just double check that my mic was actually going to be going to stream right now. It has been a wild weekend. I am so glad that you got to be here on the desk for that final moment, Classic. As heartbreaking as that 8 seconds was, it is still a victory for your team. So, you know, congratulations. I hope the sushi your wife brought you guys earlier was great, because it clearly was the fuel that you needed. That was a fantastic performance. But I am here to run you all down the entire seeding for 2025. This is the first time that we have actually put in an effort to rank our teams going into competition, and this is where we sit. The times for Goats and Glory are being confirmed. We had a log issue, but with their current key scores, they are the undisputed first seed. Ukrainian WoW, after that incredible performance on day one, managed to hold on to second place. U.S. Army Esports, had they completed the 15 that they were in at the end of today, they would have tied Ukrainian WoW on key levels, and it would have come down to time. But because they missed that, it drops them down to the top seed of Group B. U.S. Air Force and Coast Guard Gaming have done incredibly well, showing stellar performances yesterday to lock in the second half of Group A. Down in Group B, we have our New Zealand Defense Force, Marine Corps Gaming, and Warrior Gamer Foundation, who struggled on that final 13 of the day. With the 11-13-13, they entered a tiebreaker with the French Army of Air and Space. They have the same key levels across, and it came down to time. The French team had a total combined time of 71 minutes and 30 seconds. Warrior Gamers' combined time was 70 minutes and 6 seconds. So that's 1 minute and 24 seconds of time separating these two teams, sticking one of them in Group B and one of them in Group C. And then, of course, United, they struggled a little bit yesterday, but they are holding on at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. And you'll notice there are 2 blank slots right there at the end. There are 12 teams competing next year. That is our goal. There have been many teams that have joined the AFDL in the last year, especially. We started with 4 teams back in 2022 for a single event. And now we've more than quadrupled that as far as number of participants. So we are hoping that some of our new teams who've joined us for League of Legends, who've joined us for Rocket League, will be able to scrounge together a roster on Azeroth and fill in those last 2 slots. If you are in the audience and you are a veteran, you are a service member of any description, and you want to get in here, talk to the reps in your communities and find out if they can get a team in the AFDL, we would love to have you. There's just so much goodness going on this weekend. Gents, I'd like to get your thoughts on these standings before I take them away.
Tholastic, I gotta say, your team, Goats and Glory, that's a dominant performance, right? So hats off to Goats and Glory. The fact that they've never won any event before, coming in and just dominating this far is great to them. But honestly, a really good showing from both the U.S. Army and Coast Guard. Right? I was really happy to see both of them showing up, doing well. Air Force Gaming, of course, they always show up and put on a great show. Marine Corps Gaming and New Zealand Defense Force, they were very entertaining to watch. Right? It's a couple of those teams that a little bit of a wild card, right? I have a special place in my heart for the Marine Corps Gaming, and I like to say they're kind of the wild card, is they can show up and maybe they don't have a good day, maybe things don't go their way, or they could show up and maybe things really go their way. It's like you ever had that team member that comes in and they can either be the savior of the key and they end up pulling out the crazy play that times your key, or they're accidentally pull 3 extra mobs and brick your key, right? It's kind of like that.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I love the standings. When we started AFDL back in the day, I picked up WoW for the first time in like 5 years because the Navy needed to field a team. And, our team was filled with people who hadn't touched WoW in like half a decade. And now we're here and we're on top. If we hadn't had that DC in the last dungeon, we'd have an extra minute and a half. So we're looking at it like 3-16s really for us across the board. Just seeing that, I don't know. It was good to see all the other teams play, and these are teams we've played against before. So seeing how far they've come as well has been awesome, seeing how far everyone's able to push. But it's good to see my team come so far to the point where we're on top, and it's not even close. We're the only team to do a 16, and we did it on multiple dungeons. It felt good, and it's good to see.
And you deserve to feel good. Now, you better keep practicing as much as the holidays are coming up. You know, the spring clash will be coming around the corner real soon. For those of you who are tuning in to the AFDL for the first time, this is the end of us for 2024, but we will be back next year. I want to say a few closing remarks on behalf of the team behind the scenes. We are so thankful to every single one of you who participates, every single one of you who sits down, enjoys the streams, comes to hang out and support your fellow service members, because we really, really couldn't do this without you. Every single sub, every bit cheered, every direct donation to either the channel or to our charity incentives helps us run more of these events. I said it earlier, but we started with 4 teams in 2022, and we've more than quadrupled that. Not including, you know, a single org, then putting in one team for League of Legends and another team for Rocket League, both of which we just introduced this year. So there is a lot we are excited to continue to bring you in the coming years as long as we can keep this going. We love you all. We thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for helping us to put on these events. And, you know, I just want to make sure that chat knows that as much as I joke, you guys all are my favorites.
Wow, did
Guys,
we really have 4 teams?
Do you want us to say something? Yeah, I was like, do you want me to talk? I'll talk.
Well, I was thinking,
it's just a moment.
I remember it every time she shows that starting soon screen, and it shows my Warlock dying. The Warlock I had just started playing, and it just watches the last one
way back in July of 2022.
That's right, and look at us now on top.
There you go.
All right then, guys, let's close it out. We thank you all once again. We are done for 2024. We will see you all in 2025, so keep your eyes peeled. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. If you want to check out the VODs and you're subscribed, you can see them here on Twitch. Otherwise, I will get them up on YouTube soon. I will, I promise. But until the next time, everybody, have a good one.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution!